From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on at VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. It's a beautiful Monday morning and it's back to work for a lot of us, but it's stay home for some people. Well, that's those who will have to stay home because there is insecurity in their states. But and also those that are staying home to pray against insecurity in Nigeria. Well, that's talking Borno State. But anyway, it's back to work. And right here, we will be feeding you with everything you need to know happening in Nigeria and, of course, outside the shores of Nigeria. I am Moses Humphrey. Now, let me quickly take you through our major conversations for today. And I say welcome to VOP this morning. Nigeria sees mixed security success amid ongoing concerns. Also, court orders Tinubu's government to publish NDDC forensic audit report. Now, those are the major conversations on our table this morning. Come along with us as we dive into all of them.
Come along with us as we dive into all of them. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu, and you want to ask, how do we come along? Just very simple. Have a moving trend already that is already speeding up. Very simple. Subscribe on our YouTube if you've not done that. YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And across all that social media platforms, the Meta, the Instagram, the TikTok, we are VOP TV Live. We have another website where you can just click for you to get fresh and trending stories. And the website is www.vop.ng. Now, talking about other trending stories, that made it to our table this morning, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Person, NAPTIP, is calling for collective efforts from stakeholders to combat human trafficking in Jigawa State. NAPTIP's commander in Jigawa, Abdulkadir Turajo, emphasized the need for collaboration, especially given the state's strategic location along a major international route, making it prone to human trafficking. NAPTIP conducted a 3-phase zonal grassroots sensitization campaign across all 27 local government areas in Jigawa, educating stakeholders on the dangers of consequences of human trafficking. The agency is working with the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development to support capacity building training for community leaders and stakeholders. NAPTIP has rescued 221 victims of human rights trafficking in Jigawa since its establishment, highlighting the need for continued effort to combat this menace. Now, some people will say only 221. That is just in one state that have 27 local government. And now, if you break it down, I think between 2021 and 2024, the report we have shows that over 2,000 persons were the victims of this human trafficking in person, and NAPTIP were able to rescue them and reunite them with their family members. In 2025 alone, the data shows that 225 people were rescued, at least 121, somewhere in hotels, somewhere in abandoned buildings. These are victims of human trafficking, yes. And not just the fact that we have Jigawa to be a strategic route connecting Nigeria with other countries. We have I think it was some time ago, within last month or thereabout, that we learned that from the 1,917 borders we have, 1,800 were unmanned, leaving Nigeria so porous for infiltration and also abduction and trafficking of humans from this country. And that speaks to the work cut out for Nigerian government to do. We are not the only country that have pockets of porous borders and all that. We're not the only country with, connecting. What we need to put all hands should be on deck at this point to make sure that those unmanned borders will be manned. And when we have issues, I'm talking about the places that have the forest, the desert, the waterways, like you pointed out when you're telling us the reason why all those areas are not being manned. You have to deploy personnel there to make sure that Nigerians will be secured. Imagine a state alone experiencing 221, then how many are remaining? The other day we're talking about how girls were being kidnapped, how people were being smuggled out, and I think on top of my head, I cannot remember how many people that were rescued. There was a particular boat mishap that happened somewhere on the Mediterranean Sea. Nigerians were in that boat. The boat that capsized, Nigerians were in that boat. And some people will say it's because of the hardship we're having in Nigeria. That's why people are trying their best to do what, to japa, to leave the country. Yeah, that is actually there. It's part of it. But there are some who never wanted to leave the country. But in one way or another, they found themselves in the hand of the traffickers who smuggle them out for personal benefit. Some of them are going there to do sex work, which shouldn't be, subjecting them to so many inhuman acts. Girls in Libya are crying out over the inhuman, actions that they are being faced every day or being meted with every day. So I think this is a good call. Do something about it from local government to the state government. And
all right.
You'll be able to take it.
Yeah, well, it's NAPTIP is working, but there's a lot more work to be done. And the truth of the matter is, if the issue of poverty is dealt with, we'll have a reduction in people giving up themselves to be trafficked. A lot of them give up themselves. A lot of them know that, look, or they feel there is better job opportunity somewhere. So they subscribe to it. Some of them even pay a certain amount so they could take them somewhere. And then, I read up on some reports that said 3 years up until October 2025, NAPTIP had rescued about 2,000 underage girls. 2,000 underage girls from Côte d'Ivoire. They've been taken from Nigeria to Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire. To do what, really? The majority of them, slave labor, the majority of them sex, actually. Sex. They're used. In fact, the other day, it was in Ghana. Ghanaians were complaining that Nigerians on their streets, engaged in sex work, and it's spoiling their children. So there's a lot going on, and all of it is hinged on poverty. Poverty, because people are looking for ways to feed. Families give up their children in hope that they will become breadwinners. They will send money back home. They will repatriate some sort of money. And then also, to tell you that the problem is a lot bigger than it actually is. Now, we have children, people, the age for consent to carry out an HIV test, consent to be tested, has come down from 18 now to 14, which also, which also tells you that a lot more young people are exposed to HIV and AIDS. We have a lot, if you walk down the streets of Lagos, some densely populated areas, you see children carrying children because they have become mothers. And a lot of them have no means of livelihood, no source of income. But some way down the line, they're exposed to drugs, they're exposed to sex, they're exposed to HIV and AIDS. So there's a whole lot that government, Nigeria's government, not just the Tinubu administration. I mean, government before it has failed. It is doing what it is doing. Government after it will have a lot more work to do to ensure that this is curbed, nipped in the bud. Well, it can't be nipped in the bud anymore. But that it is curbed. The prevalence of HIV and AIDS amongst Nigerians, especially the younger generation, 14 to 25, is alarming. Now, what does that say about the future of Nigerians? Bearing in mind that US has stopped, HIV retroviral drugs subsidization to Nigeria, which makes it even more expensive. I hear that a pack of it goes for about 400,000 naira. What are we talking about? How will people who are afflicted by it, how will they be able to purchase this medication? If care is not taken, in the nearest future, we'll have a lot more people dying from HIV and AIDS.
Well, it's not just HIV and AIDS, so I hope you know
that we're having people dying from malaria, because we hear that malaria kills more people. But we'll have more people dying from HIV and AIDS and the likes.
We have hepatitis. Hepatitis is now
Hepatitis B and whatever.
The whole range of it is killing people. We have every other kind of STDs and STIs.
Anyway, it's deeply troubling, but to protect our government and tell us what the government is doing. When United States AID withdrew their services allocation to Nigeria, I think the government at that point put in 4 billion naira, into that fund to ensure that they provide basic drugs. But that is not to encourage promiscuity. These things are real existential problem, danger before us, that will say it. Now, my colleagues here have talked a lot about trafficking, porous borders to Libya, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and other West African countries. Let us look out for the red flags. What are the red flags? When people come and say, oh, this your child here that is doing nothing, I want to take him or I want to take her to one place where she can learn one trade or the other, to one relation and all of that. And if it happens to be, we understand, yes, we have apprenticeship and all of that. But when it involves a girl child, particularly the ones between 18 and 22 years, that's a red flag. And when they say you are going to Libya to do house chores, look, Libya is in crisis. Libya is in crisis. They don't do anything there. When they say you are going to Mali to do what, to learn this or that, please, just run away. Those are the red flags. And when they say they are taking you to some parts of Europe, without proper documentation and all of that, these are the red flags. You have to conduct some kind of due diligence before you release your child, before you release your word to anybody. They have recruitment agents, people who recruit for this cartel, for the ring, that does all of these things. It is deeply troubling. And when we talk about this, it's not only in Jigawa. It's a national issue. It's a national issue, and it's become prevalent. We also have, even locally here, we have homes where girls are put together and
baby factories
and all of that. That's part
there
of
are
the
levels to it.
There are levels to it.
There are levels to it. I'm telling you
There's
that
internal trafficking.
Yes, internal trafficking, internal slave labor, and the rest. People give their children. It's not about anybody coming to meet them. Some people just feel, okay, take this one, and then pay me money
to take care of.
Do you understand?
Yeah, that's slavery.
So
they
send their children out.
It's also
and
an
expect
issue
that monthly money is remitted to them, not even the child.
Yes, there are also people who don't know, innocent people, who got caught, who are caught in the crossfires. If it is because this is crossfires.
Is there a difference between this and mothers who will give out their young daughters to marry a wealthy man without caring what conditions she will go through in the marriage?
If the girl is of age.
There's a straight a little difference.
If the girl is above 18.
There's a little difference.
Yes. What if she's 17?
No, it's not acceptable.
No, it's not acceptable.
You know where I'm coming from?
I know where you're coming from. I don't know where you're coming from. I know where you're going to. I don't know where you're coming from. So the red flags are there. It's a national menace. And it also speaks to the issue of parenting. The other time we're having a discussion here, more like a little debate, and we said that if our generation, we think that we're proudly well brought up by our parents. Now we are raising a generation that we complain, you are not properly brought up. So where did we miss it? So the blame is on our generation. We should take responsibility for what we have lost out. The level of pessimism permissiveness is very, very high. We let things go, it doesn't matter, this is what his mates are doing, all of that. No, ensure that your child is properly brought up. And I hear Moses talk about, girls, little girls carrying babies and all of that. It's a problem of parenting, when you are out there from morning till night, chasing money, chasing wealth and all of that. You forget that, look, you have a home that you should take care of. It doesn't work well. And the father is out, the mother is out. I don't say that you shouldn't go to look for, how to take care of your family, but then ensure that whatever you make, that when you come back, check your children, the books, have you gone to school, have you done your homework, where were you when I was absent and all of that. It boils down to parenting. If children are very well brought up, I'm not sure that they will misbehave in society. That's it for me. Anyway, let's move away from that and get into another troubling issue too. Well, is it really troubling? Tinubu's administration falters in war against terrorism, says Yoruba Union. Now, the Yoruba Socio-Cultural Organization, Ibimo Majekobaje Ile Yoruba, I hope I got that right, has slammed President Bola Tinubu's administration for losing control. Okay, I know Moses will get that right for us. For Tinubu's administration for losing control of Nigeria's security apparatus, citing rising school closures due to terrorist attacks and mass adoptions. Well, the group demands Tinubu's immediate resignation, stating that his administration has failed to confront violent armed groups decisively. The union criticizes the government's reliance on dialogue and ransom payments instead of dismantling terror networks. The group also alleged that terrorists have turned kidnapping into a lucrative enterprise, emboldened by the government's failure to act. While the union accused the president of prioritizing political survival ahead of national security and urged the federal government to designate Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association as a terrorist organization and to arm local hunters and vigilantes to combat armed groups in their terrain. The group also demanded a comprehensive overhaul of the country's security framework to address the escalating security challenges. Now, this group said a lot about it. President, if you cannot do this work, if you cannot fight insecurity, what do? You resign. Whatever goes around comes around. We had the current president, when he was in the opposition on the other side, he said, look, President Jonathan, the buck stops at your table. And we cannot bring back the Chibok girls, we cannot fight terrorists, we cannot stop insecurity. The best thing for you to do is to resign. Now his people, Nigerians, are reminding him, Mr. President, this is what you said years ago. Now it has turned around to haunt you. If you cannot do this job, resign. And PDP says, look, the president had to cut short his trip to South Africa and Angola, G20 meeting, to ensure that the kids that were kidnapped in Kebbi are brought back. And they say it is mere tokenism. I had a guest here on Political Lens on Friday, Dr. Peter Anosike, and he said, look, it was right that it was good, it was humane for the president to have cut his trip short to ensure that those girls are brought back. As we speak, the girls have not been brought back. But he has also dispatched the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, to Kebbi State. I understand that the Minister of Defense himself, Badari, is outside the country. He's somewhere in Dubai or whatever, but he's not in Nigeria, Minister of Defense. That's why the president had to dispatch his Minister of State for Defense to go to Kebbi and return the girls. Well, that hasn't happened, but we are hopeful. Optimism, sprays around that, look, these girls might be brought back, because we understand that 38 people that were kidnapped in Ekuru have regained their freedom. Now, the state governor made that announcement, and he thanked the president for doing a very good job. Mr. President, as we thank you for returning the 38 kidnapped Christians from the Christ Apostolic Church in Ekuru, we also expect you to bring back the 25 girls that were kidnapped from a school in Kebbi State. We also are still looking forward, for the return of the Chibok girls who were kidnapped how many years ago? 2014, 2009. It's about 11 years ago and all of that. It's work in progress. But a lot of people also believe that, look, the president and this government, that they are not doing well to fight insecurity. I mean, a lot is going on. I'm also happy that the president said, look, VIP, I'm going to withdraw their police escort so that they can come and help us fight insecurity. How much of that is going to help? We have heard this over time. The moment you appoint a new IGP, he says, I'm going to withdraw all the security details to VIPs. 2 months, 2 weeks down the line, those people are back. Back to the beat. So, Mr. President, there are people say, Nigerians, not actually your people, Nigerians are saying, look, your work is cut out for you. If you cannot do this work, simply resign from the job.
All right, Juma said something about 35 girls from KB regaining freedom.
25. Is it 25 or 35?
I think 25 or thereabout.
Okay.
You talked about the Eruku.
Eruku, yes.
Yes, Eruku people.
38.
38 Eruku people regaining. Recall that the bandits were of the opinion that they had to pay 100 million naira per person, but later they reduced it to 20 million naira, per person at this point. So are we saying, is it that the money exchange hands?
No, the government will tell you.
It's question that I'm asking.
The government will tell you. No, even when they pay ransom, they don't
the higher, but something happened somewhere. I think it was verified that said something about how Kaduna State government have spent 1 billion naira in paying ransom to bandits for them to stop carrying out their killings and carnages in Kaduna State. He said that, and he said, I can defend myself. And we also saw women who were protesting in Kaduna State saying something about how the terrorists were telling them, call the government, tell them to bring in 500 million, 800 million, and bring money, or else we will not let your children go and all that. Now, what I want to ask earlier is, okay, we have the people of Eruku that were kidnapped, regain freedom, good one. We applaud your government. Now, what happens to the over 312 in Niger? What is going to happen to them?
In Nasarawa,
we also learned
51 of them have been rescued.
They say they ran away. They escaped.
Whatever.
Now, we also have 13 female farmers abducted in Borno State.
I think it's 12. One escaped.
Oh, one escaped. 13 was what we were told. So how are we going to
13,
rescue
but
them?
one escaped.
Then you go back again to Katsina. People are also protesting incessant killing and kidnapping. Now, the rescue or I wouldn't want to use that word rescue because I believe within myself that those people are not that benevolent to say we want to let you go.
Okay, you believe that something went under the table?
Something went under the table. That's my own belief on this one. But now, I'm happy that this call came out because it's better. When they say social media does not forget, people will not understand. On the 9th day of September 2014, the president made a post on his X handle. He says, the festering Boko Haram attacks on the northeast and massacre of innocent citizens is concrete proof that Nigeria has no government. We want to know what is happening at this point. This is 2025. And then he went further again to say, my heart bleeds for our people and the country over the deaths in Yanyan. A government unable to protect its citizens deserves to be queried. This was April 14, 2014. Social media they cannot forget. And then I think January 21, 2015, this is Jonathan's army, not the Nigerian army. How can a man who rose to become Major General be said to be uneducated? What is happening now? What is playing out now within this administration? These are questions that Nigerians are asking. If police, that's another one, have become the armed wing of PDP, let us know. If the army is now patriotic towards one party, let us know. We will all join the army. We also see in this 2025, starting from some time ago, when people want to go and engage. I'm talking about members of the Nigerian Army want to go and engage the terrorists, and you'll be hearing ceasefire. As if some people send them not to do or not to go further. And Nigerians are beginning to ask: are we seeing the army or the police now working for particular people? What is really playing out? You take it further again. To this happened on this post was made 1:34 p.m. April 14, 2014. He said, too many lives are being wasted. Too much blood being shed, too many limbs severed, yet the government carries on with ease, cavalier attitude. What are we having now at this point?
The annoying part of it is that it's all politics. Some of them put up these, excuse me please, some of them put up these tweets, not because they care really, but because they want one government out so they can come.
So what are we wanting now?
They get in there and they still do nothing. I think we haven't been talking so much about the cabal in the cabal causing insecurity in Nigeria. I mean, we've talked about cabal in the oil sector. There's a cabal that is fueling insecurity in Nigeria, and it's unfortunate that government, after Jonathan's government could not deal with it, even though some would say it had a limited time. It was called clueless. Governments after it have also failed in dealing with insecurity. It's a big problem. And, you hear the story, you hear 51 girls. It's laughable. It's laughable that they escaped. It's like you're toiling with the minds of educated people. Sometimes I start to ask myself, are we really educated? Okay, they escaped. It's a good thing. They are back to their families, and it took government reaching out to their families to find out if they are back home. And the 38 rescued. Now, we are happy that they are back home. The 38 Eruku church members, CAC church members in Eruku. We are happy that they are back home. But if those that kidnapped them are not brought to justice, it will only empower others to go into kidnapping. And that's what we've seen. People have seen kidnapping as a lucrative business. So they go in there, they kidnap people, and then somebody pays. So, but we need to see bodies the same way we see bodies of innocent people. Let's see bodies of these kidnappers. Let's see them.
Well, how do you
Let's see them being arrested. Let's see them being prosecuted. Let's see if there was a shootout. Let's know, and then it will be a deterrent to others who want to venture into it. That's the only way. And the president saying, in his post on X, remember that I cut short my trip. That to me, that hit like you did Nigeria a favor, cutting short your trip. No, we shouldn't.
I don't think
Moses, I want to say something. When we reduce this thing to the elements of politics, I think we are doing a disservice, not just to ourselves, but to the culture of politics. To the school of itself called politics. This is mischief. Politics is supposed to be a decent game. You don't use bad words to push somebody out of office because you say we are playing politics and you come and do the same thing. That is mischief to me. I don't call it politics. Because we also know that in some certain climes, politics is attached to morality. Because our norms, our societal cultures, are derived from our moral codes, even our laws. So if we keep making excuses now, this is where politics is played. I think
we're not making excuses. I'm not making excuses. What I'm saying is, what they've been doing is playing politics with the lives of Nigerians. I'm not making excuses.
Maybe I mistook you.
Yes, you did.
Maybe I mistook you.
Well, let's run to the papers now. We have First Daily. These are the headlines here. First Daily newspaper, Pope Leo demands immediate release of Niger school hostages. 5 Bauchi police officers killed in daring bandit ambush. Fresh terror. Boko Haram abducts 12 female farmers in Borno. Ofina talked about this already. Kanu speaks from Sokoto prison, rejects conviction, alleges fatal judicial errors. Kebbi closes all secondary schools as security fears worsen. And after days of horror, 50 Catholic students escape kidnappers, return home safely. Well, some say 50, some say 51. 38 abducted Kwara worshippers regain freedom. Insecurity. Seek help or step aside. PDP tells Tinubu if they get there, will they do anything differently? Tinubu warns criminals. No one will be spared. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of First Daily newspaper.
And up next is the Blueprint newspaper with the banner headline, Rescue of 38 Eroko worshippers, 50 Niger pupils shows security agencies working. That's coming from the president himself. Right after that story, Kwara Church holds after attack service, 253 pupils yet to be found. Show proof of payment of 1 billion naira to bandits, KDSG tells RFI. Interesting. And then just above the masthead, Tech Fair 5.0, Zenith Bank recommits to innovation, awards 140 million naira to hackathon stars. And we have other headlines that made it to the cover page of the Blueprint. Guardian publisher Median Alex Ibro emerges new NPAN president. At UBA Fraud Awareness Week, stakeholders seek collaboration. And from the sports segment, World Cup fallout, inconsistency, Super Eagles greatest flaw. That's coming from JJ Okocha. And we have other headlines on the cover page of the Blueprint. Terrorism, U.S. Secretary of War, Ribadu. Others meet in Pentagon. Don't politicize tax administration, FIRS warns Atiku. Borno again, troop repel Boko Haram invasion in Magumeri local government. Tinubu orders a withdrawal of police officer guarding VIPs. Defense headquarters as DHQ probes claim of troops withdrawal before Kebbi school abduction. And the bottom spread line, only well-aligned policy environment can promote stable financial system. That's coming from CBN. And those are the stories on the cover page of the Blueprint newspaper this morning.
Okay, let's quickly run to the New Telegraph with the window headlines. Recent killings, kidnappings in Nigeria are politically motivated. Carlo, that's urges of Carlo, assures Nigerians of Tinubu's readiness to address challenges. Nigeria won't move forward until corrupt leaders are punished. Kaigama, that's Bishop Kaigama. FIRS warns against politicizing tax administration. Debunks articles' claims on revenue allocation. Israel targets Hezbollah militant in first attack in Beirut in months. Telecoms, hostile states to lose out in potential $1 billion investment windfall. Inflation, analysts expect more rate cuts as MPC ends meeting tomorrow. Now the big story, ISWAP adopts 12 female farmers in Borno with the riders as 50 St. Mary's school pupils escape, reunite with families. 253 children, 12 teachers still in captivity. Tinubu announces rescue of 38 kidnapped Kwara worshippers. 51 Niger school children. Mass abductions, Nigeria drifting towards state failure, Labour Party. Pope demands immediate release of abducted pupils, others. And Shetima leaves South Africa to present Tinubu at AU-EU summit in Angola. Defense headquarters probes troops withdrawal claim before Kebbi school girls' adoption, as PDP says schools closure will amount to strengthening terrorists. Tinubu orders withdrawal of police officers guarding VIPs. Says those threatening Nigeria's peace, security will face full weight of law. Lawyers renew call for community policing. NPAN raises the alarm over heightened insecurity in Nigeria. U.S. pledges support for Nigeria's fight against terrorism. Implosion PDP travels a familiar path ahead 2027 polls as lingering leadership crisis dims party's hope. If the convention wasn't PDP's leadership torso, BOT member. And a bottom strip headline, higher screen time linked to ADHD, altered brain development. And that's it from the New Telegraph newspaper.
That's how far we can go on the newspaper review. Do well to join Chikuma and Moses for the newspaper analysis proper on top of the hour, 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll look into the first topic of conversation, with borders on insecurity. Nigeria sees makes security success amid ongoing concerns. Do well to stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
The red carpet, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise. And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's dive into the conversation. President Bola Tinubu has announced the rescue of 38 worshippers abducted in Eruku, Kwara State, and 51 students from a Catholic church in Niger State who escaped their abductors. The rescue comes as the country grapples with a worsening security crisis, with widespread attacks and kidnappings across various states. From the international community, Pope Leo XIV has called for the release of over 300 hostages taken from a Catholic school in Nigeria, expressing that's the St. Mary's Catholic School. And he expressed deep sorrow for the victims and their families. While ISWAP militants abducted 13 female farmers in Askira Uba local government area of Borno State, with 1 victim escaping and 12 still in captivity. And we hear that the farmers, they call them women, but they are children as far as I'm concerned, because they fall within the age bracket of 15 to 20, and they went to farm. Well, Bishop David Oyedepo of the Living Faith Church worldwide has urged Christians to take charge and pray against perpetrators of violence, warning of potential genocide if the killings continue. President Tinubu has placed the country on heightened security alert and ordered targeted operations in vulnerable regions. We have with us, to make sense of it all, we have Barrister Darlington Agumwa joining the conversation. And also, we will also be having Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo, Nigerian Christian Reverend, activist of human rights activist and preacher in Plateau State. We'll let you know when he joins the conversation. We also have Prince Okpeyemi Benjamin Ogulami, human rights activist, who will be joining the conversation as well. But let's start off with Barrister Darlington. Barrister, now,
I agree.
Very well. Good morning to you once again. Now, the weekend came and we heard all the stories, all the kidnappings from the past week into the weekend. The president cancelled his trip to the G20, and we saw what are your first thoughts when you heard that 50 or 51? Some papers say 50, but the presidency said 51. 51 escaped. They were not rescued, they escaped their abductors. And, their families had to be contacted before we knew that they were back home. And of course, they couldn't go back to the school. Now, that's on one hand. And then schools being shut, closed down to curb further kidnappings of young people. What are your thoughts when we put all of this together?
Look, it is very unfortunate that the government have affected the act of propaganda and lies. Seriously.
Where is the lie?
Look, the girl did not escape anywhere. The truth is that when this thing happened, the girls went to hide somewhere around the school. They went into hiding while these people were doing their thing. These girls managed to go and hide.
They were not kidnapped.
They were never. If not, ask yourself, how could 50 of them escape?
Well, so where did you get the information?
The information is out there. That was what the police said. Go and read today's paper. That is God tell us that some girls that went into hiding have rejoined their parents and the school. That is a better way of saying, instead of telling me that they escaped. Because you and I know that it is not possible for 50 of them to escape from the hands of the bandits. It's not possible.
Is it even possible for 50 to go into hiding?
I said they were hiding. They were hiding away from these terrorists when they stormed the school. It is within the perimeter fence outside. Outside, like this is the wall, and they went at the back.
So the government is being insincere with the information.
I am coming just to clarify to a point. Now you are not claiming that they escape, but did you tell us how they escape? Please, for God's sake, even if we are that everybody in Nigeria is a zombie, How could 50 girls escape from the terrorist den and they didn't make any move to recapture them? How far could that go? In a forest, they just managed to escape. How? Nothing. You see this government, they keep annoying people, seriously. Anyway, I am not amused because when Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced on Thursday last week, the prosecutor from the government side said that now that Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced, that there will be security, insecurity will die in the southeast, in the south, in the southwest, that there will now have peace. Go and look at what he said. Moses, just over the weekend, this lie have you not been exposed? Because every other thing Nnamdi Kanu, everything that happened Nnamdi Kanu. Now look at that propaganda. Have you not been punctured? I expected that man to talk now. That is it. I expected him to come and tell us how Nnamdi Kanu is the problem that is going on now. Because he said it, that with Nnamdi Kanu sentences, there will be peace in Nigeria.
Barrister, is that what he said?
Go and check it. What are you telling? Is that what he said?
Barrister, what I heard him say was that with the sentence of Nnamdi Kanu, that the innocent people that were killed, that their soul will not have respite. Yes.
That was what he said.
Yes, that was what I heard.
No, okay, I'm telling you what I heard. He said I will peace.
Okay, that's what you heard. And he heard a different
Yes, he had different thing, yes.
And the judge said what he said.
Exactly.
So, that's okay. But let's keep it within.
Because even at that, please, even at that, was it not Nnamdi Kanu that was blamed for all the insecurity? Even the one that happened in Lagos here. You had the
let's not make it an Nnamdi Kanu conversation.
So what I'm saying is that this thing that is happening now, it's very painful, seriously. You know when you are wearing the shoe, you know where it's pinching. That you see that one man.
Should we applaud the president because he seems to be hands-on right now? He cut short his trip, and we've seen the result of that. The 38 CAC church members that were kidnapped have regained their freedom. Should this
So where are the kidnappers?
What do you think happened?
Fine. The same thing that happened before. Listen very well. When the Dachi girls was kidnapped, Dachi girls, it is the same process, the same modus operandi. On the day they struck, everywhere was cleared. No police, no army, no DSS. And they came in with 15 Hilux trucks to take away these girls. And this was the place that was under curfew. In fact, I don't know how Nigeria, I don't know. We just allow everything they tell us, everything that happened. Nobody asks questions, nobody talks.
The governor of Borno State, where Governor Babagana Zulum has said, look, today has been declared work-free day. So there will be fasting and praying in Borno State.
Really?
So what do you make of that?
This is the first time I've been. Moses, this is the first time. You can imagine. Just like that US congressman said that instead of the president to take serious step to arrest this insecurity, they are
sending that we need.
Yeah, we part of it. Now sending MSs here and there. We're closing down the school to pray. You can imagine. How can this solve the problem?
All right. Okay. But Barrister, we also understand that the worshippers, the 38 worshippers at the Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku, somewhere in which state now? Niger?
In Kwara State.
Have regained their freedom. Okay, right. You also understand that, look, how does that fit into the debate, the ongoing debate about Christian genocide and all of that? Because a few people are saying, look, this could have been state managed, in the heat of the moment, take away these Christians and bring them back. No impression. There is no genocide. That fits into that.
Not only that. Look at how it happened. All of a sudden, after taking all the risk, they took away the girls. And when there was too much hoopla, they returned them. Go easy. Come easy. Are you telling me here now that the government have made effort?
Were they really returned?
Well, people died. People died in that.
Yes, people. The people that died, did they return them? Let them tell us, because these terrorists, they can't take all these risks and return their captors for nothing. It's not possible.
I don't believe it's
not possible.
Okay,
you think ransom was paid? So, look, I can bet my last couple. Money was paid because they cannot take that risk for nothing. Why did they kidnap them in the first place? Or was it not because of money? The first reason for kidnapping those girls was for money, nothing else. So how could you not return them without the money?
So Barrister, if money was paid, if ransom was paid, then it detracts from the theory that, look, it was make-believe, just to create the impression that there is...
Of course, because of the hoopla, because of what is going on. So they don't want the government to look bad. Okay. So government quickly arrange something so that these girls will come back.
Since we don't know for sure if ransom was paid, it's just a postulation. We are just trying to analyze it. But should it matter if ransom is paid by maybe the government to release kidnapped victims? Should it matter, or the fact that people that have been kidnapped have been released?
It matters because the people that are considered, because we are talking of Christian genocide, that's not true. It matters because the people that are considered are Muslim terrorists. It matters. I wanted them to tell me that it was Christian terrorists that did all these things. So all the things that is happening today, they are all profess the same religion.
But I ask my question in light of the fact that if kidnapped victims are reunited with their families, there will be joy. Now, the families may not care how they were brought back, whether it was negotiation, whether it was invasion, they will not care much. But should Nigerians be worried? Or what will the international community think that there was probably ransom payments by government or its allies or proxies to ensure that people are kidnapped? What does that portend in with the fight against insecurity?
Look, in the first place, should it happen? That's the first thing you ask yourself. After all that has been going on over the years, should we be talking about this thing at this point in time? The answer is capital no. So why is it happening? Even when America was threatened, these guys didn't care. They still continue with their business. So that will tell you that this thing is deeper than you and I are looking at it. It's deeper. We are going to live with this thing maybe in the next 100 years. That is the impression I'm getting here. Except something serious is done by this government or any other government, this thing will not go away. It doesn't look like it will go away very soon. It doesn't look like, because the profit is so high. They are making money, they are cashing out. That is the first thing. And so, why do you want a business that is trying to stop? Please tell me. When there are so many girls and so many schools to kidnap and make money, why would you want it to stop?
Should there be some sort of agreement between the government of Nigeria and these bandits to ensure that other bandits will not invade Nigeria? We heard Sheikh Gumi on this station some days back, where he said, look, Nigeria should negotiate with bandits so they can protect the forest, they can protect the borders.
Can you imagine?
And Nigeria should be ready to spend money. That's what he said.
Can you imagine?
That the government of Nigeria should be ready to spend money to protect the borders,
so
that these bandits will protect against other invaders, the Lakurawas and the Wolowolus and the rest of them. Because those are other invaders. So we have other actors in this field. Should that be a consideration?
Look, a dog cannot eat a dog. You know that.
Well, we saw that play out in Borno with killings between ISWAP and the Boko Haram. So they kill themselves.
No, they are looking for territorial control. That was what happened there.
That's the same reason a dog might eat a dog.
No, territorial control. And maybe after that, did they go away? No, they still control their territory. That we are encroaching on my territory can cause problem among terrorists. But that does not stop what they are doing. All this one going to say, we protect you. You are using bandit, terrorists to protect your forest. How does this sound in your ear? So we should be paying them so that we can live in peace and be terrorists.
But we use the militants to protect the pipelines.
Look, Mr. Moses, please, Nigeria have lost it. When discussion have gotten to this level, Nigeria have lost it. No,
Barrister, you said something about this business being
very profitable.
Very profitable.
Yes.
Barrister, is it about business or is it about politics? Because we also hear some people say, look, this thing is being orchestrated to ensure that they make this country ungovernable, a section of the country ungovernable, and create the impression that the government is irresponsible and unable to protect lives and property of people.
The government.
So you don't read any political conspiracy?
No. It's the political will to do the needful. Because government is look, who is that individual that is more powerful than government? Tell me.
Barrister, I'm sorry to cut you short. That is my question is this. Now you say that this business is thriving because they are making a lot of money.
Yes.
And government is not doing anything to stop it.
Yes.
That is one strand of the argument.
Exactly.
Then there's another that says, look, these things are orchestrated, like between 2014 and 2015, the kidnap of the Chibok girls, the heightened insecurity to paint the Jonathan government, in bad light. Now we have seen a resurgence of all of this ahead of 2027. So when you say it is business for these people, are you removing the political angle to it? Because people believe it's also politically motivated.
No. It is the political angle that is fueling it. If it is not political, then tell me why government will be looking the other side when these guys are operating and doing their thing. Or have you not heard stories that that school was being manned by security agencies until somebody gave them order to leave that place, and 30 minutes after the terrorists came in? What does that tell you? Do you need anybody to tell you what is going on here?
Or was it political or economic?
It's political. There are some political interests that are fueling this thing. Yes, in political interest, not in the economy. It is the politics of it that you should be worried about, because we are playing politics with the life of your people. That's the truth. Who gave that order that those people should leave that place? Who?
That's the next question I want to ask you. You make mention of Dapchi girls and you saw the stories around it. And the same thing again played out in Kebbi State, where we learned, according to the information made available to newsmen, that military personnel were there until a certain time. When they leave, and it wasn't up to 1 hour thereabouts after they left the place, we saw the bandit strike. Here on the cover page of the National Daily, I think the Blueprint newspaper today, we learned that the defense headquarters have decided that they are going to probe claims of claims of troops withdrawal before the KB school abduction. Now juxtapose it with what some Nigerian soldiers have come up to tell Nigerians about how they are willing to engage these people, even with the little weapon that they have, and they will gather others saying, "Don't do this, don't do that, withdraw." And we do see them sometimes when they make videos, ceasefire, don't shoot, even when they know that is the necessary thing to do.
Have you seen where policy came in? The person that is doing this thing now, does it mean well for you and I? The answer is no. If they have taken care of the dirty girl, this one would not have happened. The person that gave that order in that of Dachi, I am sure he is still operating till today, and he will still continue to operate even till tomorrow, because no will to rein them in. So you were supposed to ask who gave you order to leave your charge. Okay. Yes, nobody doing that.
Barrister, thank you very much.
Tomorrow another one will happen. I will come to talk about it.
Well, it's frustrating really to see the continuation of kidnappings and abductions, killings, and arrests. It's really troubling. Let's go to we have Professor Emmanuel Usue with us. Good morning to you, Professor.
Good morning.
Well, good to have you join us this morning. The last time you were here, we were unable to take your contribution, but I do hope that we'll have ample time today to take your contribution. Now, you are in Benue. I hear that you've had to bury some loved ones too. Now, what do you think about the recent activity of government in curbing insecurity? You think it's work in progress? And also, tell us about your experience.
Thank you very, very much. In as much as I am in support of the government in some other areas of development in terms of projects, road construction, development of industries. I really share that thinking with the government. However, I have strong reservations concerning security measures of the government in Benue State. What that means is the recent utterances of His Excellency is worrying. Because he is not a custodian of English language. He does not amount to genocide, except if he has his own definition that some of us have no access to it of genocide. So when he made that statement publicly, I was completely taken somewhere else. And I was asking questions of what was the motivation? What is his interest? Because this is the same person who is assuring us that he is working in order to secure safety of our people and the return of IDPs back to their ancestral homes. And then the same person coming up to tell us that what has happened in Benue State and is happening is not genocide is seriously worrisome. Until I have the facts that he has, that I will be able to understand why he decided to say what he said. For me and my personal experience, I lost family members directly by these Fulani so-called headers. And from 2011, I came to understand that they are not even headers. They are criminals. They are terrorists. They just wear the common flag of being headers, and then come to our communities and dislodge our local communities, establish themselves in such ancestral lands of our people. So I think we are not being sincere to ourselves.
When you say we are not being sincere to ourselves, Professor Emmanuel,
and those who are beneficiaries of these terrorist activities in one way or the other.
Professor, if you can hear me, don't you think the president's statement comes after he listened to what the governor of Benue State said? I'm talking about Reverend Hyacinth Alia. He happens to be the executive governor of Benue, and he told the world that there is nothing like Christian genocide happening in Benue State. What do you have to say about this, as someone who have lost loved one also to the hands of these, non-school or non-state actors? I beg your pardon.
I have already said his definition of genocide is different from the one I know. Exactly. And he cannot tell me that he's a custodian of English language. The dictionary that he's using to define what genocide is different from what we know. So we do not subscribe to his own thinking of what genocide is. What happened in Yellowater, 200 lives were destroyed. All of them were Christians. None of them was a Muslim. None of them. Yeah. What happened, the 73 bodies that were buried by Otom administration, none of them were Christian. And we can list the communities that have been in Agatun, 300 lives were claimed, and subsequently about 60 lives and so on and so forth. And none of them were Muslims. They were all Christians. Okay. And so what is this saying?
Okay,
look,
Professor.
In as much as I support his administration, I distance myself with that kind of utterances that he is not being sincere to us and to the world.
Okay, Professor, now you were talking about you losing family members. Your community, your own community, is this still standing or has it been overrun?
My community is Buruku.
Okay.
Buruku local government. I come from Buruku local government.
Okay.
Buruku local government is neighboring Guma, Logo, Taka, Boko, and Katsanala. Those are the neighbors of Buruku local government. And the criminals come through Logo and
so your
Guma.
community now, has it been renamed? Is it among communities that have been, local governments that have been renamed, taken over by bandits? That's the question I'm asking.
No, it has not been renamed. And why? Because our chairman, the current chairman,
Well, we seem to have a problem with the network, audio quality, and the network. Professor, if you can hear me, you might need to take that again. You were trying to say something about why your community has not been taken over. You say your current chairman. Can you please help us? Say that again, please.
Yes. Excuse me.
Okay.
I was saying that the current chairman of Buruku local government has taken initiatives to curb the menace of this Fulani terrorist. He has brought in community security apparatus with the government security agencies, that joint task force in that local government that has been going around ensuring the safety of lives and property now.
Okay,
so what had transpired during Oton's administration cannot just happen now in our Buruku local government area.
In Buruku, the security measures that the local government chairman has taken, has he armed the people? Do they have arms too?
Well, issues of security, you say they are not issues that can be discussed in the public in terms of arms or arms not, but he has brought in joint task force, community vigilante, and conventional security. That is the police, the civil defense, and some other security agencies. He has brought them together. Okay. And so they are working together 24 hours in that local government. Yes.
All right, Prof. In the course of your intervention, you said something that these people cloak themselves as headers, that they are not headers, and that it started around 2011. Prof, I would like for you to walk back, and tell us, before 2011, what was the relationship between the supposed headers and the Benue people? And this carnage that we witness now, at what point did it start? And what was the response of the indigenes and the government at that time? I mean the state government at that time. Before 2011, then from 2011, when you started noticing that they became violent, when the violent attack started, what was the relationship? And at that point when it started, how did the indigenes react with the government? Did they make presentations to the federal government, central government, and all of that?
Before the 2011, the headers would come during the dry season, and they cannot encroach on the farmlands. They were looking for grass where there are no farmlands, and if their herds encroaches on farmlands, the village head and the community leaders will meet together with the headers, will discuss, and they will pay some compensation to the farmers where they have encroached. That was what was obtainable prior to 2011. And at that time, they were not carrying AK-47. They were carrying sticks. And of course, they were carrying swords, but definitely not AK-47. But in 2011, up to this time, these headers bring in not just their sticks and swords, but also AK-47 with them. And so they grew from this, our own previous relationship, to an aggressive and barbaric relationship. So that's the difference. Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Prof.
Yes. So what I was trying to say is that prior to 2011, the relationship was somehow manageable. But after 2011, the relationship became very bad because the headers, the so-called headers, started carrying AK-47, all these weapons with them, and even explosives, and sometimes poisons. Sometimes they poison our deep wells. If you go to a particular community and they have these boreholes, sometimes they poison the boreholes so that the community would not be able to use the water. So those are the kind of activities that the so-called headsmen introduced in this relationship. And so it became very bad.
So at that point, Prof, can you bring us to the speed of the hour, of the minute? Are there we hear that some communities people have been driven away and that those communities will be named in Benue State. Is that a matter of fact or is it just a rumor?
It is a matter of fact. Why I'm saying so is this. Personally, I have visited a local government in those parts where Fulanis have taken over. I have visited Guma local government. I have visited Agatu. I have visited Gwe. I was the chairman of the task force that was set to monitor Sube projects in 2016 and 2017. So all the 23 local governments, I have been to this local government more than 20 times, each of the local government to supervise and to monitor the construction of projects, school projects in this local government.
Okay, so in those local governments, you have some communities that have been taken over by the Fulani herdsmen.
Yeah, like in Logo local government, you have a wide range of community that has been taken over. Logo, the neighboring community with Nasarawa in Logo local government, and the neighboring community with Taraba State in Logo local government. Then when you come to Guma local government, the neighboring community to Nasarawa in Guma local government has been taken over. Remember our immediate former chief, the fort, Alfred Akawetokola, his house, his village house has already been taken over by these terrorists. They are occupying that place now. They are there.
Serious.
And then if you come to Gwe, the neighboring part of Gwe local government, Gwe West, neighboring to Nasarawa, has also been taken over.
Okay, all right, Prof. It's interesting to know all of this. Now, when they take them over, do they rename them and establish an emirate? Do they have emirates in those places now?
No, in Benue State, we have resisted the renaming of communities in Benue State, and we have resisted the establishment of emirate in Benue State.
Okay.
Because Benue State is predominantly 90-something% Christians. So you cannot come and tell us that you establish an emirate. We see.
All right, beautiful. Those communities taken over are not renamed and there are no emirates. Professor, what has been the response of the past governments, especially when the thing got to a tipping point and spun out of control? What was the response of the government at that time? I'm talking about the local government, the state government, and the central government.
Well, in terms of local government, local government was somehow under the control of the state government. So if the local government failed to evolve indigenous way of getting resources, then some local governments cannot do much the way the Buruku local government has done. The Buruku local government has evolved certain ways of even tasking their indigenous people so that they can sustain this security apparatus.
All right, now the question I want to ask is this,
that
Professor.
indigenous ways have not been evolved properly.
All right, Professor, the recent term and the recent killing, during the visit of the president, we have a committee that was inaugurated to help make sure that maybe peace will be brokered between the people of Benue State and the killers, or rather the headsmen that have been killing them and all that. Can you help us, tell us if this committee actually is making any headway? We have the likes of George Akume as part of it and other prominent educated leaders in Benue.
Well, I want to apologize that whether the committee is working or not, the committee has not made it public so that we know what they are doing. I know very well that was the initiative of the president when he visited Benue State. And since he said that and left, nothing has been said about that committee. And we keep on asking. I even asked some of the prominent persons that I thought they would know about the committee and its activities. Unfortunately, some of them said they are not aware of any activity of that committee. Some went further to say that His Excellency is the one who is holding that committee hostage. Otherwise, if he had responded the way they expected him to have responded, the committee would do so. But then others would say it is his SGF who is still holding that committee hostage, because if he had done this and that, it would have been. So these are the blame game between His Excellency and his SGFs is going on. Why the masses suffer? Okay, right, that's the unfortunate thing. And I don't like that type of blame game, because lives are involved, many are being killed. And so if they had utilized that opportunity initiative by the president and bring up this committee and make sure that it's working and then reporting to the Benue people that this is what the committee is doing, then we wouldn't have been the mess that we are today.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Professor Emmanuel Osue, for your submission. Let's get Chijoke Moye join the conversation. Good morning, Moye Chijoke. Good to have you join today's TM. Today's this morning. All right, now the question I want to ask is this. I learned you're in diaspora. First, what happened to be the atmosphere like regarding what Nigeria is being faced with at this point, somewhere in Canada? How are the people seeing it? The debate between Nigerian government and the US over possible Christian genocide or genocide at all happening in Nigeria?
Well, the truth there is that no one here in diaspora is happy with what is happening in Nigeria, because just like everyone here has families and has siblings, has friends all over Nigeria, and no one is safe. So everything that is happening in Nigeria is psychologically, mentally is affecting us here, because you are here, you're thinking about your families and you're thinking about your friends, you're thinking about so many things. Then talking about the US invading Nigeria, for me, it's not really much of a discussion here, because it's not like it's something that is impossible. We have seen how much, or we have seen how far the US are willing to go to make sure that their interest is being protected. So if the US government has interest in Nigeria, they could use anything to cover it up and say they are coming to save the genocide or stuff. So for me, I don't really have much to say about the US coming to. It's a conversation for another day. It's a problem, but it's a future problem. So we're talking about the present problem, which if we solve now, we won't have any reason to worry about the US coming to invade or coming to, coming to protect or anything at all. But let's talk about the genocide. I don't know why the government I don't know if they are trying to call us the citizens fools, or I don't know what games they are trying to play. But the videos we are seeing, the comments people are making, it's not AI. These things are not, they are not fake. So I don't know how the government are coming to tell us that there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. Well, as when you go to the internet, you see hundreds of people being massacred by a group of people that this group of people, they only say one thing, Allah Akbar. I don't know. This Allah Akbar, is it Christians that say it or is it pagans that say it? So, either we like it or not, the truth is there for everyone to see. The government are only making fools of themselves, coming out to say that there is no Christian genocide. There is Christian genocide. There is Nigerian genocide. Nigerians are being killed on numbers on daily. And these things should worry a sane government. A sane government should be worried that the people he swore to protect, the lives and property, which is his number one responsibility, that the government has failed woefully in doing that. The government should be worried instead of replying. The US, there are how many miles away from us? The US is not a problem. Whatever they are free to say,
Now, when you
it's a
say the
free word.
government should be worried, now we learned also that orders have been given to the new appointed cabinet members, especially those within the security sector and all that, to make sure that the issue of
Is this the first time
insecurity is
orders have been given?
No,
Is this
wait,
the first time?
I'm coming, Chijoke, I'm coming. Please allow me to land my question. Now, when you check what is happening, the recent rescue of the church people or church persons that were abducted in Kwara State, and according to what the president put out today in the social media, 51 school children also escaping terrorists and all that to be reunited with their family members, and every other thing that they said they've been doing. Don't you think that that's more like moving in the right trajectory to help end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria?
What are they doing? You see, they said the 50-something student escaped. Emphasis on the word escaped. The government didn't do anything. The government didn't say that they did this to enable those students escape. So which means the students were lucky enough to escape without the government intervention. So I don't know why Tinubu is coming to take accolade on something he didn't do. And then he's saying that he or his government had secured the rescue of some certain group of people. Yes, we've seen them. Those people we've seen that they came back unharmed and they came back rescued. But the question is this: how did the government did it? The abductors, what happened to them? Because these people were abducted by armed, should I call them terrorists? Should I call them
That's the
kidnappers?
question
But these people
Nigerians are
are
asking.
abducted by criminals. What happened to those criminals?
Indeed.
Were they arrested? Were they killed? Now, the people that are being rescued, what are the assurance given to them that these terrorists or these criminals will not come back again to abduct them again? And then, how did the government rescue these people? Is it by a negotiation? Did they negotiate with them? Did they pay them? So I want to know, like, our fate, because these people are being rescued today doesn't mean that it's not going to happen tomorrow, or if it's going to happen tomorrow, what is our fate and how will the government deal with it? They just not come out and throw
and your contribution
statements to us like
now
we are
let's
kids.
go to another guest now. Let's go to Elder Lakia Christian. Good morning to you, Elder Lakia Christian. I understand you've been following the conversation. Now, does it matter? Does it matter if people were rescued or negotiated for, or does it matter? Well, do we have Elder Lakia? Do we have Lakia Christian with us? Well, the question is for Lakia Christian, if you're with us. What does it matter if people were either rescued or released? Which one should bother Nigerians? Does it really matter? Should we be concerned about that? Or should we just be happy that those that were abducted are back home? Well, I understand that we've lost connection to Lakia Christian. Let's go back to Professor Emmanuel Usue. Professor, if you're still with us, I would like you to address the federal government now. Now, what's your take on state police? Is it something you would want to see facilitated as soon as possible? Do you think it will help curb the insecurity we are facing in Nigeria? State police. Did you get the question, Professor?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Your question is?
My question is on your take on state police. I think there's a delayed response there, but what's your take on it? Do you think it's something that can help solve this problem? Well, we seem to have a problem with the network. I think, let's reestablish contact with Lakia Christian, Elder Lakia Christian. Well, I understand that you're back in. So let us know what you think about what the government is doing so far to curb insecurity. Some have been released, some have been rescued, and the president canceled his trip to the G20 in South Africa, and he's on the matter. What do you think about everything going on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. It's important. The issue of insecurity is central when it comes to the responsibility of any government. And so whether some have been released or not, we don't really need external pressure to do the needful. Our security agencies should be proactive. I'm also happy that the president are taking some steps to recover policemen who are meant for public service to be attached to some VIPs and assigning that role to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Nigeria needs a whole lot of overhaul in terms of internal security. And we pray that the remaining people who are yet to be released should be released. And that they need to understand that this thing had long taken root within the system, which amounts to some sort of systemic failure within our security architecture. So for me, it will be important for the government to rejig its security institutions and allow a well-coordinated, they should bring about a well-coordinated security initiative that will be intelligence-driven and that will ensure that such things don't happen. For it to have happened many years ago with the Chibok gas and it resurfacing now, even in the face of the American accusation of Nigeria and trying to even seeing Nigeria as a country of particular concern with the persecution of Christian population. This should be an issue of concern to the government. So they need to do a whole lot to forestall a reoccurrence of these menace.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much. We're absolutely out of time for this conversation, but we'd like you to stay with us as we get into another conversation. And I do hope that the network will be a lot clearer so we can take your response as we get into another conversation now. Court has ordered President Tinubu's administration to publish NDDC forensic audit report. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again. You get it into your house.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered President Bola Tinubu to direct the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation to publish the Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC forensic audit report and the names of those indicted in the alleged misappropriation of over 6 trillion naira. Justice Gladys Oloto ruled that the NDDC forensic audit report and the names of persons indicted are public records and should be made available to the public. The court held that the refusal to publish the audit report and the name of those indicted is a breach of the Freedom of Information Act and the Nigerian Constitution. The Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, welcomed the judgment, saying it is victory for transparency and accountability in the spending of public funds. Interesting one indeed, even as the NNPC are yet to tell Nigerians how come they can account for the 210 trillion naira. We have with us, joining us to help make sense of this from Benin, we have Mr. Frank Ehioshun, who is an author as well as a political and public affairs analyst. And from Port Harcourt, we still have Elder Likia Christian, a public affairs analyst, social justice crusader, and president Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. All right, good morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us. Good morning, comrade Frank Ehioshun. If you can hear me, please. Good to have you join today's conversation. I would like you to unmute your device because I can't hear you. Okay? Unmute your device, please. Without wasting much time, what do you make of this particular ruling from the Federal High Court in Abuja ordering the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to give or to make the public have access to the information, including names and the outcome of the forensic audit of the NDDC over a certain 6 trillion naira they spent? Help us actually work on this. And also the fact that Nigerians are still crying or clamoring for the audit of Jimo Baza and his team, what they realized from the audit that they did for it to be made public so that Nigerians will really know who the enemies are at this point. All right, we can't hear you properly. All right, we'll go on a quick break, and I think we have to go on a break so that we'll be able to rectify that little glitch there so that we can be able to hear Frank Ehioshun properly. So when we come back, we'll continue the show. Please do well to stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The people's voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality
VOP this morning. We had to embark on that short break for us to be able to serve you better. And let's go to Port Harcourt, where we still have Elder Lekia Christian, who we told you is a public affairs analyst as well as a social justice crusader standing by. Thank you so much, Elder Lekia, for still being with us. The question I asked earlier is this: what do you make of this particular ruling from the Federal High Court in Abuja, ordering the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration to make public the whole audits, the results and reports, the names of the people who were indicted in the spending of 6 trillion naira, which is supposed to be a public fund? And also, why is it that the government is yet to tell Nigerians the outcome of the Jimo Baz's, forensic audit and whatever thing that him and his team were able to uncover in Nigeria when they were enthroned to help investigate MDS?
Well, I'm so elated at this point, and at least something good is coming from the judiciary. And this is the kind of news we want to hear, that you have a responsible judiciary who can look straight in the government face and tell them the truth. I am happy and excited with the judgment because this is a victory, as a matter of fact, for the fight against corruption. It spells hope for the transparency initiative that we've been embarking upon, that there should be transparency in public governance. Government resources should not be utilized as though they were private resources. And this will also serve as a warning for those who intend to use public offices to defraud the nation.
Do you think we're going to see the government obey this, the ruling of Justice Gladys Olotu?
If this judgment has been enforced, there is this. Well, for Tinubu's government, who is seeking re-election in 2027, and he knows the eyes of the entire world are on him, this is another opportunity for him to show the world that he truly cares about the rule of law. He respects the rule of law. If he wants to become a democratic emperor of some sort, that is something that his actions will say to Nigerians and the rest of the world, depending on how he manages this particular judgment. I will advise that he should, as a matter of fact, take it serious and give hope to Nigerians by enforcing this judgment, declaring, obeying the court judgment by making public those who are behind the disappearance, who are behind the inability of that institution to have declared the over 16 trillion, trillions that have been carted away, that institution cannot account for.
All right, Elder Lekia, let me stay with you. You understand, you are from the Niger Delta and you are also an activist. I understand all of that. You also know what the NDDC has become over time. About, I think, in excess of 10 trillion naira that they have received in the past 13 or 12 years. Now, at a time, we had a new managing director who was appointed, and part of his brief was, look, get into the books of NDDC. And when he got into the books of NDDC, it was discovered that 80% of the jobs, contracts for NDDC were awarded to sitting senators and members of the House of Representatives. And that 60% of those jobs had been paid for upfront. And that 90% of those jobs that had received upfront payment before mobilization had not even mobilized to site. If you have this at the back of your mind, do you think that the people involved will sit back and watch the forensic audit released? The report, do you think that they will allow it to be released?
The fight against corruption is a serious one, and no nation should take it or handle it with kid gloves. We have a responsibility to the state and to our people as the conscience of society to ensure that the truth is being advanced and that justice is seen to be done. Like the outcome of this judgment, like you rightly said, remember a former British Prime Minister once described Nigeria as being scientifically corrupt. And I'm also telling you that the corruption is multidimensional in Nigeria. Those behind it, until we fail, to push for the truth and stand up for justice, that is when those who has continually been cutting away with public resources will be celebrating. We not civilized society celebrate symbols of violence or symbols of corruption. We can't afford to be silent.
Okay, Elder Lekia, you said something. Yeah. You said it's an opportunity, and the president shouldn't miss this opportunity because he's seeking re-election in 2027. Now, the powers, we also have cartels, within that industry. The powers behind what is going on in the NDDC. Do you think that the president has the will to confront that powerful cartel? Do you think the president will do that? Especially being that these are people also, we understand that are likely to bring funds to bankroll, his re-election. Do you think he has the political will to say, look, damn the consequences, release the report, I don't care whose name is there? Do you think the president has the will to do that?
I am one of those persons that believes that our votes should count in every election. And that if I am such a person, any arrangement that will bring about the manipulation of votes in favor of an evil beneficiary is nothing I will support. As far as I'm concerned, the president is today on the saddle. Nigerians are watching him. From what from what he does with opportunities like this, from his public actions, Nigeria will judge him. And if he feels that hijacking power is all that he needs, without the people, you can't succeed in governance.
Without the people, you can't succeed. There's a certain British philosopher. Okay. Elder Lekia, there's a certain, you said without the people, you're talking about people, power and politics now. Yeah. A certain British philosopher, Sir Ivor Jennings, said something. He said the people cannot decide until someone decides who the people are. Do you agree with him?
Well, every thinking and every statement is always a product of the background and surrounding circumstance of the one to whom such statements are being credited. But in the Nigerian situation, I'll tell you clearly that we have been fighting to ensure that there is good governance within the public space. And when people like us have this opportunity with the judgment of court, and we're watching the president who is hungry for a second time, it's an opportunity for us to push and ensure that we extract commitment from him and compel him to act in line with the laws of the land. Should he not, some of us should be on the front line campaigning against any man that will continue to impoverish Nigerians when given the opportunity to govern. As a matter of fact, if you cannot, if you are the head or face or symbol of governance that does not reflect the will or that cannot capture the interests of the people, democracy, like you remember, is always a people-centered experience. So whoever that would not be concerned about it should not be supported. He may struggle to get power, but people are reacting. People are changing. The times are fast changing, and you can't steal power forever. You can't steal power.
Do you
And what
think
will
that
you be
Nigeria
remembered
is
for, even when
ready,
you
or
are
do you
out of
think that
office?
Nigerians are ready to follow the dictates of democracy and make sure that their votes count and that their voices is what will be heard? Do you think that we are ready at this point to do it?
I can tell you that over 70% of Nigerians are ready. But those...
How ready are we when we see people come out to protest hunger, to protest hashtag end bad governance and all that, and we see other Nigerians protesting against people who are protesting what would have benefited everyone?
Let me tell you, you are within the news industry and you know what's going on. When the forces of good are at work, comes out to work, you also see the counter forces of evil coming to work, wearing the garment of those who are pushing for good in the land. Let me tell you, politicians have perfected the act of corruption and bad governance. They have done everything to even create pseudo civil society groups, empowering them with opportunity to speak against, as though they are speaking. And sometimes when an evil person comes to lead a cause like that, you see them collapsing at the end and nothing happens. And because they have so much resources, their voices are louder than those who don't have resources, who are truly speaking for the people. And so in this case, we are campaigning strongly now that anybody who is indicted, anybody who has skeletons in their cupboard, such people should not be supported in the coming elections. That's the only way our votes can count. When we come out to confront the system and tell them, look, if you are not doing what is right, if you cannot capture the interests of the people, if in your development agenda is all about you and your cronies, then be sure that you have the people to contend with. If people must take the lead in every democratic process, then this is the time. And good people like us should be able to stand up for justice and stand up for the truth. Societies are waiting for real voices, not those man-made voices, not those pseudo voices that have been scripted to play a particular role that will complement whatever they are doing in advancing the same corrupt system. So I can tell you for sure that Nigerians are tired of waiting for nothing. And in the Niger Delta, we've become so conscious to an extent that people are angry. And anything can happen from here, from this end of the society. So I want to advise the president and all of those who are within him not to darken the heart of Mr. President, not to deceive him and mislead him. They should tell him the truth. And the president should know that at the end of the day, it's going to be about him. This is his administration. They will not say the president's administration and that of his chief of staff. No. This is President Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Credit and discredit will be ascribed to him. So I pray that he should realize this and wake up to his responsibility.
All right, thank you very much.
Right in the interest
Thank you
of
very
the people.
much, Elder Lakia Christian. Thank you for your contribution there. Well, let's reconnect to our Benin studio where we have Frank Ehiosun. Frank, well, I hope the network will allow us to hear you this time around. Good morning once again. Well, you might need to unmute your device so we can hear you. Let's see if we can take your contribution to the program. Well, I understand. I mean, you are in the heart of the Niger Delta, and I would have loved to hear your take on this, the fact that this is a victory for freedom of information, where names of those that have misappropriated NDDC funds are published. And so Nigerians get to know who they can hold responsible for the degradation in their communities. Well, Frank, I hope that has been rectified so we can take your audio. Well, if we can't, we'll have to go back to Lekia Christian. Well, in the absence of Frank's audio, I'm sorry, we'll have to go back to Lekia. Well, Lekia, Elder Lekia Christian, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, let's get your concluding thoughts in all of this. Let's get your concluding thoughts, please.
Well, to me, the Freedom of Information Act is something that should be encouraged. We are beginning to see the dividends of that act within the public space. And to me, Mr. President should take it very serious and act right in the interest of the people. And I want to call on Nigerians not to support any administration that will continue to make things difficult for them. Nigeria belongs to all of us. We are richly endowed. We have resources. We have all of that. Our only problem is corruption. And the corruption has continued to thrive because those into whose hands this authority has been entrusted at compromise. Rather than seek public good, they have continued to think of how to water down the impact of this negative business that have thrived so much in our country. Nigeria needs to come out of her dark woods.
Yes,
we've been here for too
this
long.
is your concluding thoughts. I understand, but you said something that I would like to pick out. Not to speak to Nigerians, not to vote their conscience and the rest, but we understand, we know, especially in the off-cycle elections that just took place, Nigerians vote those who give them some sort of money, those who give them food, those who put food on their table, especially the market women in the rural area. I mean, these are the people that we should be reaching out to, but whose responsibility is it really? Is it the political parties? We saw videos from what happened in Anambra. Should it rest with the political parties to reach out to these people and tell them, you don't collect monies for your vote, don't sell your vote? Or should it rest with INEC? Or should it rest with the civil society?
The civil society should be in the driver's seat of all of this. And I tell you, I want to speak to Nigerians again. There is no food that you eat that lasts forever in your stomach. They will always be there for a while. So choose whether to eat once and be hungry for the rest of the days, or to endure this hunger, and unlike Esau, demand for your birthright and be entitled to your blessings.
All right.
It's a delicate situation for us to always allow temporary meals to decide for us. No, it's a shame.
All right, thank you very much.
Even it's an indictment of our senses of judgment. How can you betray yourself, not another person this time, by accepting a plate of porridge, and enduring hunger for another 4 years? I'd rather endure hunger, forgo that porridge, and hope to have half a meal every day than to get a full meal that will fool me forever.
All right, thank you very much, Elder Lekia Christian. Even manna wasn't meant to last forever. Well, thank you for your contribution. I must say a very thank you to Chijoke Nwoye, who joined us from the diaspora. Unfortunately, we couldn't go back to him as we've approached the end of the conversation for this morning. We'll be going into newspaper review very shortly. I would like you to come along with us. But I must say, have yourselves a beautiful day. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chiku, enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
I'm Chukwumoko. See you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review, and we have Barrister Darlington Agomo joining the conversation. I am Moses Humphrey, if you're just tuning in. And of course, Chukwuma Okoro right here together. will be doing this. And well, let's run through the papers now. The Punch newspaper has these headlines, and then the major part of the cover page has been taken over by Nest Oil Limited, and that's what you find in some other dailies. But the bold headline there speaks about the mass abduction. It says, mass abduction crisis, Punch newspaper. Excuse me. Mass abduction crisis. Tinubu pulls 100,000 policemen. 100,000 policemen from VIPs. President meets service chiefs. DHQ reviews operation. 50 Niger pupils, 38 Kwara churchgoers freed. All right. And audits uncovers over 61 billion naira. Payment breaches in NNPCL. States pile up 1.06 trillion naira debt despite record allocations. And I would like for us to start off with, this big story, the big story on the cover page of the Punch. And, from it, we'll dive into other stories as well, because there are other stories in other cover pages. 100,000 policemen. So we've had 100,000 policemen guarding VIPs in Nigeria, out of about 300,000, out of a little over 300,000 policemen that we have.
I think 310,000.
It shows you that there is business.
100,000.
Yes, it shows you the business aspect of it, because these VIP, they are paying money.
And that's another thing.
Yeah,
so what then is to say that the policemen that have been withdrawn will be happy? Because they also get things from being around these VIPs.
They said the civil defense will now replace them. That if you want, you now apply to civil defense and they will give you policemen. But do you remember that each IGP that comes into office, the first thing he will do is that he's withdrawing all the police.
And dismantling roadblocks.
Serving VIPs.
Is that just lip service?
Yes,
For
now.
what purpose?
Yes, because look,
For what purpose?
he need to put his own men there.
Oh, okay.
He cannot use the men that was there before he came into office, so that they will now be answerable to him. And then the VIP will know that there is a new IGP. In case if anything happens, they may even ask him, after all, it was the former IGP that brought this man. We don't know you. So he need to put his own men there, so that all the ministry will be taken to permanent sites. Where do you think they are making their money?
Now, Barrister, this money that we talk about, does it go into the government account?
It can never go there, because the police is not a revenue generating agency.
No, but if you need escorts, you pay.
You pay.
So where does the money go to?
Who else collects this? Is there anywhere it is stated that when they pay money for such duty, that the federal government will collect the revenue? It doesn't.
No, there should be part of it that should go back to the government.
Look, the federal government is not supposed to do this.
No, Barrister, we are not talking about what it's supposed to. I understand that if you apply to the police for security, you pay a certain fee.
Of course.
Now the question is, that fee, into which account is it paid? I have not applied before. So
it is the account they give you that you pay.
Government-owned account. Remitter, do you pay through remitter?
Which government account? That means if you make it official in the way you are talking, that means you have now elevated police to a revenue generating agency.
Barrister, what of bail? Bail is free. People pay for bail.
Go to any police station and tell them that government said bail is free, and see whether you will come back.
So where does the money go to?
It goes to somebody's pocket. Oga at the top. Mr. Moses, somebody collects the cash and it is Oga at the top. So, in fact, there is this. Okay, have you gone to sign your petition to the IGP? Have you? your petition to the IGP at Kamsalem House at Obalende. Have you gone there to?
Or even if you go to state CID.
Any police station. Have you gone to? So you mean you just go there, write petition and drop it, Abi? That means you are not serious. They will tell you what it takes to sign that petition. So who's this is? Every police station in Nigeria, they are mandated to do certain things on weekly and monthly basis. That's a fact.
President, is there no part of our constitution that speaks to incorporating security agencies? You know, retired policemen that have formed a security outfit, or retired soldiers that have formed a security outfit, incorporate them into the system in some sort of way where VIPs and well-meaning, well-to-do individuals can hire them, but then they'll be working working in collaboration.
If you hire anybody,
so they can report.
If you hire anybody outside the police command, that one is your private business.
In the Western world, we have private investigators.
That one is up to today we still have in Nigeria, but with the activities,
and they are known. The police know that they are registered.
They collaborate with the police.
Yes, they are registered.
But whatever is the revenue or the benefits, nobody asks them. It's not even mandatory that they should tell the police, look, we are going to give you. No. If you are dealing with them, you can hire a private eye to help you investigate a matter. It is you and that.
In terms of securing VIPs, that's where I'm
you can do that. Any agreement you have, if with that man, the only thing is that if need arise, you can now, for security reasons, you tell the police to check out this person.
Okay.
That's all. Even your private megad and all that. If you want, you can, maybe they take pictures, fingerprints and all that. That's what they can do.
But I also know that some individuals hire private security.
They do up
that are armed.
Yes,
that are armed with pump action.
That means
I think that's the maximum level.
At that point, the police will be involved to give them license for
such.
And you now pay something to the police.
To the police, yes.
And it is within your locality. You cannot hire a private security here.
That will travel with you.
Then the person in Abuja will be collected. No. The private person, the police command here within that jurisdiction, will be the one supervising what is going on there. So whatever they collect, where they will transmit the money to, it doesn't concern you. You have already taken care of them. So they take care of their other organs. That's how it works. But this is I never mentioned though. You don't talk about it until you get to the point.
No, the bigger issue here, the bigger question, this order given by the president, do we see it working?
It can never work because it's a matter of time before they will be doing it surreptitiously underground. But the only way to embarrass them is you take picture. When you see any policeman carrying one big man's bag in a function, because that's where they always use them. Or they are going to any shopping mall or whatever. The next thing is that maybe they'll be wearing mufti, but it will not help matter because their mates will identify them. Thank God for smartphone and social media. So taking their picture and then tagging the president or IGP, that one will not be a problem. But if you get to the IGP, the matter will die. If the president sits and says the IGP, what is going on here? The matter will die. It will not be followed through because the oga that deployed him is going to talk to one other oga who will now tell one other oga, and then by the time the matter gets to the IGP, he's dead because they will tell him that this thing, all these returns is from such activities. What would you say? They have the word.
This thing typically is a Nigerian thing.
Of course.
Because I have been to, even if I have not been to, what we see on TV, you see a certain prime minister, that is working, and he has only one or two details behind him.
On his own. Because of what? There is security.
There's security.
So that's it. That is the ripple effect of this thing we are talking about. If you don't take care of the penny, the pound will not take care of itself. If Nigeria is well secured, like in the 70s, Mr. Okoro, I wish that those days can come back. In Surulere, where I grew up, Mr. Okoro, in fact, I will stroll from my house to our house to Surulere, Super Cinema. After the event, I will stroll back with my friends by 12.
12 a.m.
12! By the time we do waiting with Sabi. We are just frolicking, you know. In fact, whoever did this into Nigeria, that person
it's quite unfortunate.
You can still stroll if you want to stroll at all.
You say what? By 12, really?
What barrister said. Now, I remember going to secondary school, you know, what my father did was that time, because I had to move from my village, you know, to the city. So he just took me, you know, for the first time. When submitted me to school with the prospectus, we checked everything and he went back. When school closed, I simply walked across the main road, entered a taxi to the motor park, entered to my village, and all through the 5 years I stayed in that school, that was what it is. He never took me back to school again. But I can't imagine my 11-year-old son now leaving him to travel from that village to the city unaccompanied. And it is like that with a lot of people, because you have cases of children you have been, you know, you are missing on account of the fact that, look, their parents let them just go. And that, a mother in Ikorodu complained. I sent 2 of my kids to go get ATM.
I think at that time we had Bomo. That was what they were called there, but it wasn't as rampant.
It was
now it's everywhere.
It wasn't as rampant.
A woman in Ikorodu said, I sent 2 of my kids, 16, 18, to go get money for me from the ATM. And that was the last those kids were seeing.
Yeah?
I'm telling you.
2 of your what?
Kids. Not me. A woman in Ikorodu.
Okay.
And that was the last.
Of course, they're always all over the street corner watching out for lonely children and all that. It's everywhere. Because they see those kids are like, money, you know. When you see lonely children walking about before you know it, one phone call will connect the other person, and the other person will say, there is something here. Before you know it, a car will come and they will zoom off. Unless this thing affects you, you won't know how bad it is. I'm not joking. You won't know how bad it is.
Indeed. Well, let's touch on our outside station, our outstations. We have Frank Ehiosun. Frank, I hope we can speak to you now. It was really difficult getting your audio earlier.
You couldn't hear me. That was the challenge. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. We're talking about this headline. We're talking about this headline from the Punch newspaper. The headline reads, Mass Abduction Crisis. Tinubu pulls 100,000 policemen from VIPs. And then the riders, in case you need the riders also. President meets service chiefs. VHQ reviews operation. 50 Niger pupils, 38 Kwara churchgoers freed.
I was quite elated. I listened to the respected barrister when he detailed some issues that are as real as the air we breathe in, even if the system tends to deny it, like it doesn't exist. It's unfortunate that it is what it is. I thank God for your co-anchor who made reference to a lady who affirmed that her kids, who were already teenagers, in fact, one of them was 18, like I said. Because it's not just those that are 11 years old that you escort. These days, even people that are up to 20 or more than 20, parents may have to ensure that there's further follow to ensure their safety. Even in city centers, you can't quite guarantee safety. And all these things are simply offshoots of the failure of the system. And it's growing in momentum. It's getting worse, unfortunately. There isn't any clear attempt to change the narrative. What the president said just now as per the directive, I hope it will be different this time around, because the president, so in my opinion, I think he appears determined and he's daring. So I hope that tendency can be extended for the good of all Nigerians. Because right from Obasanjo's time, Yar'Adua's time, OBJ's time, not once, not 5 times, not 7 times have these directives been given. But they never see the light of day in reality. Because like the lady barrister said, it's a system by which the police in a sense gets returns. Either payments for service rendered because what they get as pay from the government is not due. So this system is sustained. On that note, how many times did the former AGP being directed? How many times was the directed given under the Buhari? How many times did they give similar directive under Jonathan? So I just hope that this president would have a difference in terms of the impact of this directive. It's very unfortunate. But all these things be done because there is a malice in the system that is left unchecked. You see, government is a superstructure that should pretend over every other sphere of society. And government, with all intent and purpose, does not want to ensure transparency. I don't know what they are afraid of. Because we have a country where people can have wealth without any trace of its source. As far as that culture is sustained, go and bring US Army. They cannot secure these states. That is the truth. Because people resort to all means to get money, all because you can get wealth without trace. And the government promotes it or incentivizes it. All because politicians want to sustain their livelihood and wealth that they can live with without any tax receipt to back it up. So not until the system is structured holistically to ensure that from top to bottom, there's an organogram that ensures accountability. Instability will continue in leaps and bounds, and all the other lapses in society will continue to expand. That is the truth. So government must ensure that things are rigid. For Christ's sake, I was driving last night. I was going to my own house, and I was afraid to drive into my compound because I saw two SUVs in a hospital right before my house as in parked, and they don't have number plates. I have to be circumspect for some time before I could drive into my own house. And Nigeria is the only country where you drive on the road, you find vehicles that don't have number plates. You can't find that in Togo. You can't find that in the Republic. There's so much lawlessness. And all this breaks down to the fact that government allows things to go because they think a few of them benefit from it, not knowing that such land that is left open leads to doom for the nation at large. That is the truth.
Well, indeed. Indeed. It reminds me of in my estate one day, I parked somewhere. I went to a bar in the estate and then I just went into the car to make a call. So I was parked in front of someone's gate. I noticed when the person drove in, he saw my car, saw me in the car, and then he had to drive past me.
To make sure
I was, I noticed the way he was staring at me. He drove past me, got to the end of the street. I was looking at him from my rear view mirror. Called his security guard. His security guard came out, walked past my car, looked at me.
And your car is
black and tinted.
Yes, suspect.
He walked past my car, looked at me. I greeted him. He now went, opened the gate, and I saw him beckoning on the guy to come. The man now drove and entered his compound, and I was just laughing. But probably he has something to hide.
No, not
no. He might
security conscious.
People have been kidnapped
you park in front of my house, and you're saying
people have been kidnapped in front of their gate. The moment you suspect, in Aba, at a point, if you were driving this old Mercedes V-boot, you were a target. It got to that point during the era of Osisi Kanko.
Yeah.
If the old V-boot,
yes.
If you had it, you were suspect because it got to a point where they were kidnapping every and everybody. So if you come and park in front of somebody's gate with your kind of car, black and tinted, you are suspect now. Why would of course, if I were him, I would drive past and make inquiries first.
My goodness.
And so Nigerians are, it's palpable. You can feel it. The sense of insecurity, it's everywhere. If you walk the streets, just go around. Just pretend now as if you are missing your way. Please, excuse me. They look at you. Yes, they'll point straight. They don't even
walk
stop.
on.
They walk on. Yeah. They don't even stop to say.
But do you know why this thing will not work? I can bet my last kobo. This law or this order.
No, Barrister, you don't need to bet anything. We know it will work.
Well, we have let's bring
because that's where the money is coming from. The oil companies.
All right, let's bring Chijoke Woye, who is talking to us from diaspora. And we also have Elder Lakia Christian. We'll go to you very shortly. Chijoke, yeah. Talk to us.
Good morning.
We're talking insecurity. The
Yeah.
president has ordered 100,000 policemen withdrawn from VIPs. Tell us, in comparison to where you are.
Our IGP, he had to come out to the public to tell us that out of 300 and something policemen we have, 100 policemen is being allocated to private citizens, or should I say rich citizens. He should be ashamed that he's coming out to say this. Like, he's telling us that this is the reason why insecurity has been increasing. The police that we are supposed to be protecting the life, like all these things, all these bandit attacks that is happening in the north, that the military are fighting. It's not the military job. The military is to protect us from external attack, not internal. It's supposed to be the police job. But instead of the police doing their job, they are being allocated for private income, for I don't know who they are making the money for. So this should tell you why the insecurity in Nigeria will not stop anytime soon. Because the insecurity in Nigeria is a business. It's business for some certain people. People are making money from it. And I don't know, I've not seen anybody who is making money from something and is willing to give it up like that. So even the policemen too are making money from the insecurity, because there's insecurity. Now, some people who has money, we need security, we need personal security for themselves. And who are those personal security? The same policemen that are meant to protect lives. You see, since when you look at Nigerians and how Nigerian is being run, you'll be like it's so complicated. You don't even know where to place your mind or where to place your thoughts up. These things there, it's just camouflage. They just come out to tell you what you want to hear. Oh, we have withdrawn 100 and something police. Where is the evidence? Where is the proof to show that these policemen are actually being withdrawn? And okay, you've withdrawn them. Where are they? Where did you post them to? So whether you like it or not, it's a joke. It's funny. They are just cashing crews with us, telling us what. Just wait and see again. The social media is there. It's not like it's hidden. So tomorrow you will still see the big men, the private billionaires. You still see them walking around with the same policemen that allegedly that they told us that they withdraw. So it's, to me, it's just like they've seen the tension, the tension in the land. They've seen how people are reacting to the insecurity. So it's just one of their game, to reduce the tension, to tell people, oh, we actually care. The fact that the IGP should allow the case or the insecurity matter to reach to this level before he will think of withdrawing these police people, to tell you how unserious these people are in fighting the insecurity. It wasn't supposed to even get to this level. We should ask ourselves the question: what are policemen who are being paid with taxpayers' money? When I mean taxpayers' money, I mean my money, your money, everyone's money. Why is this policeman being paid to protect me, my family, you, your family? Why are they being located to protect some particular people? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. Here in Canada, even the president or even the prime minister or the mayor or anything doesn't move around with police. They have their own private security. If you need private security, you pay. Police is a natural thing. It's a natural thing for everybody. Not for there is no reason at all for policemen to be following private. There is no reason at all. So for him to be coming out, is he telling us for us to clap for him? No.
Talking about moving around. Thank you very much, Chijoke. Talking about moving around. I don't know if you saw the video where Governor Bago of Niger State was driving in his convoy into his community, and they were throwing stones at the convoy. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't see.
Oh,
Recently.
yes. First, the environment looked very bad.
Into
obviously,
his own community.
His own community. The dust, obviously, the roads are not tarred. There are no drainages there. The people there weren't looking. They didn't look like people who had anything doing really.
Or who had their son as governor.
Exactly. And then he was being stoned.
Pelted with stones and all of that.
Similar to
his convoy was
similar to Ebing Bawa sometime.
Yes, that was 2023 December. Oh well. Some more headlines here.
They being Bawa, did they throw stones?
No, they didn't throw stones. They were yelling. They were speaking.
The thing is that these people in government, they don't want you to be happy. They feel when you are too happy and too relaxed or too comfortable, you will challenge them. So they put you in a difficult position so that you don't have time to challenge them. And that is one of the 48 laws of power. That is it.
You see, when people put aside this book, the 48 laws of power, in the place they wrote the 48 laws of power, the people use this power to do good for their people. But we use our own in the negative.
They wrote it for you. They know what they are going to do with it.
Because I don't understand all of this.
They wrote it for you. Yes.
See, I don't buy the idea that, look, that the politicians, when they get into government, what is it in government? What is it in service that changes them? Because you see someone who is out there, outside here, he's sympathetic to the cause of the people. He's sympathetic. He understands that, look, people need water, people need schools, people need good roads. But the moment they get into government, everything changes. Why? Why is that?
And it's not as if the money is not there.
The money is there.
Instead of using that money to develop your community and give you better life, they go and dump it somewhere.
So why? Why is that?
When we say something is going on here,
Frank,
we're by a cause.
Frank wants to say something. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I heard just in reference to what your contour was asking. Why conditions, why they are this, or why they do this or do that. I've said it before on this platform. It is the system that we run. We run a political system where the modality by which people emerge in leadership, even an angel should be participating in the process. When he emerges, he may opt to be a demon to survive for some time. We need an overhaul, total overhaul of our system. The issues we are talking about, why am I not excusing them? But for Christ's sake, somebody wants to contest for an office. He will first of all bribe his way through leaders of the party to even get the ticket of his party. It will feel like going through a journey to hell. And it's our system that ensures that that is the case. He will spend his personal resources, borrow money, get money from one sources that our system does not question. He gets into office and spends maybe as much as 5 to 10 billion to be a governor. And yet the salary of a governor for 8 years doesn't even return. For 8 years, the salary of a governor is not enough to maybe say about 150 million. Yet you spend over 10 billion to win one election. When do you expect? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So the system is what it is.
Okay. Frank, I like what you said, because my colleague here, Moses, has always asked that question in other shows. If we have a situation where our politics is heavily monetized, how do you ensure that good people get into government? It's a problem. And when you talk about total overhaul, who is going to do the overhaul? Who is going to do the overhaul? Because you understand sociologically, people in their comfort zone, especially politicians, they don't live. So you must have to do something extraordinary to take them out. And that is why the society is always in constant conflict between the we and the them, the us versus them. It's only when that conflict, spins out of control that we have a change in society. Are we able to embrace that change at this point? If you say nomination form is 20 million naira, which school teacher who, by the way, we understand has lived a good and decent life, has killed all those greed about women, about houses, about cars and all of that, how would that person get a nomination form? First of all, so that his people can vote for him as local government chairman. It doesn't happen. So how do we do that overhaul? That is the critical question, especially when our politics is heavily monetized.
My response to it is very simple. There are those, in the history of the evolution of mankind, change is always a lot easier by those who steer the ship of state. Talking about our leaders. The president is there right now. The president knows the amount of money he spends just even before primaries. I can bet on the fact that just before primaries alone, the money the president spends is in tens of billions. I'm not talking about the main election. Because I can give you an instance. During the primaries in 2023, I have a friend that didn't have money to go. He was a delegate. When he called me, I paid his flight ticket to go to Abuja for the primaries of APC in 2022. By the next day, my friend called me. Guess what he told me? He said, you see, I'm a millionaire right now. Send me your account number. And he sent the money I sent to him for I did to buy ticket, but he sent it with extra money. He told me that they have made more than 20 million in less than 24 hours. And he gave me the breakdown. This candidate said $10,000. The other ones say $10,000. This one, in fact, he said he missed some opportunities. If not, in one day, he would have made more than 40 million naira. I'm talking about just primaries. So just the president alone, only for primaries, because my friend told me he got from that angle. So I'm telling you that this system will not change except those on top take the lead. But there's another way change can come. Change can come from this kind of discussion we are having, where pressure now mounts from the populace. But unfortunately, most of the time when change comes from the bottom, the price may be too expensive for the state to survive it. So the president is there right now. He knows what he went through to become president. He knows that other governors and people do go through the same route. That is why corruption right now. Nigerian government cannot fight corruption because corruption is the pillar on which governance stands in Nigeria. We cannot lie to ourselves. So they attempt to look at it of facing the three blows. Because how do you recoup the money you spend to get into office if you don't adopt corruption as a mechanism? We are complaining about the Calabar East-West Road. How can they not issue that road without going through a procurement process? They must do it because you have spent billions, possibly hundreds of billions. Your salary cannot recoup that money. You have to get it back from the system. And you don't just get it back, you get it in multiples. See, the danger Nigeria faces is one, with all kinds of emphasis. We've heard about Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law gained popularity a little after the Second World War. But, from the Air Force, US Air Force that was called the Murphy. Now, what is the highlight of that law? It is the fact that anything that can go bad will certainly go bad. Unfortunately, Nigeria as it is, the system of policy we practice is one that has ensured that we are on a free fall. A few people benefit from it. But these politicians that we're talking about, that we say they don't change, it's because they don't see beyond the short and medium term. Because in the long term, even them and they and their children, they are victims. Everybody is a victim of this Nigerian system. It's just a matter of time. So it is better the system is corrected, things take the appropriate shape, and things would be appropriate for the future generation. And it's very simple. It is easier to obey the law than to contravene it. It is easier to set up a system where there is rule of law. After the Second World War, when the US led the world to institute what they call rule-based order, in the history of in recorded history of mankind, the past century has been the most peaceful. The 18th century, 19th century, 15th century, 17th century were all conflicts ridden. But because of that principle that was adopted, rule-based order, since after the Second World War, there have been less conflicts in the whole of the world, much less than what we saw from time immemorial till date. And the same that applies to nation states. If the government would adopt this fundamental, that for any nation to work, it has to be anchored on specific discipline. The discipline of rule-based order, rule of law. Apart from that, we are just counting chickens that have not been hatched. And there is nothing that will make Nigeria get better if we rather get worse, in line with Murphy's Law. Hello, everyone.
All right, then. Well, we have Elder Lekia Christian. I saw his video pop up on the screen a while back. If you're still with us, do you have a contribution to the conversation so far?
Well, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. It's an open conversation, just so you know. You know, you can chime in at any point in time.
As a gentleman, I don't know how to do but I've been enjoying all of your contributions. And
we should add that to your name. Gentleman Elder Lekia Christian. Go ahead, please.
So, like that of the police, you agree with me that in the 70s, when there is no police station you go to that you won't find a mechanic unit. You won't find a fuel dump. Today, there is no police station in Nigeria where you get the mechanic unit, the tailoring unit, or even the fuel dump. Where even government donate vehicles to them to go for operations, how do they fuel these vehicles? How do they manage their internal problems and challenges? So even at the time, the only time we heard in this country about police equipment fund, not even the police were able to protect their own funds. the almighty father of corruption was able to get into that committee, and the rest are stories you are all aware of. So it's a pathetic thing. Society has created the kind of police system we are finding. And because of the fact that they don't tilt towards the people, when opportunities come for them to become slaves in the hands of their political masters, they fight and struggle to get such opportunity. Because of extra fund, these have made them to devalue their status, particularly in the eyes of the people. And when you find corrupt politicians being protected by the police that was meant to protect the society, the attitude of the society towards the police becomes negative. And the police too, they have nowhere to run to, because you can't run back to the people who ordinarily should be protecting you. You remain a negative symbol, and the essence of your creation as an institution becomes defeated. So it's a bad situation. However, in the face of this obvious need for reforms, I will want to call on the president to be very serious. There is no beginning that is not a beginning. It's better we get it right lately than for us to continue to hold on to the same old tradition. Enough attention needs to be paid to the police. There needs to be proper overhauling of that entire institution. And people should be motivated to get right results. Because there is no pride in becoming a police officer under this kind of arrangement. How can a policeman be reduced to someone who carries bag around for people that sometimes they are even more educated than? You see a police inspector following a nobody simply because you are privileged to be in one position. I don't know how much, I'm not insulting them, but I don't know how much you have been able to interface with most of these political leaders. And I don't know whether you've been able to assess their content, what they are made of. I've worked with several committees in the National Assembly, and I can tell you clearly that these people that get so much are sometimes too low. They don't even deserve the kind of attention they get and the remuneration they get.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Absolutely.
So I feel for the Nigerian police, and for once, they should wake up.
I think it's just everybody trying to scrape, whatever they can get.
Only the people
crumbs, whatever. Just grab as much as they can. Yeah. I've seen a situation whereby.
For me, I want the Nigerian police to be renamed the People's Police of Nigeria, so that they realize that their success and pride will be tied to the people. Call them the People's Police, not the Nigerian Police Force. So that those who are privileged,
the People's Police of Nigeria.
If we struggle to own the police, we can a public dripping initiative to reform the police, own them, recover them from these persons. I'm telling you, we have a whole lot to do. It is possible, and I don't think a journey of 1,000 kilometers, they always say, begins with a mere step.
All right. All right. Let's take another headline before we wrap it up.
Moses. My fear now is that the civil defense is going to take over from police, and the beat goes on. They are going to even be more corrupt than the police. That's the truth. As long as they are going to be acting outside their mandate, corruption will set in.
Civil defense.
Yes, civil defense. They will take over from the police, and some policemen will be grumbling.
And then they will probably have issues.
Of course, they'll be grumbling. Yes, they'll be grumbling. When you send them to bid, they will take it out on the public.
Okay, let's react to these headlines. I'm going to take two of them, so you can pick whichever one you want to react to. Alleged $1 billion Nest Oil debt. First Bank, Access Bank, Zenith Bank, MDs risk imprisonment over disobedience to court order. And then there is a publication in most of the dailies. It's just right there on the cover page of some of the dailies. But I'll take this one from the Punch newspaper. It says, Nest Oil Limited in receivership. Receiver managers press release. Now, the press release is made with respect to the proceedings of the Federal High Court, Lagos, today, November 20th. And then the suit during which the court set aside the earlier granted ex parte orders of October 22, 2025. The general public, particularly the commercial banks and other affected parties, are hereby put on notice that the ruling of the court setting aside the ex parte orders does not affect the receivership of the undersigned over Nest Oil Limited and the entire undertakings, stocks, goodwill, plant and machinery, movable and immovable assets of Nekonde Energy Limited in OML 42. It's quite a long read, but that's one of the stories right there. And then, Barrister, I saw your reaction when I read this headline. Audit uncovers over 61 billion naira payment breaches in NNPCL. Audit uncovers over 61 billion naira payment breaches in NNPCL, and stocks pile up. States pile up 1.06 trillion naira debt despite record allocations.
Not this noise that states are getting more. You can see what is going on. Where is the money they are getting? If they are not borrowing so much, I have told anybody who cares to listen, don't go to bank with anything that's coming from this government. You need to verify it.
Is it the government's fault if they are receiving the monies and they are owing more?
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence that they are receiving this money? What they publish, is it what they are getting? Because I remember Tony.
The states have
I remember Tony Anini telling you that money allocated is not money released. When you hear this humongous amount of money on paper, in reality, how much you get to the states? Have you had that question? Or are you coming to debunk Tinubu government that is lying? Are you the one that come and say it?
But Barrister, let me offer a brief explanation. Some of the external loans, when we hear that Nigeria is indebted to 149 trillion naira, it's not federal government wholesome.
I know.
The states too, because the federal government serves as obligor to some of those
as a guarantor.
As a guarantor, obligor. So what they do is that when these monies are shared, they will deduct at source the money is owed by the state.
By each state, yes.
Before they now send that the remaining balance to the state account.
And that's why your indebtedness will determine how much you get.
Yes. So that is what happens.
So how
does that mean they're not receiving so much? It's that they are probably taking out the ones they are owing.
They are owing.
Now, based on what you just said, which all of us are aware of, how does it imply that states are not getting more money?
So is it the problem of the federal government?
Because
you blew your money up front.
No, you are paying for the one you borrowed, and you are still borrowing more. Didn't you hear how much they said they have accumulated?
Exactly.
1.06 trillion.
No, that means it's a merry-go-round. Yes, as you are borrowing, you are paying.
Let's give others an opportunity to react because we have a limited time now. Frank, let me come to you. Your reaction to that headline?
It's I'm not surprised at the headline. I will expect more of it because it's the path we have chosen as a nation. That's the truth. There's a component of financial analysis that is not really captured in our details. On a normal day, in the First Republic, they used to tax corruption to be say about 10%. But in this Fourth Republic, in fact, this time we are in now, we can't tax corruption 200% because some people will estimate that it's over 300%. So sometimes it will be as much as, for the sake of it, being measured against the budget, it's okay, 60-70%. What that means is that all this money is being earmarked left, right, and center. Most of the time, more than 60 or 70% is lost to the basket of corruption. So the more money is borrowed, unfortunately, or the more money that comes across from different quarters, because the loophole of corruption is not checked, much more is swallowed, while so little is evidence as impact on the people. So that's why I said there will be more of such news. It's just quite a sorry trade. That is the truth.
All right.
See the issue that I was talking about saying that I made reference to the issue of kidnapping or matter of security. I was in a sister station there this morning. And when I was asked the question, I told them that as we are seated in the studio, that the bandits can go and kidnap kids from 60 schools without anything stopping them. I said the bandits know the porosity of the Nigerian system. And they are not taking much advantage of it yet. Oh. Let me shock you. They are not taking much advantage of it yet. If those guys choose to kidnap kids in 100 schools at a time, it will happen very successfully. And government will just come up on a reactionary note again. Oh, we must make sure they are recovered. 30 have been brought back. That is the way government has been functioning for decades. Because government, unfortunately, is seemingly dysfunctional. And that is at variance with the purpose of government. Section 14 sub 2B of the Constitution, as amended 1999. In the same section, that was where it was stated in the 1979 Constitution, that the primary purpose of government is security and welfare of the people. Security did not precede welfare by chance. It's because the world over, the primary purpose of government, before you know that, is the security of the people. And government is not able to secure the people. What government is doing by this action is that government is preaching the gospel of self-defense. And it's a universal right. When self-defense becomes the option of the people, it speaks to the fact that the state has failed woefully. And I hope that that is not prioritized by this government. It is just a show of faith. But right now, as we are talking, bandits can go and operate anywhere on India. Because what we fought in this country, we know very well that it is what it is.
All right then. Unfortunately.
Mostly, please, this NNPC thing. Okay. How many times now? NNPC, how many times have we been looking for our money in that company? How many times? The day Nigerians will hear the full story of NNPC, I am sure some of us will cry because.
Will we ever? Will we ever?
No, a day will come and maybe our children will hear the story. 210 trillion naira is still loading, no, nobody, and you are now telling me.
Barrister, we heard about 12. We heard about a certain $12 billion oil windfall.
What has happened? Babangida,
yes,
up
what
to
has
today.
happened?
So they just tell us. In fact, they should stop telling us because we know that nothing will come out of it. They should stop telling us. That's what I'm saying here. Nothing will come out, and we are looking for money. Oh. They will tax you, and meanwhile the money we have, they have stolen it and shared it, and they will come and tax the poor people. Abi. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is not allowing their people to pay tax. They are using their oil money to make the people happy. Saudi Arabia. I said something has taken over Nigeria. This is not ordinary. Something has taken over Nigeria.
Well, I understand that we've lost connection to Elder Lakia Christian and would have loved to take his response, but we are absolutely out of time. And I must appreciate Elder Lakia Christian for joining this conversation. Also, Frank Ahiosu, thank you very much for your contribution. Chijoke Nwoye joined us from Canada. Thank you very much for your contribution. And Mr. Darlington Agomo, barrister, lawyer, thank you very much as well for your contribution here. Chukwuma Okoro makes a comeback at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. You would like to share what you
Yes,
expect?
Moses, you didn't thank me too because
Thank you very much.
I was also
Thank you very much.
Anyway, I'll return at 6 o'clock with Barrister Darlington Agomo, and we're going to travel around Nigeria to bring you hot political topics. Join us there, and it promises to be quite interesting. 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Bye for now.
There you have it. There you have it. And that's it on the show today. God willing, I'll be back here tomorrow with bright and early with a fresh, hopefully we'll be talking better stories than we talked about today. Hopefully. We would hear that all 260-something girls left would have returned. I'm speaking. Governor of Borno. Pardon?
Naira is now $1 to $1.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Magic. That's called magic.
That's abracadabra. That's some serious abracadabra. Well, thank you very much. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on burning 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
There's no other way to celebrate big personalities on the show. We always like it when he steals the show. That's what Eberiche just did recently. We did see that quality player at a time and a day, but it's just about facts in the Premier League news. And we'll be talking extensively today. But quickly, let's tell you, Guardiola, let's just talk about some of the highlights that we did see during the course of the weekend. Yes, it was a great time. We saw Guardiola also, who have met Eddie Howe 19 times and won 15 times. Also, we did see Haaland. He has scored more goals 3 more times. You could say 3 times better than any of the Newcastle players in that very Magpies team. And I can tell you, 7 years ago was when Newcastle won against Manchester City, and that was Raphael Benitez. But the last time we saw at the weekend, Harvey Barnes stole the show, and it was all about a very big side. But we saw 3 goals, I think 3 goals in 6 minutes at St. James Park, the home of the Magpies. And then that very game will tell you, it's the first time, you could say, Newcastle in the last 35 minutes have gotten the result. So it's a bad one for Newcastle, but I love to share with you 6 consecutive home wins for Newcastle. Eddie Howe is on point, but the one I just told you, first win in Newcastle game, like a derby. They've met City 35 times, and they just won once. So now the record is 36-2, and it works out for me. But quickly, let's talk about one man who we should be celebrating on the very show this day. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We talk about one Eze, Eberiche Eze. A question has been asked there. Who is Eberiche Eze? And if you're asking a question, possibly I feel like I'm the right man to tell you about Eze. Who is Eberiche Eze? On the show, we're doing a lot of top points. And then, I must say, out of 10 games without Gabriel Magalhaes, Arsenal have now won 4 games. Good result yesterday. We did see 2 goals in 5 minutes. This goal was great to see. We saw the one that felt like it was a deflection with Vicario, but it was all about Arsenal. But also in that very game, we saw 11 attempts for Arsenal. They had 3 goals, and then Spurs 1 attempt, first attempt. Richarlison to be made with the error, Palhinha sliding and getting that one right. But the Richarlison goal, people are asking question, how many yards is that record? It's 45.3 yards out. That's the farthest goal we've seen in the Premier League this season. But for Eze, 6 goals for Eze in the last 4 games, good record. And Eze is now the first English player to score a hat-trick for the club side in the North London derby since 1991, 34 years ago. That's the right mathematics. And 97-8 also, we did see first person to score a hat-trick in the North London derby. That's about Eze. So it's a lot to look into on this show today. And for Spurs, Tottenham Hotspur, I'm so sorry if you're a Tottenham Hotspur fan. My friend used to be a fan of Tottenham Hotspur, Mr. Phil. But bad results for the Stadium of Hotspur, the Stadium of Tottenham, the Spurs you want to call them. Spurs have now won in 15 years. They've not won a derby in 15 years in that very side. And then we saw another cracking game in the Spanish La Liga, but we'll talk about it later on. But for North London derby, 8 defeats in the last 10, North London derby for Tottenham. So not winning at the Emirates, you could say Highbury of the stadium works. And then Eze. Very soon we'll talk about Eze. We'll show you this picture and a clip about Eze. He's just been amazing to talk about. He is now the first English player, or first Arsenal player rather, to score a hat-trick in the North London derby in 50 years. You have on your screen. They stole the show. No pressure. Arsenal keeping the Premier League Cup alive after the Spurs win. And Arsenal biggest derby is scoreline in 13 years rather in the North London derby. And Eze, why we should be celebrating Eze? Look at what he said on the screen. You see, I prayed for a hat-trick and I got it. I'm so grateful in God. This is faith. You could have been playing for Tottenham, that's what we're saying. But right now, he stole the show against Thomas Frank. And moving on, Eze now the 4th player to score a hat-trick for Arsenal in the North London derby. And then since 1978, we already told you, Englishman Eze is the 1st player to score a hat-trick in that very phase. Now, I have a man with me, not just my man on the show. That's the question. Who is Eze? Like a talk point of the show today, Thomas Frank actually asked this question. We know his dream move. Eze wants to be a player that just want to own this game, get to the highest level, and that's what he's doing at this point in time. But with me on the show today, to talk all of this through, I don't like to use the word I have a guest. No, he's not a guest. This is my brother. Yeah, maybe sometimes you have to look. Maybe I take off my glasses, then you could see. Some say it's like a photocopy, I don't know, but my brother's on the show today with me, so I don't know, it's not a guest. We slept on the same bed, so my brother is here with me. So we talk through. JC, great to have you on the show. It's not about where you're coming from, but it's about you now. How are you doing? Very well.
I'm fine. Thank you, Kizike, for having me in the program today.
Yeah.
I see you're doing good, and
yeah.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, for a man like Eze, who stole the show, you shouldn't be sounding low. Like you, Eze did something right, so you should be sounding very energetic. Yeah, but let's talk about Eze quickly now. Released at the age of 13. That's the story. A fan of Arsenal, he was almost making a move, to Tottenham Hotspur, but I would like you to tell us a bit about Eze, his transfer. You played the game, you're still in the game. So what about Eze? How is this? What could be going on in his head at this moment now?
I think he's going to be very happy because, of course, it's a very, very important game in his life.
Yeah.
Tottenham was a club that he was supposed to sign for, and he actually moved to Arsenal. And then you can see Thomas Frank asking who is Eze when they asked him, okay, you're going to play against Eze. What do you think? Is he going to pose a threat to you? And he said, who is Eze? I mean, that's the best response a player can give by scoring a hat-trick, you know, proving Thomas Frank wrong.
So for a player who was released at the age of 13 and still made a move to Arsenal, was it a dream game for Eze? Like we've seen a lot of players, like 4 players already who have gotten hat-trick at that North London derby, and Eze the first in 50 years. This is a record. Not even the Arsenal invisible side did it. Not even Thierry Henry, no disrespect. But what is it that Eze did? I mean, he talked about his gameplay and how he chose the second goal, and he said, I practice all of the time. And all of the time he said, God, God, God. So Eze yesterday, how was the plan for an Eze man to get the result?
There's something I want to bring to your notice. When Mourinho was coaching, was the coach of Real Madrid, he said something, said he's been at Barcelona, and one of the things they teach them there is that even if you don't do well in the season, make sure you beat Real Madrid.
Right.
Now, Eze is an Arsenal player. He came from the academy.
Yeah.
He was released when he was 13, but he wasn't happy.
Yeah.
He wanted to remain, but they said, okay, hey, you have to go. You're not good enough at this moment. And so he knew the importance of beating Tottenham. You know, so he was prepared. And Tottenham was also a team in his historical books that almost signed him.
Right.
So if, okay, I didn't go to Tottenham, I have to prove that, yes, I made the right decision by playing for, by signing for Arsenal, and then knowing the history between Arsenal and Tottenham in the North,
rivalry.
Yeah, the rivalry. Sorry, in the North London derby, he took it personal. He played. What's one thing I like about him is he doesn't stress himself.
Yeah.
He plays to his own gallery. He's happy. He doesn't want to put himself in tension. Not minding the money. The prize he was signed for. He's just taking it. He's not even concerned about the national team.
Right.
Yeah. Whenever he scored in the last game, the national team. Whenever they call upon him,
he gives you the result.
Yeah, he delivers.
But Arsenal now being on top of the log, people before the international break, we did see Arsenal drop point against Sunderland, robbery with a goal, and that was heartbreaking. And everybody felt like City is chasing, and City at the weekend messed up. That's the word against Eddie Howe. The question is, how did that goal count? But is the talk for tomorrow. But let's talk about Arsenal chase. Those who are on Arsenal radar, Chelsea's quite close, and next week will be a very big top 2 games, like first and second. And City also chasing. Who would you say? What team would you put out to say this side are the really contending side to Arsenal? The chase, the pressure, because right now Arsenal play without pressure.
I wouldn't say Arsenal play without pressure because this is the Premier League we're talking about, the most competitive league in the world. So you wouldn't say Arsenal is playing without the difference.
No, I feel like the mentality is what I mean. They
I understand. There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a difference from this in this team from last season.
Right.
Yes, because I think Arteta built a squad depth that he can count on. So it's working for him.
Right.
And the way I'm saying it is going to last. Yeah, it's going to last because they've played without a lot of players and they are still doing wonders. So coming to your question, I think Chelsea being in the second position is also a big threat. Chelsea is not a small team.
Pushover.
It's not a small club. Man City, 7 points difference. It's not big enough to say or to conclude that yes, we're already there. Liverpool, before the second round, for the second half of the season, if they pick up, they're also going to be threats to the first position.
So we have 12 games played already. So we can't just give it to Arsenal to say, yes, Arsenal are on top now. We can't say that.
There's 8 games to be played. 12 is not even up to half.
It's not up to half.
So it's too early to decide.
You don't want to put Arsenal out there and say, yes, they are the side, the favorite to win this. They've been quite close a couple of years, couple of seasons. And people begin to say, yes, Arsenal, this is your time.
Yes, I believe so because Arteta has been close to clinching the trophy for like 3 years now. It's as if they have a history with coming close to the title and then losing it.
Yeah.
So no one in his right memory will want to do that again. And I think that's why he has built a squad. He spends money.
Yeah.
He tried to make sure he has double in every position.
Right.
And then you see the fights in these guys. I don't know what it tells them, but I know a coach is very integral to the success of a team.
Right.
So I think Arsenal right now, in my own opinion, in my perspective, the way I'm saying it, I think Arsenal are favourites to win.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the start yesterday. We did see Juven Timber, I think that was Saliba, Hincapi, and also Calafiori. And in the midfield they had Martin Zubimendi, that's a Declan Rice, Ibericha is playing like a number 10, and Saka, Merino. I like to watch Merino play, and Trossard. These guys were great to watch yesterday. But Hincapi, Megales, a lot of people would have questioned Arteta's. He showed us a lot of quality yesterday, and even his changes, we saw Easy still on the game, and unlike the other time,
Very
just
surprising,
takes him off. Now, Hincapi getting the start yesterday, and everyone would have felt it's a Mosquera, who knows, from Valencia, or Saliba swapping it the other way. And what is it about Arteta and his signing? He feels like a coach that knows what he wants for himself.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw a lot of comments, analysis from experts. Yeah, experts that were saying Mosquera. But to me, I knew it was going to be Hincapi.
No, you know.
Because that was the direct signing. He was a backup signing for Gabriel Magalhaes. So playing Mosquera in that position, he doesn't give balance to the defense. You know, most teams right now want to play a left-sided player in that position, the left part of the defense. So signing Hincapi, Arteta said something. He said his experience, because they asked him, I think it was David Seaman, asked him the question. He said yes, that he believes in Hincapi. He's an experienced player, playing regularly in the Ecuador national team, and then he won the Bundesliga with Bayer Leverkusen as a regular.
Right.
Yeah, that's one of the top flight leagues in the world. So why would he not deliver? And then playing Mosquera in that part would have been okay because he has already played some games.
Right.
But I think Hincapi was the right decision, and Arteta followed that.
Okay, so Martin Odegaard, players missed out yesterday. We did see a couple of key players out there. There was no Victor Gyökeres, there was no Martin Odegaard. Looking at Arsenal and the way they've been this season, what would you say? What was the word? Like just the word. The difference between this Arsenal set of players, this depth, I know is crazy. And to talk about that of last season. And also, if Arteta happens to lose this time around, 5 years, no Premier League trophy.
That would be bad.
Should we be thinking about maybe let him go, the board, let Arteta go? He's done enough for the club.
That would be bad if he doesn't win a major trophy. I don't think if he loses the Premier League and wins the Champions League, they'll ask him out. But it's going to be bad because of the money or the amount they've spent, invested so much this season. I think Arsenal would win a trophy this season.
You think?
I'm very sure.
It doesn't sound. You're certain about
I'm sure. No, the thing is, Arsenal has a lot of players. The word you're asking me, I think, is belief.
Right.
These guys believe in themselves as much as the way Barcelona played in 2010.
Right.
They believe so much in a tight space. They give and they're confident that this guy will deliver. They don't even look at Leandro Trossard. He's looking like a pushover, and nobody talks about him much. But when it's tight, he's the one who delivers.
Yeah.
You know. So I think Arsenal, nobody there is underestimated amongst themselves, and they all believe in each other. So that oneness is key to winning a major trophy.
Okay, so that oneness is key. That's what big players do. That's what big team does. You just have to find a way around the results. Just scramble it out. Just bring it on. Just get the result. Any way it works. And that's what Arsenal are really doing at this point in time. You might be like the Premier League is quite open. Yes, you will be right to say so. It's still very much open. Arsenal looking to be the favourite. But a lot of teams are also chasing this one. City is a team that you don't want to see chase you. When the City is coming, then you know very big side is coming. The Giant Rangers is back now. We've seen Joko this season, looking at the stars and the players, and Mamouche is back as well. And you look at Haaland, it's crazy. He wants to make a 100 goal. And goodness me, he didn't get it against Newcastle, just how he works in the game. But you look at Liverpool, a side who have been on top of the log for a while. They won the Premier League, and the Schlots getting the results for the first time in the Premier League and the start of the show. I think he has an Heitinga, assistant then, so it's a different man at this point. But look at Liverpool. Let's talk about Liverpool briefly before we move on. What is really going on? What has gone wrong with Liverpool this season?
I think it's one of those things that happens in football. It's at each team in the Premier League, most times they face this kind of times, you know.
Right.
So I think he just has to take it easy and then allow it flow. He has the backing of the board. He has to think, and then another thing I have to talk about is the way he threw the new players into the starting 11.
Right.
I think that was so quick, knowing fully well that these some old players who won the league last season are still present. This guy has to see, okay, they have to follow the tradition of the team. Talking about Milos Kerkesh,
right.
He hasn't picked, but he's playing every day. And whenever you see the difference is clear whenever you put in Robertson.
Right.
You see that Robertson is doing more, even with little minutes given to him. So I think Milos Kerkesh has to sit, watch Robertson before the mid-season. He's going to pick up and then, go ahead.
Yeah, so I hold you on the part where because you're playing the game, you're a footballer, and you know how this works possibly more than I do. I'm just here on the media and I'm talking to the TV screen, right? Now, let's look into the part where they got Isaac.
Okay.
And we saw a couple of games. Hugo Ekitike was amazing to watch, and the result against Crystal Palace, the FA Cup, even though they didn't win it, was about the Selhurst people, the Eagles getting that result. But Isaac, was he really needed?
Of course, Isaac used to be the hottest striker in the Premier League, close to Haaland.
Right.
And so he would have been a plus to any team. And I'll bet you, Kizike, that you thought Isaac was going to be a good signing to any team.
I'm not saying
any club in the Premier League, he's going to do well. But he hasn't picked, and that's a major concern. And then Hugo Ekitike, who we underestimate to play second fiddle to him in that position, is the one delivering. At the moment, I think, okay, you asked the question. Yes, Liverpool wanted Isaac. And I think it was an important signing for them, even though it has not clicked.
So like I rather said, we know those things. We know Isaac is very deadly. Anytime he gets the space, anytime he comes alive, Liverpool will be very formidable.
True.
But I'm looking at a team that is capable of getting the results, and I'm looking at Ekitike, because you played the game, so you'll see from a different perspective. And a lot of managers, or not a lot of managers anyways, but few managers, or some managers rather, would prefer to do the Ekitike thing since or hence we've seen him play and adapting so quick from entering for the Germany and coming to the Premier League to own the game. And someone will say the money is big. Why do we want to still spend much on Isaac?
It was already a done deal between Liverpool and Newcastle.
But if they had turned it down, what would have happened?
They would have continued playing, using Chiesa as a second striker.
Right.
Or maybe they wouldn't allow Luis Diaz to leave, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But then they were confident they were going to sign Isaac. And they went for Ekitike in case that deal does not go through. So it was already something they decided on, and they are Liverpool. They know why they went for Isaac. But trust me, Isaac is going to do well.
We just believe in Isaac will do well. That's the word everyone says. Alexander Isaac will do well. But quickly, let's jump onto the next phase and talk about the 2026 World Cup. It's no longer news that the Super Eagles of Nigeria are not in contention for this very one. And at this point in time, I told you, and I'll keep saying it, I feel like a Congolese man. Call me Kizike Mbuku. I'll take it from now to December. That works for me. I like the Congolese, the Bakambo, the Mashwako, the Wan-Bissaka. I say it all of the time, be it here, be it away from here. I love what they did. And Sebastian has done well for his team. But let's talk about a team, not Nigeria, that is ready to contest. A team that is ready to contain teams. A team that knows what a World Cup looks like. A team that's got a high mentality. I'm talking about another team, but the British, the Three Lions, Gary Southgate from my side. Now Thomas Tuchel. Now there's been this news going on, everybody can see. It's literally been all about Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham. We've been talking about if both guys or both players can play in the national team together. And if you look at Foden, he's come alive. Kopama for now is he'll be back into the World Cup, sure, if he's fit. But Foden, Bellingham, Foden plays for Manchester City, while Jude Bellingham also plays for Real Madrid. So big club sides, but Real Madrid, in the world of football, how much they've come in the Champions League. Now, JC, I tell you, the question has been, who gets to start ahead of each other? Some are saying they should start together. Some are saying no. It won't be wrong to see a Bellingham. He's still a kid, some like to call. Coming from the bench and Foden starts. Some are saying no, they can play together. So a lot of words are ongoing at this point in time. It's like a big banter. And the coach is German. He might be furious. What would you say Thomas Tuchel should do concerning this scenario?
Okay, about them playing together, it's very, very possible. Foden playing from the right side of the midfield and Bellingham from the left side of the midfield. Or if he wants to play Foden as the major behind striker midfielder, I think Bellingham can sit deep and play as a central midfielder, pairing with Rice there in the defensive midfield. Right. Yeah, but these talks about racism coming into the team, yes, I think it's very, very possible because that is England, and the way English media handles matters like this is very, very important. But I don't think Bellingham should be affected by it. He's a big player, plays in the biggest team in the world. He's delivering back-to-back. You saw what he did yesterday, was integral to the both goals. Yeah, helping Real Madrid secure that draw. So I think it's very possible for them to play together and play very well. And I'm not ruling out Palmer. I'm
definitely.
not ruling out Palmer because
we know.
Foden should be under pressure because Palmer plays from the side of the midfield where he plays.
Yeah.
So and Palmer looks like someone who would not drop whenever he comes back. So he should be more concerned about Palmer and not Jude Bellingham.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying more, I think because of Jude Bellingham can play at the central role in the midfield, at the box-to-box.
That was what he played in Borussia Dortmund.
Yeah, we know. That's the best of Jude Bellingham.
That's the best. But he started scoring goals, and then we see him in that light.
That's answer.
Yes, we see him in that light. That we always want him to score. But Bellingham is very good playing as a holding midfielder, as a central midfielder. He's strong. He passes very well. He goes aerially. He's just a complete midfielder.
And he's got presence as well.
He's got
But if you have a Palmer, and then you're having a Foden on 100% record, both players fit, and you happen to be the coach of the Three Lions, who will you put in starting?
And there's Jude Bellingham also.
Yeah, let's just keep Bellingham off the contention because, like you rather said, let's keep Bellingham just the other way and have those two, Palmer, Foden. Who do you get to start?
I'll give...
and why?
I'll give Palmer the start. Palmer is more creative. Palmer presence alone in the team is like you've got a half goal. You know, he's that person that delivers when you want him the more. He scores and then he assists. But the truth is that it's too early.
But you know, Foden is very dangerous as well.
He's got work rates than Palmer, no doubt. But you know, when England is playing against a lesser team, England will definitely win the possession. So it's not going to be that much concern about work rate. So we just need who's going to give Kane the ball, and in case Kane does not deliver, who's going to score.
Okay, so yes, who's going to score? The World Cup is very big. We've seen a lot of teams. I can't wait to see some teams play Uzbekistan, Jordan, and the World Cup. And it's that crazy that we talk about the Super Eagles. They are not part of this one. The format is just top notch. For the 8 format, and they used to be 32 at that point, but now for the 8 and still. There's no way for people like Victor Osimhen and Lookman. So we're not talking about the Super Eagles anyway today. No NFF talk on this show today because we shouldn't be talking about them at this point in time. Till those federations, those people, I use the word those people in quote, NFF put things right, and maybe we could just bring them on the show. But still on the World Cup news, before we get to Ronaldo's saga, I like to say this. You heard the news about Neymar being part of the Brazil team.
Yeah.
How good would this be for Ancelotti? You know, if Neymar comes to the team, how do they play? Vini, Neymar, I don't know.
Ancelotti is a very experienced coach. From his days in Juventus, AC Milan, he has handled a lot of stars, big players. And I think he's the one who we've given credit to. Right. Is handling big players, the likes of Zinedine Zidane, Juventus, Del Piero, Inzaghi, AC Milan, Seedorf, Ronaldo, a lot of them. So it's not going to be an issue organizing these guys. The problem is, how do they play? A lot of flair in the team. Do you understand? Estevao, the youngster is doing very well from that position. And you know, Brazil do not care if you're 16. If you're doing it, the great
you can be the national team.
Pele got to the national team when he was 16, right? The first World Cup, 16 years old. And then the likes of Ronaldinho, they were all young when they got into the national team. So the thing is, just deliver. But for me, I see Neymar playing the number 10 role because he has fighters behind him, Bruno Guimaraes and Casemiro back to the national team since Ancelotti got into the team. So Neymar is going to play with a lot of. He's someone who has confidence. He doesn't fear. So him being in that team is a very big morale booster to the national team.
So let me get your stats for Brazil. I think next up we're talking about Ronaldo. It's a very delicate situation. We should be talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. Just stay with us and go. Let's talk about this one you rightly said. If you have your Brazil, happens to be Ancelotti, on top of the log, I don't know what formation suits the Brazilian side, but I love the fact that the Samba Boys has never gone down the drain 1 to 5 in the world ranking. That's how much they've been. And this team that looks like, when you talk about a team that owns the game, tell me, the upfront for Brazil.
Right now, there are a lot of attacking players in the Brazil national team. With Neymar back, for now they're playing Femi. What's the guy's name? Rodrigo, in that number 10 role.
Right.
Yeah. So, but Neymar will take that role. He played in that position, and then Rodrigo is highly respected in the national team. He might be the one starting from the right side and Vini from the left, and then
Neymar as what, number 10?
Neymar as a number 10, yes.
Oh, okay.
Then the three up front might be João Pedro as a number 9, or Mateus Cunha as a number 9, then Vinicius and Rodrigo.
All right, so while JC, my brother was actually talking about the Ronaldo, the Brazilian team, how it works. Ronaldo de Lima is no more there, but you could have seen flashes about what was going on the screen. Just the directors behind the scene just couldn't wait. The producer as well couldn't wait to flash those, Ronaldo image right. I don't want to say image right, but Ronaldo's image, I don't know. But I have Jesse here to tell us true if that was a mistake or if it was personal. So let's get into it quickly. Now, FIFA World Cup poster omission of Cristiano Ronaldo's face. The question is, was it a mistake? We'll just take our time and look at all of those pictures before and after Ronaldo's image. You can't talk about the world of football right now without talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, this is it. With Ronaldo, without Ronaldo, this is how it goes. Now, you look at this picture. Well, maybe you could just let it be this way. Maybe you could analyze this and tell us what you make. The one without Ronaldo, I don't know how all of these players can be in a poster without the Ronaldo, and you look at the one that has Ronaldo, he's just up there, and Messi is just somewhere holding the trophy, and it's being circled out, you can see. And I just feel like you have a lot to talk about this one, but let's just get it in the flip. Let's just go around this Ronaldo's image and see for ourselves different kind of Ronaldo talk, and then this is it. Ronaldo, that's the face, before and after. After this, then we talk about Balotelli, what he has got to say, and why is that so. So this is Balotelli. So we come back to the studio here and talk this through. JC, Ronaldo, is this a mistake? How would the FIFA, the body that governs the game, bring out a poster of a World Cup 2026, USA, Canada, Mexico, without Cristiano Ronaldo? And if you go now, it's deleted. There's no more there.
Yeah.
Is this a mistake or it's a personal trait? What is going on in FIFA?
I wouldn't say it's personal, but it's a mistake.
Oh, you wouldn't say it's personal?
I wouldn't say it's personal, but it's not a mistake, sorry.
Okay.
It's not a mistake. It was deliberately done.
Okay.
Yes, because that man we're talking about, Cristiano Ronaldo, is a name, the biggest name. Okay, I'll say the co-biggest name in football.
So which is the biggest?
As the core, that is their joints.
Okay,
Say,
cool. Okay.
Yes,
I thought you want to put one as a host.
No, Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. These are both names that are the most popular names in football.
Right.
Yeah, but Cristiano Ronaldo is the most followed person on earth.
The most followed, social media-wise?
Yes, he's the first football billionaire. He's the most marketable player on earth. So what will you call that? It's never a mistake.
Right.
Let's look at the pictures again.
Okay, so let's go. Let's have it on the screen again. So those pictures, so you can see for yourself. It was never a mistake. He said, this is Balotelli saying FIFA doesn't want Cristiano Ronaldo. Period. They haven't for years looked at his history. Before we move on, let's leave this. Okay, he said as well. You think it's normal that an image with 42 years, with 42 teams rather, they leave out the man who changed the game and raised football's level. Seriously? So that's Balotelli. And then he said, he just couldn't hold it. He just couldn't be silent. And if you look at this, Balotelli is a player, a world-class player. He's played the game to a high level. And he's saying that there's no way. Let's even look at it. How do you... Let me even talk about this. Let me not put it to you. Let me even analyze this. Now, if for any reason you're saying you don't know Ronaldo, you cannot say you don't know Ronaldo, or you cannot remember Ronaldo. Like you rightly said, away from here. If you remember Portugal, there's a Bruno Fernandes there.
I was going to say that.
Right.
You have to include a Portuguese player in that for the two faces, and you don't include Cristiano Ronaldo. That's not good. And then you look at the before and after.
Right.
Now you see, because of the criticisms they faced from Ronaldo's fan base, and not just Ronaldo's fan base, everyone who likes football.
Right.
I don't think anybody was in support of that. And now you look at the changes they made. Now, I think the second one was made to hurt him and his fan base. Now, let's look at the after.
The second one?
Yes, the second
was
one.
made to hurt him.
Now, they had to include Cristiano Ronaldo this time around, including Messi with a World Cup in his hand. Do you get what I'm saying, Kizike?
Yeah.
Now, including him with the World Cup in his hand.
Yeah.
Now, you have to... The other poster had 42 different players.
Okay.
But looking at this, we are just seeing Argentina. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, the Colomani miss that Emi Martinez saved was there. Can you see it? Then you look at Montiel's last penalty that gave us Argentina the World Cup. was there also.
Okay, so
now look at Cristiano Ronaldo.
I'll hold you. We go on a quick break. When we get back, we'll show you that very one. So that very, very image of Ronaldo. Just stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Thank you so much.
All right.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Celebration at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
So that's what you have on your screen. So this is just what we are talking about, the Ronaldo saga. And Jesse, you want to go on explaining this? Let's go.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying Emi Martinez save.
Yeah. Emi Martinez save. Okay,
yes.
wait. Are you talking about the first one or the second one?
I'm talking about with Ronaldo.
Okay, with Ronaldo.
First, okay, let's talk about without Ronaldo.
Okay,
now you have 42 faces representing 42 countries, which is very, very nice. That concept is crazy. It's amazing because you have all the best players in each country except Portugal.
Okay.
How does that sound? Without Ronaldo, you talk about Portugal, not just in football. When you mention in Portugal, what comes to your mind is Cristiano Ronaldo.
Right.
So how come you omit such a person from that poster? And now with Ronaldo, because of the criticism they faced, they had to put him, but this time around to hurt his fan base. I think it's very, very intentional. Yeah, because now why would you add El Nesiri? El Nesiri is not even Morocco's best player.
Yeah.
Who is Morocco's best player? Hakimi.
Achraf Hakimi.
The CAF Footballer of the Year. Do you understand? His face is supposed to be there. And then why would you throw Walid Regragui, that is Morocco's coach, to Ronaldo's body, close to where Ronaldo was? That's not good. Then Montiel's penalty, the last penalty he played against France, that gave Argentina the World Cup, is also included, just because they want to promote that statement that yes, Argentina is number one. I'm not against you liking a player ahead of another player, but if you want to do it, you have to do it rightly. And this is a governing body of football, Kizito. Kizike, this is a governing body. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you are not supposed to be partial.
They were partial.
Yeah, they were partial. I think in football you have two current fan bases, big in football, the Messi and the Ronaldo fan bases. So I don't know, but I'll tell you. I mean, football, I'm not supposed to be saying this, but I think it was intentional. Let me just stop.
Okay, it was intentional. But do they owe Ronaldo any apologies, FIFA?
I don't think they owe Ronaldo an apology.
Because he's not made a statement.
Yes, he hasn't made a statement, and he's not supposed to make a statement. It's something that they decided on. The body is bigger than he is. He's just a single man, while they are a body. So I think he should just try to prove them wrong by trying to win the World Cup.
By trying to win the World Cup. Okay, so Balotelli getting involved. He says, all of this he said. How true?
Very true. Yeah, like I said, Cristiano Ronaldo is one of the, in fact, if not the biggest face in football history, you know. So you omitting him from there is very intentional. They don't like him, according to what Balotelli says. He has his reasons. He has seen a lot of times where Ronaldo is being disfavored, you understand? So I think he has his reason. But yes, I agree with him. They don't like him because you don't do this kind of mistake.
Okay, so let's quickly go to the comment section before we should be wrapping up and give you one of the news from the Davis Cup. There's this one out here, Latif Nafiu 1814 on the comment section on YouTube is saying, he put in the LOL, laugh, and he said, if now your brother, you go want make a Birichi complete for Federation where the old players 5 years bonuses and still expect them to play for the badge. So initially, I don't want to change the show that way, but Jason, let's talk about this one. He's saying, Birichi is if he was in Nigeria, or if he had said yes to Super Eagles, or if he is playing for Nigeria, would there have been a change and all of these things?
Of course, yes.
There would have been a change.
There would have been a very massive change because right now we're lacking creativity in the midfield. Yes, Alex Iwobi is a creative midfielder. He's doing his best, but you don't play a player in a position where he doesn't play in his club, where he's used to. You understand? That was one of the issues we had playing Mikel Obi as a number 10 in the Nigerian national team. He was playing as a defensive midfielder in Chelsea, and then he comes, he wears the big number, and then you expect him to deliver. You understand? So I think Eberichi would have made a very big difference playing for the national team. We've got good attackers, and right now we are playing like we are playing two central midfielders with no attacking midfielder.
Okay, so that would have been a difference. But why is the Nigerian Football Federation this way? If that's what they were. Because I don't, initially we don't want to talk about it, but this comment says a lot about the Federation and saying owing players. Is this in any way, did this in any way affect the players for the World Cup miss?
Kizike, don't put me in trouble. I'm an MPFL player. Do not allow them come for me. I think I'll skip that. You'll skip that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave that. And also he said after DR Congo eliminate us from the World Cup qualifiers, I never see you, bro. That's me. He said it was a very bad day at office for Eric Chell. But Eric Chell, keep him. Congo drew Nigeria off, threw us off, and we have the AFCON coming up. So should we continue with Eric Chell?
Do you want to get a new coach?
I'm just asking.
I think we should leave him. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Eric Chell.
Right.
I'm not a fan, but if you look at the points he got compared to Finidi and who was there, Genatura, he's the better one.
Within a short time.
Within a short time. So I think we should keep him. The players are used to him, and I think they should keep him. Yeah.
Okay, so he thinks they should keep Eric Chell. So World Cup favorite for you? No Nigeria. If Nigeria was there, you won't be biased. So World Cup favorite. What team will you go for this one to say yes, this one will win it?
I'm looking at the country that speaks both the same language, Portugal and Brazil.
Why Portugal?
I'm looking at Brazil more because they have a champion in the coach, Carlo Ancelotti, and they have young players, and then the mixture of experienced and young players. And then Portugal, I'm looking at them because of the squad they have, the midfield trio. When Spain won the World Cup, most of them were Barcelona players. Now in PSG, we have Nuno Mendes, we have João Neves, and Vitinha playing together. So it might be a good one for the national team. And then you have one of the most creative players in the world, Bruno Fernandes, playing behind one of the best strikers in the world.
Yeah, what about the world number one? World favorite, Spain?
Well, okay, Spain is not a team to push over, but I don't see them winning it. I think they still have issues, just like Portugal defending, but the attacking players are threats. Then also, I'm not taking out Argentina from the equation because, yes, they have a very good squad, and over the years, they've built that formidable squad around Lionel Messi. And then you have one of the craziest strikers, Julian Alvarez, who is willing to do whatever it takes to win. So their defense is also strong. The midfield good. I think they're also contenders to win the World Cup.
Let's talk about Africa, basically. Morocco happens to be... Are they threats?
Yeah, Morocco...
Number one African side, facility where everything about football, everything sports now is Morocco.
I'm not saying they are not threats, but I don't see them winning it. Yes, but I think they will get to a reasonable stage in the competition.
So, okay, all of the African countries that have made it out to this one, while we wait for Congo, which of them do you see going far?
Morocco. Yeah, Morocco.
What about Senegal?
Yeah, I didn't remember Senegal. Senegal is another team not to push over because they are playing like a united team.
Right.
Yeah, and they are all fighters, doing well in their clubs. Yeah, so I think they are also well. I don't see them getting to the quarterfinals, but I think they will cause a massive problem for big teams, big countries actually.
What about England? You can't write them off as well. They've always had a very bad, anytime, any day, they are contenders.
Yes, England has one of the best squads, but I think merging these players, bringing them together as a team might be a problem Thomas Tuchel will be facing. there as a coach in the national team. The Three Lions are strong. They're very strong. They have one of the best strikers in the world and midfielders that can deliver, you know. So I think they're also contenders, but in my opinion, I see Portugal, Spain, Brazil, Argentina there ahead of them.
Yeah, Portugal. When you keep talking Portugal, remember Ronaldo is 40. We saw his goal yesterday. I understand. Then 4-1 it was result. Yeah, and at 40, a man with that, you know, acrobatic bicycle just overhead kick, Ronaldo. We've seen the stats, and Onacho was quite close. McTominay has got the record. But let's talk about just Ronaldo quickly. Ronaldo winning the World Cup. This is the last time. 6 World Cup appearances, but both players, they are the GOATs. You can say it.
True.
Literally, it's clear. You can just say Ronaldo. You can say Messi. Anyone works for you. Some say in the 20th century, some like to go with Edson, Nascimento, Arantes, Pelé. Some like to say Maradona. I don't know, their opinion. Everyone has to call their GOAT. Who is your GOAT?
I don't have a GOAT. I just know that both of them are at par, the same level.
How are they same level?
I'll tell you, if I am better than you are, Kizike, if I'm better than you are, people would not compare you to me because they know I'm better than you are. But these people have divided fan base.
Right.
Some persons are saying Ronaldo, some persons are saying Messi. Now, Messi has his own qualities where he's better than Ronaldo at. Ronaldo has his own qualities where you prefer him to Messi. So, well, I don't know. I believe in both players. But Messi is more of a creator. He scores goals. Ronaldo too assists, but he's more of a finisher than Lionel Messi.
Okay, so we should have to call it a close here. But 1-1, like Ronaldo, Messi. Why do people see, just in one word, why do people see Ronaldo as their GOAT? Why do people see Messi as their GOAT? I think I have the Messi response. World Cup for now.
Yes, World Cup for now, but Ronaldo because of his goals.
Because of his goals.
Yes.
You can't write that away.
No, you can't.
Will he get to 1,000 goals?
Of course, he's going to get to.
All right, so he gets to 1,000 goals. We need to call it a close on this part. I have to sign JC off the show right now, and then we have to just give you some other news away from football. But what do you do? He's going home. He's going to see mommy, and like he's getting cameras full straight to this face. Like, yes. So thank you so much. I have to, you know, thank you for coming. What you do to people like this, you just give them your glasses, take it home. I'll wear for you, don't worry. Yes, so do this. Oh.
You want to honor me with your glasses?
No, yes, I have to honor. I just have to give it to him then. You're wearing glasses and looking good.
Yeah,
he just go to the camera, say.
Thank you. Thank you for having me once again, PZK. Thank you so much. It was an honor being here with one of the best football analysts we have, not just in Lagos, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. You know, what I see in you is something that I've not seen in lots of football analysts, and I'm so proud to have you as my brother.
Yeah, that's the word. You say it to the social media, it's very big, so proud to have you. Thank you so much. Let's let it go at this point. But we see again, when you return back to the country, that we can talk more. Thank you so much, JC, for keeping the real with me. Yes, so this is where we have to call it, but let's really talk about something else and move quickly. I don't know how I look right now. There's no glasses, but, you know, it's fine. But we talk about what? The glasses is just, no, it's not the real thing. It's the real face that works. Now, let's talk about a lot of other sports news. But quickly, let's go into the very big one that happened. Italy on the story. Italian side, Berrettini, we know the story and how far they've come. Talking about Matteo Berrettini and also Flavio Cobolli guided Italy to a historic win. That's the very one you have on your screen in the Davis Cup, and that's the third consecutive Davis Cup title on Sunday when they earned victories in front of a raucous crowd in Bologna against Spain. In the opening match of the tie, Berrettini produced a flawless display to down Spaniard Pablo Carreño Balta 6-3, 6-4 and give his country the perfect start. Cobolli then recovered from dropping 7 of the first 8 games in his first match against Gianmamona to earn a 1-6, 7-6, 7-5 lead and sending the Italian side to that very result. So I must say congratulations, you have past 20 winners on your screen. But wrapping up on the show, this is where we call it Navy Lagos, government push stronger support for military widows at charity golf tournament. That's for the World of Golf headlines. Please go check them out. And also moving on, in the world of Formula 1, Norris and Piastri disqualified from Las Vegas Grand Prix. It's called the GP as McLaren final post-race inspection. And then wrapping up in the NBA, which many call basketball, we have former Bucks big man hints at NBA return at 2 years away. And then lastly, the big one coming up, don't miss it if you know the boxing world. A big promoter at the hand has said a word that please, I beg you, don't see the Jake Paul social media favorite and then Anthony Joshua's fight as a scripted one. It's not a script. Yes, this is where we have to go. Yes, the show continues again tomorrow. Afiz Ogubanja will be here to take you through on that very phase. But this time around, feeling very great to have my brother on the show. This moment doesn't come every day, and You just have to acknowledge it. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Keep watching VOP TV in abbreviation word, Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. And I'd like to say, have yourself a wonderful afternoon. It's still morning. Good morning. But also, don't forget the media news is coming up next, and that'll be 12 right here. Stay with us. Thank you so much.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you.
VOP will always have it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. First, the headlines. U.S. condemns Niger Kebbi school abductions.
Bauchi closes schools over security concerns.
5 policemen killed in Bauchi bandit shootout.
Katsina police boost school security.
Obi warns of troubling times in Nigeria.
Kano's family rejects court ruling.
And in business, man warns ban on sachet drinks, threatens 1.9 trillion naira local investments.
In sports, the Tigers unveil squad for 2027 FIBA World Cup qualifiers.
And in the world of entertainment, Netflix's The Herd sparks controversy over portrayal of Fulani headers.
Now the news in details. The United States has condemned the abduction of students and teachers in Niger State, as well as the earlier kidnapping of schoolgirls in Kebbi. In a statement on its X handle, the State Department's Bureau of African Affairs called the attacks unacceptable and urged the federal government to bring the perpetrators to justice. It also urged authorities to strengthen security and protect vulnerable communities, including Christian populations.
Meanwhile, the Bauchi state government has ordered the immediate closure of all public and private schools, including state-owned primary, secondary and tertiary institutions, as well as federal government-owned schools. The directive was announced in a statement by the Ministry of Education's Information Minister Jalaluddin Usman. The government reaffirmed its commitment to protecting learners and urged the public to remain calm, vigilant and report any suspicious activity. It added that further updates will be issued as the situation unfolds. Bauchi now joins other states shutting down schools over rising insecurity. Last Saturday, Katsina closed all primary and secondary schools, becoming the second state to take the step. And on Friday, the federal government shut 47 unity schools nationwide.
Still in Bauchi State, 5 police officers have been killed and 2 others injured in a gun duel with suspected bandits in Sabunsara village, Darazo local government area of the state. In a statement, the command said its tactical team was on an intelligence-led patrol on Saturday to prevent farmer-headed clashes when it was ambushed by unidentified youth. Command spokesperson ASP Ahmed Wakil said reinforcements were quickly deployed and several bandits were also neutralized. He added that efforts are underway to track the fleeing attackers. Commissioner of Police Sani Omolori Aliyu visited the scene for an on-spot assessment and condoled with the families of the fallen officers. The command urged residents to remain calm and continue supporting security agencies.
The Katsina State Commissioner of Police, Bello Shehu, has ordered the coordinator of the School Protection Squad to activate all school security mechanisms to safeguard students and staff. The directive was announced in a statement by the Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Abubakar Aliyu. He said the order followed a meeting with tactical commanders to review security strategies across the state. Shehu explained that the move aligns with the Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Egbetokun's directive to prioritize security around schools. He urged the public to support the command's crime-fighting efforts and to promptly report any suspicious activities.
Meanwhile, the Borno State Police Command says it has rescued 1 girl and is intensifying effort to secure the release of 13 others abducted by suspected Boko Haram or ISWAP insurgents at a farm in Asikuruba local government area. Police spokesperson ASP Nahum Dasso said the command received a report from the district head of Huyum that 14 girls from Musa district were taken by armed terrorists while working on farmland. A joint team of police operators, military troops, civilian JTF, and vigilantes group immediately launched a rescue operation. During the operation, one of the girls escaped unarmed and was rescued. Dasso said search and rescue efforts are ongoing to recover the remaining 13 girls. The statement quoted Commissioner of Police Naziru Abdulmajid as urging residents to stay vigilant and cooperate with security agencies.
The Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has raised concerns over what he calls unprecedented negative news recorded across Nigeria in just 10 days, blaming the situation on collective leadership failures. In a statement on Monday, Obi warned that the nation is drifting into avoidable disorder driven by insecurity, lawlessness, and institutional decay. He listed several violent incidents, including the killing of a brigadier general, the abduction of 64 civilians in Zamfara, 25 schoolgirls in Kebbi, an attack on worshippers in Kwara, the kidnapping of more than 300 students and teachers in Niger State, and the fresh abduction of 13 female farmers in Askira, Uba, Borno State. Obi cautioned that no serious nation survives on excuses, indifference, or absentee leadership, and urged political leaders to prioritize competence, compassion, and accountability.
Still in the news, former Education Minister and Bring Back Our Girls convener, Obieze Kwesili, says Nigeria's worsening insecurity and repeated mass abductions of school children stem from what she calls cancerous systemic corruption that has crippled national institutions. In a post on X, she said corruption has eroded the country's core values and left key institutions, including the military and judiciary, to compromise to fulfill their duties. She added that despite years of warnings, the nation is now experiencing the full impact of institutional decay. Citing UNICEF and Save the Children data, Kwesili said that more than 1,680 students were abducted in 70 attacks between 2014 and 2022, and another 816 students in 22 attacks from 2023 to November 2025. She described the persistent attack as evidence of state failure in its most basic duties, protecting children.
In another development, the family of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu has rejected the recent judgment delivered by Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja. In a statement signed by Emmanuel Kanu, the Oku Kanu family said it was speaking with heavy heart but absolute clarity, insisting that constitutional safeguards must be upheld. The family argued that no person shall be convicted unless the offense is defined in a written law in force at the time, citing previous Supreme Court rulings in support. It called for strict adherence to the Constitution and due process, saying all proceedings must align with existing laws. Recall that the Federal High Court sentenced Kanu to life imprisonment on counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, choosing life terms over the death penalty. He also received 20 years on count 3 and 5 years on count 7, both without an option of fine. Justice Omotosho delivered the judgment after convicting Kanu on all 7 terrorism-related charges.
In the meantime, former counsel to IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, a lawyer Jumako, has criticized the decision to transfer Kanu from Abuja to Sokoto Custodial Center. Speaking in a television interview, Ejimako described the move as surprising and insensitive, questioning how Kanu would effectively pursue his appeal from Sokoto. Kanu was reportedly moved on Friday by the Department of State Services following Justice James Omotosho's ruling. Ejimako argued that Sokoto Division of the Court of Appeal has no jurisdiction over the case, insisting that the Abuja Division remains the proper venue.
Still in the news, the Federal High Court in Abuja has adjourned the trial of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan on alleged cybercrime until February 4, 2026. The matter, scheduled for today before Justice Mohammed Umar, could not proceed due to the judge's absence. It also did not hold on October 21 because of a protest led by Omoyele Sowore calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan is accused of alleging during an April 4 gathering in Ihima, Kogi State, that Senate President Godswill Akpabio instructed former Governor Yahaya Bello to have her killed. She's also alleged to have repeated the claims in a television interview. The charges are brought under the Cybercrimes Prohibition and Prevention Amendment Act 2024.
Still, the media news and voice of the people television will go on a quick break. I will come back. It will be the news analysis to well to stay with us. In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV.
Oh, yes. You are on to Voice of the People.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're now being joined by Barrister Darlington Agwomo for the news analysis segment. There's quite a number of issues in the news today, but we'll start with the conviction of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu and what has come out of it recently. His family is not happy about it. They've rejected the conviction. His lawyers are also saying they will appeal the conviction. And the latest in this news is that he has been transferred to Sokoto prison. Omoyele Sowore, who led a march to have him freed, is saying he was transferred there to die and that the government has absolutely no plans to have him released. We want to hear from you, Barrister Darlington Agwomo. We need legal perspectives to this particular situation. His family insists that he was tried on a law that does not exist. What's your take on that?
This particular issue, I think I cannot completely say that there is no law that tried Nnamdi Kanu, because that Terrorism Prevention Act was clearly spelled out or was established in 2011 and was repealed in 2013 from 2011. And while the judgment was being read, it was spelled out. Look, when you repeal a law, it does not mean that that law has been abrogated. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. When you repeal a law, it means that you have expanded it, you have added something into what was there before. That was why it was repealed in 2013 and then 2022. So, and Nnamdi Kanu had been arrested before all this time. I don't understand what he's saying, that there is no law. You mean the level of insecurity in Nigeria does not require a law that will try those that were caught in the act? It's not possible now.
You mean the act of insecurity?
Yes.
Now, can you say that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested because, you know, he was kind of causing or inciting for us to have upheaval or insecurity in Nigeria?
You mean, you said what?
You said something about, you know, people who are saying that the law does not exist because it was repealed in 2013 and all that.
Yes, Nnamdi Kanu is holding on this particular law, that there is no law that should try. If he's talking of that of rendition, rendition is the word, rendition from Kenya. There is no law for us to try that because it's not even the idea in our statute book. That was what he was referring to. I can't believe that we don't have any terrorism act in Nigeria. Meanwhile, we have. It's there. So when he's saying that there is no law to try terrorism and all that, maybe he doesn't believe that he's a terrorist. Quite. Yes, you can argue that. But you are not the one to decide on your case. These are things the lawyer would have done to clarify the court. But he didn't allow his lawyers. That's the issue here. He didn't allow his lawyers. They are the ones who would have told the court all these things that we are now arguing. Maybe when we get to our appeal, things will become clearer and better. But I know there is terrorism acts in Nigeria under which he was tried. It's not possible for the federal government of Nigeria to try anybody without a law. It's not possible.
All right, let's take a look at what Lawyer Jimako, pointed today about the possible appeal of that particular judgment, given the fact that Nnamdi Kanu was sent to Sokoto. But Barrister, let's look at the jurisdiction aspect of it. How legal is it for him to be moved from Abuja to Sokoto, knowing fully well that whatever thing that he has to do or the infraction the government think that he committed, happens to be within the FCT and things that has to concern the government. So what role would jurisdiction play at this point? And also the fact that in the words of our lawyer Jimako, appealing this particular case might not really be, effective from Sokoto because of jurisdiction.
Look, the question of where you will serve your sentence is immaterial. Every prison custodian center in Nigeria belongs to the federal government as of today. And so they can transfer you from one prison to the other. The prison is one. There's no law that says that if you are sentenced in Imo State, you cannot serve in Meduguri. So
you're saying that the words of Jimako today arguing that the Sokoto Division of the Court of Appeal has no jurisdiction over this case, insisting that Abuja Division remains the proper venue.
No. The appeal can go on.
While he's in Sokoto.
Exactly.
Let's look at the
because he's not even coming to court on this particular matter, this appeal. He won't be in court. His presence is not needed. Are you getting what I'm saying?
All right.
Whatever he committed or he was alleged to have committed was not even in Abuja, where he was tried in the first. So the jurisdiction here, I don't see how that would be a burden. The appeal can go on in Abuja while he's in Sokoto.
Now, why should we go on to try him and also rule or even have a judgment and push now to what we're looking at appellate court stepping into all this, when he just said now that whatever infraction he committed was not even done, in Nigeria to start with. So what role does jurisdiction have to play on this?
It's a federal offense now. That's why it was tried in federal high court. Federal. It can be anywhere. It's a federal offense.
All right, let's move away from Nnamdi Kanu's case, still talking about judicial matters here, where we learned that, the Federal High Court in Abuja again adjourned the trials on Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan on the alleged cybercrime, case he has with the Senate President and Yahaya Bello, the former governor of her state, postponing it to February 4, 2026. What does this portend in that case? Recall that Natasha, made an interview. She granted an interview where she said that her life is being threatened, and she pointed to Senate President Akpabio Goswell directing some people to find a way to kill her and all that.
I am suspecting that at a point, that matter will die a natural death. You remember that the federal government had to sue Natasha. Meanwhile, this is a case between Natasha and Akpabio. All of a sudden, all the executive members came into the matter. Is it not so funny? Is there any law that says whenever the Senate President have any case with anybody, that any essay, Vice President, Attorney General should get involved? Is there any? There's nothing like that. So this matter will eventually die at the end of the day, because I didn't see how these people got involved in this matter.
So you think that this postponement, the continuous shifting of the goalposts, is a deliberate action?
Of course. If they are serious, I mean, look at they would have done something before now. They just want the matter to die naturally.
But the question would be to what end? We saw that the federal government also instituted a case against Senator Peter Mweboyi, saying that he made grave allegations against, or he spoke ill of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan when he went on television to grant an interview talking about how she has different children for different men and how she is always accusing men of trying to sexually harass her. So who exactly is the federal government trying to protect in this case? Is this Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who is an opposition senator, by the way? Is it Senate President Godswill Akpabio? So all these cases, if you believe it will die a natural death, then why did it get into court in the first place?
Yeah, this federal government is a busybody. They don't have something to do. That's why they got involved in a matter that does not concern them. And that's why I'm telling you that it will die a natural death eventually. Because when they ask them now, what is your own in this matter? What is your involvement? Did Natasha accuse the Attorney General, Shetima, the Vice President, or any essay? Did he accuse you of anything? She was specific about Akpabio. So why are you people involved?
So what then does this portend, for the integrity of your judicial system?
Look,
because recall that just last 2 weeks or thereabout, the president knew, he said it out, that we're having some, lapses or lack of trust within the NJC, that's the Nigerian National Judicial Council, and he urged them to uphold justice and also sharpen their integrity before the war. So what does this portend? Continuous shifting of the goalposts. Imagine the excuses that were getting to be the reason for the judge not to be there first, so that the judge was not there. The first time they shifted it was because of a protest scheduled by Omele Sowore, and today the judge was in absence.
That is what happened when these people are not serious about any case. Continuous adjournment will wear everybody out, and eventually they will throw it out. That's the truth. They will throw it out. Nothing will come out of it. Because of what I just told you now, the federal government will shoot themselves in the foot by the time this matter becomes an issue in court. When the trial proper starts, Natasha's lawyer will argue that they don't recognize these other persons. And that's the fact.
Why are we going to treat such case with kid glove? Barrister, we're looking at someone who came up to talk about her life being threatened. And she was so vocal to call names, cite occasions where the meetings were held and the directive being given and all that. So why should they treat such case?
It's going to be between her and Akpabio at the end of the day, if at all. Because Natasha may not prove this allegation with facts and all that. Because they say he who alleges must prove. How can she prove that somebody wants to assassinate her when the attempt was not made? It just may hearsay, maybe telephone conversation and all that. Is that what you are going to bring before the court? My question is, why did the federal government got involved? That's the issue here. Maybe by the time you get to court, you will now know that these people, they are just busybody. That's the truth. They would have allowed Akpabio to, answer for his own, for the allegation, instead of getting involved. And that getting involved is what is going to spoil the case. That is the truth.
It's quite unfortunate that we have to keep talking about these issues, but insecurity has become an even more obvious threat to Nigeria. In the past 1 week, it's literally been bad news every single day. Right now, we're getting reports that 5 police officers were killed in Bauchi State during a shootout with bandits. This is actually while they were trying to go about their own business, and then they were engaged in a gun duel with bandits in Darazo local government area. There have been different reports of herdsmen making inroads into several different communities in Nigeria, especially in the southwest. We saw someone coming out to say that the Kwara incident was just a test. They are testing the water, see how they can make their inroads into Ondo, Oyo, and even Lagos states. So our policemen are on the front line, they're getting murdered. Our Military men are on the front line, they're getting murdered. And of course, Nigerians are feeling the heat. Again, we don't just want to talk about the problems because we know what the problem is. But solution, what is the solution? How do we go around this issue? The United States, a U.S. Congressman, Representative Riley Moore, I read yesterday that he gave 2 conditions for the U.S. to liaise with Nigeria in fighting the scourge of insecurity, one of which is the release of Sunday Jackson, who was sentenced to death for defending himself against a herdsman who came into his farm and tried to kill him. And the other is for the Nigerian government to write a comprehensive report on how they intend to tackle insecurity. So we are in the situation now where they're giving the Nigerian government assignments, go and write a report and come and present it to us. Let's see that you are actually interested in fighting this. Also, during the U.S. Congress hearing on Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern last week, one of the representatives there alleged that the president may be complicit, directly involved or tolerating insecurity. How exactly can Nigeria convince the international community that it is indeed trying to protect its citizens if they do not act now?
In fact, this embarrassment is what you suffer when you have outsourced your sovereignty to criminals, to terrorists, because that's what it means. Are we not the one that invited these people into Nigeria? That one is a fact. It's a fact. Now, to ask them to go back is becoming a Herculean tax. And now, a foreign power is dictating to you what to do. Is that not losing your sovereignty? No, tell me. You see, this particular issue, you mentioned about solution. Please, is there any solution on earth that we have not proffered? Did the government of this country, the federal government, did they listen from Buhari to Tinubu? Is it not lip service they are paying? The 400 names that are the people sponsoring this thing, what have they done about it? Nothing. Have we not called for their prosecution? Nothing. And so, where do you think the bandits or terrorists are getting their impetus? Where are they getting arms? So the federal government, if they say it from America, it is true. The federal government of Nigeria is complicit in what is going on. They cannot deny it because action speaks louder than words. To make matters worse, a certain Gumi, look at the bandit he was telling us to make peace with, to talk to. Are they not the ones killing our security agents now, our police? Shooting the army, shooting the police. Meanwhile, the Oga, Gumi, because he told us that these are his boys, is now campaigning that we should give them what they want, as if we are owing them, as if we owe them a duty. Look, the level of arrogance and impunity is, in fact, is unimaginable. This is a man who cannot even enter Saudi Arabia today, but here, he just behaving and talking as if we're nothing, you know, and the federal government is looking at him. The federal government, to tell you that something has gone wrong somewhere. A government that wants to solve a problem don't behave like this. You don't. Seriously, you don't. So this thing that America told them, go and bet me, they will not do it. They will find a way to be delaying, setting up one committee or the other, one panel or the other, you know, till 2027. They will find a way to delay this matter. They will not comply. But you know my happiness. Donald Trump said that since these people are not serious, that he will do it very quick and swift. He said it. That he will definitely come in and do it very quick and swift.
Barrister, some quotas have asked, how possible is it going to be for Nigeria to end the issue of insecurity, given the fact that the likes of Buba Galadima, when he granted another station, a sister station interview on the 15th of July, 2025, you know, he said something about how this whole beckoning on the late president, Muhammadu Buhari, to come back into power, and also to make sure that his sole aim is to propagate the free movement of freedom of the Fulani people and the land Fulani stock. It was against them trying to find a way to prevent the killing caused by OPC in the south, especially in Kwara State. How do you think we'll be able to curb or end the issue of insecurity when it has such connotation?
You mean Galadima is asking Buhari to come back to life? Or what? I don't
He
know.
said the reason that Buhari came into office in the first place was the fact that Obasanjo was using the OPC to suppress and to kill Fulani stock in the West, especially in Kwara State. And that was why they had to go back to a man who does not have interest in politics and persuade him and force him to come on board to help them and to make sure that the Fulani people will no longer suffer the pain that, according to him, the then government was throwing to them. So how are we going to end this? With the likes of, RFI telling Nigerians that Kaduna State government paid 1 billion naira to bandits for them to broker peace. And we also have seen how even a particular man in Niger, in Nasarawa State, whom the federal government denied granting bail in court on Tuesday, was discharged on Thursday, the following, I think 2 days after that, over the Mieti Allah procurement of arms and how they've been using it for some of their reasons.
You know, when you sleep on your right, anybody can trample on it. The Christian South have been so docile about their right, and so these people are now running riots all over Nigeria. Have we been retaliating what they are doing? No. Have we been asking questions or protesting? No. They have the monopoly of violence and they are now displaying it. That is why every one of them can talk anyhow. They can do anyhow. Yet you and I are keeping quiet. Have we reacted? We cannot react.
What would you rather have us do? The Cross River State government just yesterday, they banned them from passing through the state, repealed the license that was given to Mieti Allah cattle breeders and any herdsman. In fact, they don't want any herdsmen in their state anymore. Is this a step you are saying that every other person should take? Because on my way to work this very morning, I saw a herdsman on a bike with cane in his hand, leading 3 cows, walking on the pavement on Airport Road. That is when people, tourists, we are getting into dirty December, when tourists are coming into Nigeria, that is if they will come with all the spate of bad news that we've been seeing, they will see cows passing through the road. Express road for that matter.
If religious sentiment can be taken out of the equation, maybe we can make a headway. But you and I know very well that the major reason for this thing is what? Religious and tribal sentiment. That is what is fueling it. They believe that it is their right. And you and I have not challenged that right up to today. That is the issue.
They can say it was their right when we had their kinsman as the president of Nigeria. But what is happening now when we have a man who told Nigerians that he has no fear either for his political future or even the present or even anything, saying that his greatest fear is for Nigeria and Nigerians, for Nigeria not to fall into the wrong hands. He is not a Fulani stock. We have a president from the South who's supposed to champion, if not any other thing, security of lives and property, and also a good shone on the Futajorans who I think maybe they have monopoly of violence and who actually have seen measuring, according to what El Buba said, he said that 80% of the killings that we should blame the Mieti Allah group for it. Why are we not seeing the president doing something at this point?
Hold on. A man who could not protect his own wife, what are you expecting him to do for you? Answer me. All because of what? The religious sentiment. Is there any other thing? I mean, a man who has the authority and power could not protect his own wife and challenge somebody that is threatening to kill the wife. Is it you that will now protect? You know the answer. So these people, like I told you, we have not been reacting, the Christian folk. Look at how many of our youths, our girls that have been kidnapped now. Is there any Christian community, any Christian group, for whatever reason, that will do that kind of thing? And yet, somebody like Gumi is going about to talking rubbish. He's not even apologetical. He still believes that we owe the bandits a favor, that we owe them something. So when you hear all this, and the federal government is keeping quiet, please, what are you supposed to do as a citizen? When the federal government are supposed to react is not react, is it you? So that they will not say you are the problem. Have you ever seen him come out and call out to these people and what they are doing? Have you ever seen him? I mean, issue a direct order because you are looking for solution. Is it not when you identify a problem in the laboratory test that the doctor will now say, okay, go and take this drug or this. But up to today, the president have not been able to call out the people that are causing this problem, even while he knows them. They are going to hold meetings with terrorists like Teju Bello. I mean, look, the thing is over. I don't know where to start. But you have not been able to arrest this Gumi and other of his kind. So this thing will continue to fester. And you are asking for solution. When the solution is there looking at you, tell these people, don't carry arms again. If you see anybody carry, shoot the person aside. Can they do it? The people that are occupying Benue village, which you and I know today, and Plateau villages, go and dislodge them, send them out of that place. Is that not what the president is supposed to do to solve a problem? By the time the heat continue there, the others will now say that they will take off on their own. When they hear what is going, they will take off. But as I'm talking to you now, those people have settled there. And the real villagers are now in IDP camp. And that IDP camp is going to be their homestead forever, from the look of things. It doesn't look like they will leave that IDP camp the way things are going. Because if these people have continued to settle in that village for this long, at what point are you going to ask them to leave? When they have become ancestors in that village, Abi? No, when they have become ancestors in that village, that's when you ask them to leave. They will not ask you, leave to where? They have been staying here for ages and you want them to leave. That is the problem. The federal government of Nigeria is not serious. And I thank God America have recognized it. The federal government of if they are not serious, the facts are there. The people that they are serious with, you saw how they dealt with them now. You saw how many times they have they called IPOB and said, come, what is your agitation for? What is your problem? Come, let us talk. Come. But you see how they pamper terrorists. Pamper, that is pamper. Bring them, show clothes for them, give them money, sit in the table with them. But these other people, they are what they call it, terrorists, unknown terrorists, because it's only the federal government that recognizes IPOB as a terrorist. No other government in the whole world. So what does that tell you? The federal government is covering something that you and I does not know. That's the truth.
Time shall tell indeed. Barrister, thank you so much for being part of today's Media News. You're watching the Media News on Voice of the People Television, and we have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a political and public affairs commentator. Thank you so much for being part of the news. We appreciate your presence. And we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the Media News continues. Do well to stay with us. In a world where power shifts its every headlines.
Hey guys, what's
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. But I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it.
Glad to have you back as still the media news and Voice of the People television. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has dismissed claims by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar that Express Payment Solution Limited has been given exclusive control over Nigeria's revenue collection system. In a statement, FIRS described the allegations as misleading and politically motivated, clarifying that no private firm has a monopoly on government revenues. The agency uses a multi-channel payment framework that includes Quick Teller, Remitter, eTransact, PhotoWave, and Express Pay. FIRS says Express Payment was appointed as a collecting agent under the Treasury Single Account Framework, allowing taxpayers to remit company income tax, VAT, and withhold tax through its online platform or a bank via the e-cashier system. Atiku had argued that the move granted Express Payment monopoly control, liking it to a legal system revenue cartel and warning it could compromise transparency. He questioned the lack of consultation and legislative oversight, calling it state capture disguised as digital innovation.
Still in the news, the federal government says it is considering filling a filling a non-flowing lagoon to replace a 3-kilometer bridge on the ongoing Lekki Deep Seaport Ekpe Ijebu-Ode access road. Minister of Works David Umahi made the disclosure during a project inspection, adding that the road is on track for completion within 21 months. He said the federal government, contractors and Lagos state authorities are discussing a redesign of that section of the project.
Moving on to the business segment of the media news, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has warned that the planned ban on alcoholic beverages sold in sachets and small PET bottles by December 31, 2025 could cost over 1.9 trillion naira in investments and put 500,000 direct and 5 million indirect jobs at risk. The warning follows a directive from NAFDAC to enforce the ban based on a Senate resolution passed on November 6, 2025. In a statement, MAN Director General Segun Ajayi Kadir called for the ban's recession, noting that the issue had been previously addressed by a committee of stakeholders and NAFDAC representatives, which validated the national alcohol policy in October 2025. He added that claims the product contributes to abuse by minors have been dismissed by independent government-backed research.
Still in business, the Nigerian Exchange Limited says 2.66 billion shares valued at 106.26 billion naira were traded in 107,998 deals last week. This marks a 32% drop in turnover compared to the previous week, when 7.32 billion shares worth 156.42 billion naira changed hands. Market capitalization also fell to 91.41 trillion naira from 93.50 trillion naira. The financial services sector led trading by volume, with 1.82 billion shares worth 44.8 billion naira exchanged in 45,297 deals, accounting for 68% of total turnover. The services sector followed with 324 million shares worth 1.76 billion naira, while oil and gas recorded 143 million shares worth 37.74 billion naira.
In sports, the Tigers head coach Abdurrahman Mohammed has announced a 12-man roster for the 2027 FIBA World Cup qualifiers. The squad is led by veteran guard and 2015 AfroBasket champion Stanley Okoye, the team's longest-serving player. The roster blends overseas talent with home-based stars, including Chinkma Garba and Obekba Chris of Lagos Legends and Paul Dibal of Boko City Chiefs. The African qualifiers will be played across 5 windows from November 2025 to February 2027. The 16 teams that qualified for FIBA AfroBasket 2025 have been drawn into 4 groups of 4.
Now, from sports, we take you into the world of entertainment, where the new Nollywood crime thriller, The Herd, has sparked online debate, with critics accusing it of unfairly stereotyping Fulani herders as terrorists. Directed by Daniel Etim F. Young, the film follows a couple whose wedding in southwest Nigeria turns into a nightmare when gunmen disguised as headers ambush their convoy. Prominent voices, including former presidential aide Bashir Ahmed, have condemned the movie for dangerously profiling an ethnic group, warning that it could fuel suspicion, violence, and international stigma against Fulani communities. Ahmad called on the Nigerian Film Corporation to investigate. Others defended the film as a reflection of Nigeria's current security realities.
And with that, to come to end of today's Medani's and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a Spotlight Show with Precious Agumano. I am Fina Chico.
And I am Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon to you, and thank you for watching.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
no get drum. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, and purpose-driven people. I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So today is a good day. This is a new week. We are doing new things this week. Yes, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And trust me, we are bringing you an exciting blend of story, exciting blend of gist. Don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. And first, we're talking about Davido, like the 30 BG gang. So Nigerian music star Davido marked his 33rd birthday on November 21st, 2025, celebrating with a lively gathering in Atlanta, where he also announced work on his 6th studio album. The event drew friends, industry colleagues, and fans online who joined in sharing congratulatory messages for the hitmaker. In a warm show of support, his wife Chioma Adeleke publicly celebrated him with a heartfelt Instagram tribute, calling him her husband and best friend, and expressing her gratitude and love. She also pulled off a gathering, adding a personal, touch to the festives. So, trust me, see, Davido, when I say Davido is big, he's big. And marking this birthday, it's a lot. Everybody, when you get to celebrate your birthday again, you thank God for the gift of life. And trust me, see, the gift of life is something people really underrate. Like we they underrate them too much. Being alive, seeing another 365 days, and it's something you need to celebrate and talk about. Now, you see, everybody know they talk about, trust me, I don't they talk this to say, Davido na very intentional man. He know wetin he want. And trust me, now in wife, you understand. The two love birds, they show themselves this love thing. You understand what I'm trying to say? And trust me, when you see them, you know that love is actually beautiful. You go, they hungry, you say make you love, you understand? But don't worry, you go find your own love. But then a lot of people, don't come out say, why Choma say when you reach her turn, say Davido buy him car, buy him this one, buy him that one. And he can't reach her own turn, she can't buy for Davido back. And a lot of people are now saying a lot of things concerning that. But if you ask me then, see, love is beautiful, okay? And it depends, anyhow you're sharing this love with your partner, yeah? It's about the heart. So if I say you gift them, in like them, It no matter whether you buy small gift or you buy big gift, this love is always appreciative. That is just the thing. So for those people who come online, they shout plenty things. Why did Choma buy this one for her for the video? Why did she get the bag for her? Why didn't he buy something? Like, is it your money? Davido is not even complaining, and you are complaining on behalf of him. KOJ, what is all this? You see, there are some people that only receive shout out on their birthdays. Only shout out. That they get. Others they get, you understand? Now you see person will just gift and this fine. You know how much that bag be? Hey, God of mercy. Now you they shout, say, I beg me when I just leave these two people alone. In peace, let them enjoy themselves because I don't know what's going on. All right, a lot of people don't actually come out, to talk about Davido's birthday and everything that has been happening in his life, and even the wife, understand, calling him my husband, all those kind of sweet words. You see, men, they like better things. That's just the truth. Forget it. So let's hear what some people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people are coming out to say, Davido, congratulations, happy birthday. Why some people don't they call someone and say, why you go post, why you go give your husband? If you buy and one, Rolls Royce or the Tesla Jeep or the, those kind of paparazzi things. But it's just the heart that gives. The heart of love. She did it out of, and yes, Davido is appreciative. All those where they chat online, they don't, even concern them. All right, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, this is what Chelsea says. Where do I start from? This man, happy birthday to my husband. My best friend in the world. You still give me butterflies in my tummy. Love is sweet, you. So she said, I love you so much. I'm grateful to God for how far you've come. And I know he's going to do so much more with you. Cheers to more beautiful birthdays together. I wish you a long, happy, beautiful, and fulfilled life. Anywhere there is gathering for evil against us, God will send permanent confusion. Not be smarty though. And chaos to their midst. Amen. Live long and continue to prosper, my forever husband. Amen. I will say amen to that too. Amen. All right. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning these. The tweets. Choma has actually written for her husband. And yes, somebody said, husband can switch, ja. Hey, but we will not marry. Una don't they drag us. Hey, see, this year don't already finish. I want to shout this year, but this year don't already finish. Don't worry. Next year, 2026, you are going to come in full force. Don't worry. All right, somebody said, husband can switch, ja. Married women, any small thing is my husband. These days I don't even understand. I don't already they talk this thing. Say, be like say this year now when anybody whenever married, she made the dogs to go marry this year. Say this year now the last year because I don't know what's going on. Everybody's getting married. If you are not getting married, you are doing this one, you are this. See, we the singles want to be breathing well, but since this 2025 is not even allowing us to, is well. You said 2026 we are not lacking behind. Seriously, we are coming with full force. All right, somebody said, Baba, I made. Okay, and Don Money said 001 and 002. The 1 and the 2 joined together. Happy birthday, the greatest ever. And yes, happy birthday to Davido. And Lee Mar said, a whole Davido, Naim be this man, Chef Chi. See, this man is a very intentional man. So he anything where Choma give him like this, he's what he deserves him. That is just the truth. All right, another person said, blessed power couple. Yes, so now better power couple. And Eze Kwesiri said, Davido 100%. Davido bagged a jewel for himself. Yes, better woman. You get what I'm trying to say? Oh, God. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people don't come out to talk plenty things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, Choma holds a special place in Davido's heart as the only woman he has never ever truly loved. David Adeleke, you are loved. Oh, that's so beautiful. And I am Amaka Gift said just for where birthday day you are writing justice for Nigeria. Yes, okay, but it's where. All right, Bliss Val 01 said, Chai, my future husband, where are you? Come and marry me quick, so I will be praying this kind of prayer for you. Oh. See, all the singles are already crying. Lord Jesus, show us mercy. But don't worry. See, those of you that are waiting for your husband, don't worry. You're all going to come. Because who doesn't love beautiful things? When you want to celebrate your birthday, you're getting a lot of beautiful flowers, money gifts, money bouquet, and the rest of them. Who doesn't love beautiful things? And you don't reach baby, don't tell him now. He himself say make him receive. He himself be man supposed to receive. So definitely he deserves everything the wife not already give her, because now better now man will do well. You understand? Neither they gift. So let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. We have a lot of comments. And yes, somebody said amen to the prayer. Choma prayed for her husband. And the Real Chi Apartment said perfect match. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Who's not going to see the video and Choma together and won't just be happy? You will just be smiling, because why not? If you're not smiling, that means something is wrong with you. I'm telling you, you're not. Oh God. So I know, and you, as I know say and you said somebody go cry. Who won't cry? Except it's we the singles. Actually, we are crying, because what is all this? Oh God. All right, we have more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about Davido's birthday and saying happy birthday to him. A lot of people are saying amen to the prayer. And trust me, it's actually beautiful to actually get married to the person that you love. Oh, if anybody will tell you say love is not a beautiful thing, does the lie give you? See, love is beautiful, and there are good marriages out there. Beautiful couples, beautiful. You can enjoy marriage. Forget everything where they happen like this. Now everybody they say, now divorce, now this one, this. See, there are actually good marriages that you can look over and you'll be happy. Now the truth, see, I'm telling you, yes. So any person where you want to spend the rest of your life with, you just you need to mellow down. Shine your eye where, so that you go also enjoy and get the benefits of a married man and a married woman. You got some of them are going to enjoy on herself. So as Davido and Choma now they pepper the singles. Two of them are two go they pepper. Go they pepper the singles, but it's well now we where we singles go they breathe. People cannot pressure us. That is just the truth. There is nothing in this world. See, after Davido wedding and Choma wedding, see, there is no other pressure I will ever receive. Like which pressure where you won't pressure me right now? All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people actually talking about this and saying happy birthday 001. So yes, let's take more and more comments. And Chili B said amen to your prayers. Yes, so and somebody else said, did she buy him a gift? Yes, now she actually bought. In fact, let's see that video, because trust me, Choma bought a gift for Davido, and if you see the back, oh good. So people are saying, see now. And even gonna say, "Iyawo mi ti chechi." Later people will not be saying I'm vain. But tell me one reason why I will not be vain in this kind of thing. When you see beautiful things to be loved, you tell me that I'm vain. Don't even say that thing again near me at all. Because you know when you get let me tell you, in as much as ladies we like gifts, trust me, men are these baby, men too, they do baby. They need to gift those people. And a better man way do now they gift. Trust me. Let's see this. This is actually beautiful. See now. See the way you just thought that because of the Oh my God. This is saying a lot of things. Come on. You never do guy. When you don't get new thing like this, you got just they work out, they practice how you go carry the bag or flex the bag. Yes, that is it, and happy birthday to Davido 001. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. Trust me, I know you're enjoying yourself already, because me, I am enjoying myself. So yes, our next gist, we are talking about Nigerian music icon Innocent Baba Idibia and Edo State lawmaker Natasha Osawaru have reportedly welcomed their first child together, a development that has sparked widespread celebration across social media. The news was made public after Natasha shared an update on her Facebook page announcing the arrival of their baby boy and expressing gratitude for the safety delivery. And yes, her post quickly circulated online, drawing congratulatory message from fans, colleagues, and well-wishers who have closely followed the couple's relationship in recent months. So the birth of the child marks a significant milestone for the pair, coming only months after they formalized their relationship publicly with his new addition. Both families have expressed joy as supporters continue to react to the news across various platforms. And God, See, this year is, I just a year congratulations, left, right, center, backward, everywhere where you go now, congratulations. Don't worry, your own congratulations will reach you, but trust me, yes, congratulations to Two-Face Idibia and Natasha. See, it's actually beautiful. See, babies, oh God, if you just get, I don't know, there's this feeling you get when you as a mother, you get what I'm trying to say. There's this connection with your child, and when you see your child, you go, they happy. All the months where you don't, the 9 months where you don't already spend, they cry, they do this one. When you just put to bed, see that picking, everything, all the happiness, all the joy, the everything, you just face that picking. Trust me, it just the hungry people made they just go they born this period, because what is all this? See, children are gift from God, you. I'm telling you, when you get one like this. And come to think of it, a lot of people are saying, give birth to one child. I want to give birth to. See, it's left for you and your husband, and left for you and your wife to decide that one. You know, I want to give birth to 12 children. I want to. You people where they even talk 27, how far? Jesus Christ. Shaving at the same body, the thing they come out from. Hey, God. But see, actually, born the one where you fit train, where you fit take care of. I'm telling you the truth. It's not bad, yeah. Just if it's one, if it's two, as far as say on a two, don't talk with your. I've spoken with your spouse, and yes, when I decide saying that this amount of children I won't born, I don't want born plenty. Just born the one way you fit train, because this time around, it's not smiling for anybody. See, this regime is everywhere. It's touching everybody, left, right, center. So you where you want, just shall know what you are doing, yeah. So so that you be able to take care of your child. And trust me, kids are actually beautiful. There are a lot of children that you will see like this. Jesus Christ, you will not want, you'll be like somebody just carry on from the mama, carry on. But actually beautiful. Yes, trust me, a lot of people have actually come out to say congratulations to Baba and Natasha. And yes, let's take some comments. A lot of people are saying, to Baba, you do this one. Congratulations. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So Wendy Okorie said, not me still thinking his relationship with this woman now cruise, Abi, content. Oh, you feel say, I don't like, it's real now. Now only be like say you can't day 1960s though. Madam, wake up. It's a wake up call. Wake up. So Nirat said, to Baba na real sharp shooter. No be small. Eddie, he give, you don't even waste time, sir. Baba don't deliver. All right. Another person said, congratulations to the couple. Never knew African Queen could be replaced. Yeah. At IBM, I don't. See, I go talk this one now. See, marriage. As much I they like, people, beautiful couples, seeing them and the rest of them and the rest of all those guys. See, not be now. I know I go still talk them. If it's sweet today, no me say tomorrow it go still sweet. If it's sweet tomorrow, if you no sweet tomorrow. But wait till they try talk, we say, if the marriage work for you, fine. If you know if you do again for the marriage, cuckoo come out. Nobody, it not be by force to stay for inside marriage. Oh God, not be by force. They not tie you there. See, a lot of women, and a lot of guys. I don't want to generalize. I don't want to say this basically for the ladies or for the men, but I just want to say this generally. See, a lot of guys and a lot of ladies also face a lot of things in marriage. And trust me, when those kind of things happen, they not tie you for there. Why can't come out? Best you leave and have your peace. If that particular step you want to take will give you peace, so please do it. You understand? So anybody can be replaced. I'm telling you, anybody can be replaced. So please, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about Two-Face and Natasha. And yes, congratulations to the couple. All right. Another person said, if you can't win Grammy, you get Pekin. Yes, well, it's a win-win, my brother. And which mother, God. I don't know why you just said if you can't win Grammy. Why you so? Some people were, these by comment people were, some of them are not too they paid, but it's well with you people. All right, Domingo Loso said, enter the place, make we see if you know go carry. I beg go. No one I don't just stand for this. I comment people. When this I comment, no one they take them easy. You said when type this thing. Which of you say enter the place where you no go? God, I beg go. Now man you be Baba. Yes, so that two Baba be man. No, forget jokes. Baba did deliver. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about Two-Face and saying congratulations to him. With love, Halima said picking na water. See, so far say he getting picking and in picking and in the training children. Well, he's taking care of his children and he's not complaining. Now you will come out the complain. All right. Any king said all within 1 year. See, 1 year is enough for things to happen. Take and play first. Even 1 month self is enough for things to happen. They say a joke. All right. Congratulations. At Pretty Dimples. Okay. And Oma's place said, "Oh, I hope say na Jesus she born." Some people for here. Oma's place, will that be Jesus she born? Because I beg, see, una two they do for this comment section. Una two do. Adila said, "My next life I go like the man." So that waiting go happen. You gonna give people there. Oh God. Delila, no be small, you go like the man. No worry, you go tell your maker say you know like as you be. Things they happen now, people they change to woman, they change to man, they change to woman now. Woman they change to man. Yeah. You know still late. If you go make them do you surgery, if you change yourself to man. So. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, CEO Mara Apper said, "You be woman, you say you know they quick conceive. Just try to Baba." All these my comment people, I don't keep me in Jesus' name. So Beauty Queen Mary said, "Buying Pampers at age 50 is I don't understand." So what are you trying to say at Beauty Queen? Is it that people that get married at the age of 50 and maybe give birth at that age, they are diabolical? Hey God, I beg you. See, I don't know why people are saying this thing as if marriage is by force. See, marriage is not by force, yo. You can get married at 60 and yes, and things will still happen. Hey, see, a lot of people don't actually believe in testimonies, but it happens. Yes. So it's not, some of them say, people would say go decide whether they want marry or they don't want marry. So why you coming out to say this at Beauty Queen? But it's well with you. All right, King said, "How men move on after divorce needs to be studied. Do women do same?" See, I'm going to talk about this basically. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you get to be in this romantic relationship with this person, you've been all this lovey-dovey and as it is sweet, when they begin relationship, it is sweet, and so it be. But at some point when you guys notice that both of you now no go fit work out again, see, you end all ties. Nothing like you're coming there later, you will chat him. I just want to know her. I don't understand. See, if you have ended things, you end it there. Everybody will go their separate way so that they will know what they are facing. Don't come and tell me that how do men move on? Women move on too. Yes, women move on too. I don't think that all these things are really new right now, but because women, the way their move on game is ASAP, like quickly. They are take and play first. All right, another person said, "Congratulations at Project Hope." Why you they call him Abraham II? Hey God, I beg you. Wait till be this. So the Food Networking said, "Ni idibia, ne idibia. Don't make two Baba begin change diapers. I recommend Hey, it's well, yo. All right, we are talking about a lot of things, and we're talking about Two-Face and Natasha, and a big congratulations to them. It's actually beautiful seeing all these kind of things, and you be smiling and a lot of things. It's beautiful seeing babies giving birth this year, and a lot of children don't do this year. Like, what is this? We need to be hosting, I don't know how to put it, Thanksgiving babies, because all these babies are too much this year. A lot of babies this year. 2025, everybody just the born. Hey God. All right, big congratulations to Two-Face. And we are taking our next topic, and that has to be Wizkid's song Boluatife Balogun, popularly known as Chams, has expressed his concern over the recent wave of kidnappings in Nigeria. And it's too bad, trust me. So particularly the abduction of school children. In a post on, on Instagram, he talked about a lot of things. He said, he talked about a lot of things. Recently, Nigeria, trust me, has been into, how will I put it, has been into a lot of, shaky and wavy things that have been happening. So particularly, he talked about the abduction of the school children in a post on social media, where he stated that his generation refuses to stay silent in the face of fear and insecurity, praying for the protection of missing children and healing for the nation. So the statement comes amidst a surge in school kidnappings, with over 1,600 children and abducted since 2014, according to the Save Children. So a lot of things have been happening recently, and trust me, we just pray for a better Nigeria. We pray for healing to the parents that their children were actually abducted. And trust me, see, this Nigeria, everybody got to be careful. Yes, you going out, you have to be very careful. Be watchful, be mindful, because trust me, a lot of things are just happening. And come to think of it, for a young boy, to really speak up like that, it actually touched me. And I'm like, a lot of people are really proud of him. The generations that are coming up, it's actually good to see that these ones are not how will I put it? They are not saying otherwise, but they are seeing the future and being positive about the Nigeria. A lot of people have actually come out to say things about Wizkid's son Boluatife, and not to talk about his music that has been. A lot of people have done the talk, say, this year this guy has dropped his single, and a lot of people are like, this guy is the next, Wizkid and the rest of them. And come to think of it, trust me, that guy is really doing well. He's making Papa proud. And Wizkid, I'm sure wherever he is, he's happy for his child. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning what Chams have said online. So he said, I speak up today not because I'm special, but because I am part of a generation that refuses to stay silent. We are the future of this country, and we will not accept a future filled with fear. You understand? May God protect every child still missing, and may God heal this nation that we all love. It's heartbreaking, your child has to go to school, and the next thing you're hearing that your child is missing, your child has been abducted. It's not a good story. You get what I'm trying to say? It's not a good story at all. So Frankie said he sounds like he's older than Pella. He has a matured mind, actually. So Abdul said this boy gets sense past all the politicians' children buttons. God, I beg you. All right, Nails by Wheezy said biggest legend, a true son of the father. Yes. And officials said like sister, like brother, love from Big Sis to sing Balogun. Oh, that's beautiful. And Marus B said, someone said, Kid Wire, see your mate, una the right to. Is where we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people are actually happy for Chams, tweet online, and a lot of people are saying this is a way to go for the future. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments, and trust me, this period, this time around, you have to be very careful. Your child, always be watchful. If your area or the place you're staying, it's not comfortable, and you wouldn't want your child to go anywhere, please listen to your heart. That's just my own. Don't let, because I don't know, I like a lot of things are really happening this period, and a lot of people are going through a lot. And trust me, this time around is where people have to be very watchful with everything around them, especially when it comes to their children. You have to be there, take them to school. If you're going to take them to school, go pick them when it's right. I mean, because a lot of people do the school bus and the rest of them. I'm not even, like, the school bus self is like, I'm not even so sure about the school bus and, the school bus dropping them at home and the rest of them. I would say parents should go to school, pick their children. You get what I'm trying to say? It's a lot, yeah? So a lot of people have actually come out. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have talked about this and what Boluatife has said. a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. So trust me, it's a lot. And Larry Walek said, God bless you, medium bird. Okay. And Rashi Elenian said, nice one, little bird. And Miracle said, most respect, champs. Yes, that's a very bold thing to say. Yeah, he's actually a bold boy. And Suchi said, even if it's his management, he's still lending a voice. Yes, he's lending a full voice, trust me. And somebody said, which one is school no be scam? Pella finished secondary school, bro. Please, it's well. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and come to think of it, it's actually scary, you know, getting your child to school and something is happening elsewhere, and you will not just be relaxed. It's painful. So somebody said, this is so smart of this child. Whiskey, take your crown. And Michael Emperor 001 said, child will get sense past him, papa. Ah, okay. Another person said, he's actually mature than his father. And another person said, if you continue like this, you won't be like your father. Your father doesn't talk. Your father doesn't talk. God, this one is, I beg you, people should leave this boy alone. He has actually come out to bring out his own voice, to say things concerning the children, because this is his mates. He's imagining himself, and he's like, this is not right. And trust me, that's a bold step to take actually. And they are saying, you people should just leave this guy alone. So call me 745 said, if you think saying a whiskey give him this right up like this comment is well with you people. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And call me, all right, another person said, see Pekin now. Yes, with plenty brain. All right, Mimi said, as Papa no get, what is going on? Why are people all, you know, abusive right now? Which one we say as Papa no get? Like, why? All right, another person said, amen. And Yanuato said, great guy. So trust me, this is a really bold step for Champs that he actually took, you know, to come out to speak for the abducted children, and it's not funny. A lot of things have been happening, and my advice is that you have to be very careful, have to be watchful this period. Your child's safety is your concern, so everybody has to be watchful. So yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Nigerian politician Ned Nwoko has alleged that there's a police evidence supporting claims of his estranged wife, actress Regina Daniels, engaging in drug and alcohol use during a 4-day stay at a hotel in Abuja. So speaking at the recent youth event in the capital, Nwoko claimed that Daniels had drinks and drugs in this particular hotel and insisted that law enforcement records back his account. So he further alleged that during this incident, she obstructed the hotel's exit with her vehicles and requested that he deploy the commissioner of police to block the movement at the premises. According to Nwoko, the hotel episode marked a turning point in their troubled marriage and triggered a series of investigations involving security agencies, while he maintains that the police possesses verifiable, you know, evidence of the incident. So no official report has. So this is actually a lot, you know, concerning this Ned Nwoko's issue and Regina Daniel. So actually, Ned has actually come out to say things. So let's listen to him.
Please. And it was 4 days of partying for them. It was 4 days of drinking and smoking and all that goes with this. I can tell you that. Quote me. Okay? Because we have the evidence. You know, as a lawyer, I don't say things that I don't know. I work with evidence. They also had fights with the owners of this hotel and guests in this hotel. It's also documented. You were there, even with you. May God bless you. Have I met you before? Please tell them, have I met you before? In one of those days, Regina called me and said that he blocked the 2 gates, and that I should call the police commissioner to make sure that nobody leaves the hotel. I said, for what? Don't tell me to do that, for what? He said that her doctor came to see her, and the husband slapped her and that because of that, that she didn't want anybody to leave the hotel or go inside the hotel. You say you can't do that. You cannot do that. It's only in Nigeria you get somebody with warped up mind that will think they can just come to the hotel and block the hotel. Maybe some of you will do it. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. So I told her I couldn't. That she should. She told me that they used some of her cars. She had about 6 cars. Yes, she had 6 cars. But she, right? She landed cars. Well, I'm just saying that she used the cars to block the entrance to the hotel. So I told her to make sure. But of course, she didn't do it until the police became involved.
Anything we concern husband and wife matter, eh? Anything we concern husband and wife matter. Yeah. Then you put mouth for this kind of thing. I'm telling you, it's a lot of a lot of things concerning this. They just need our prayers, because this one they talk. We don't even know who won't believe again. Everybody they bring their own evidence as well. So a lot of people don't actually come out talk things concerning waiting they don't talk. So please, let's take some comments from what people have actually come out to say. And somebody said, wait, you held meeting for Regina Mbani. All right, Madonna Opara said, 70-year-old man, a Nigerian sitting senator, holding a conference to discuss his 24-year-old wife that left him. It's actually funny. So Nana said, broken heart is real. Another person said, Regina, run, never look back. This guy is your enemy. God, I beg you. So right, Miracle said, gathering people to discuss Regina when the country is burning with insecurity. Now, wow. So we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Regina's story and Ned. So let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things. Let's take more and more comments. So come to think of it, see, if marriage no work for you again, make it just cuckoo, peacefully live. There's no need of all this, shenanigans and everything. All right, Pretty Mrs. said, Chinedu, this is okay as well. Salome Global Service said, it means you have failed as a husband at your age and you allow a young woman under your care to be living life recklessly. You should be ashamed of yourself. And Josie Official said, can't stand this ancient turtle. God, I beg. So Honey said, official smear campaign. Okay. Another person said, so embarrassing. A whole senator of the FRN and everything going on in Nigeria, and this is what you choose to shine light on. Move on already. She said she does not want a game. Sheesh. All right, a lot of people don't come out to say things concerning this. More and more people don't come out to talk plenty things about this. And just come to think of it, if I still say this, marriage is not by force. If it's not working out for you, you quit. You go peacefully. It's not something it's a do or die affair. I don't see it like that. All right, a lot of people don't come out talk things concerning waiting there, don't come out talk. And yes, a lot of people are saying, well, this is embarrassing for you to come out to say things concerning your your ex-wife actually. So a lot of people have actually said something concerning. Let's take more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, when a narcissist can no longer control you, they start a smear campaign just because Regina has said she's no longer interested. He's now sacrificing her to save his crumbling political career. The good thing will love Regina as she is. With all her flaws, a grown man his age should not be restoring to attacks just to drag a woman back into his house. He has abandoned all his other wives, doing pick me with zero self-worth. Yet he's fixated only on Regina. Man, do your worst. Gina isn't coming back. You can host a whole press conference in her name. She's still not coming back to you. Miss Ugoma said someone has claims to be 65 years old between. It's well, God. This whole matter, it's because everybody just coming out to say things concerning this. I'm like, is this what it's supposed to be like? This is the time where people, try to talk to them or try to, resolve the whole, because if marriage is not by force, you tell them to, mellow down, do all this. I don't know why people are coming out to, say, they're not the pull out for husband and wife matter. That's just the truth. I still say it and I keep saying that. You know, a lot of people still they come out, they talk things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. Let's take more comments. So Miracle Nolly said, gathering people to discuss Regina when the country is burning with insecurity. Now, wow. So official Kendi said, so all these people stand there to listen to a 70-year-old man trashing his 24-year-old wife, and they actually paid attention. And he somehow thought this is a smart idea. So what does Regina have in her? Is where, please, I beg, come show me. Please, let's take more comments. And somebody said, is this divorce campaign or narcissistic tour? Which one is well? Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And somebody said, God forbid this type of husband. Why going around? And someone else said, Lamo, how can an old man with other wives be going through heartbreak like this? Another person said, he's just surprised that he is now a single father. A lot of people don't come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more. So somebody said, just as how you are discussing your wife to people who, all right, we have a lot of comments. Another person said, this man should go and rest and leave this girl alone. Now, Gina, upper girl, go buy this man. He dey pain and well. All right. See, this about this thing, I don't just know. People need to, you know, have this mindset that, like, don't say a lot of things. You don't just jump into conclusion. We need to be sure, yeah? So another person, so Ami said, wait, so these grown-up people just came to this gathering to hear him talk about his ex-wife. The people, all right, the people sitting there are really jobless. As well. So somebody said, Chinedu, this is embarrassing. So we have a lot of comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things. Let's take more and more comments. So somebody else said, what do you gain in this ancestor? Your mates, they marry Gen Z. Come out for there. Is well. Oh. All right, Lizzie Okojie said, useless man, she has moved on. You see, someone, this is my comment, people. You people should stop being abusive. Like, we should stop this thing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's not nice. We should stop being abusive. It's not very small thing. You don't already insult person. So Nigerian Lazy Chef said, this would have been a great opportunity to get people talking about the insecurity in Nigeria. No Regina. In this man, okay, like this, oh well. All right, is well. So, you know, it's a lot of things, and trust me, it's a lot of things. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about Olusegun Awolowo Jr., a grandson of the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and former executive director of the Nigerian Export Promotion, NEP, has just passed away, and is a lot this period. You know, I don't know, like a lot of people, you know, a lot of our celebrities, you know, are just, a lot of things are just happening this period, and it's not really funny. I just, you know, God give them the heart to the family to actually bear the loss, because a lot of things, you see, and a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this loss, and people are saying, it's well, this man was actually, he lived a good life, and this man was a good man. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning the loss. You know, losing someone is it's a sad story, trust me. And yes, Deji said, may he rest in peace. And somebody said, Oluwao, this is so sad. My sincere condolence to the entire family. And somebody said, so sad. R.I.P. sir. So another person said, our brief encounter was one of joy and laughter. So another person said, wow, oh my God, may God comfort your family. So we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people actually come out to say things concerning this. It's actually painful to lose a loved one, and it's not a good thing. And yes, BB Sign said, rest on bro, but now our country is not safe anymore. We don't want distractions at all. And Oluwakemi said, Tinu, Wahala don't find him. All right, as well. Then you all have moved from NK's matter. Now, Abi. All right. Somebody else said, now Yoruba business be that. Okay. And another Asanwa said, how will this mom take this? This man was her only child. And another person said, I am Kingston, said, to survive Pablo, Ebola, T-Pain, economy now only by God's grace, it's well. God gives the family the grace to bear the loss. And yes, and that takes us to another gist. We are talking about Nollywood actor and content creator Odira Nwaubo has reportedly passed away in South Africa after a night out. And actually, this is another sad story. It's not, I don't know, but it's a lot happening in this period, everybody. And come to think of it, Odira actually, months ago, he actually had an accident and, where he lost his gun and the rest of them. So a lot of people talked about this, and coming to see this right now, it's actually very painful, and it's not something to be happy about. It's actually painful. So it's well. A lot of people have actually, said things saying their condolence to the family. It's a lot, losing a loved one. If you have lost a loved one before, you will know how painful it is. And people that have been of value to you, people that have been loved by you, people that have been so close to you, it's a lot this period, seriously. So if you are there to share this love to people while they are still alive, please do. It's very important. When you have somebody, you need to be kind, you need to be a lot to them, because a lot of people are dying for many things, BP, high blood pressure, it's a lot of things. And we don't need to, being a human, we don't need to see those people or put pain to somebody close to you. You have to have this love in your heart. Be kind to people. Show up for people. It's not hard. Nigeria, where everybody won't carry this, everything, but no. There are sometimes you need to show love. You need to be kind to people. And that's my advice for you, because trust me, a lot of people are going through a lot this period, and not only God will help us. And it's actually a painful one to the family of Odira, and we pray that God gives you the grace to bear the loss. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. We have been talking about a lot of things, and yes, trust me, I actually enjoyed myself, and I'm sure you did enjoy yourself too. So please, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. Trust me, I enjoyed every bit of talk and everything. So yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey, and don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment? You really
count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of...
Let's tackle the tough questions and expose.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you
peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard. Right? People must speak up. And know when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful. Because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
to know the happenings in the maritime sector? Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you.
and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Another compelling edition of Health Check, the program where we break down the health issues shaping our lives, one honest conversation at a time, right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to guide you on this journey into clarity, awareness, and healthier living. But remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and stay connected on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live for health tips, updates, and conversations that matter. Now, before we dive in, here's a little something to make you smile. Have you ever told yourself that I will just eat this small piece of cake or chin-chin or peanuts, and before you know it, everything is gone? Well, your blood sugar noticed that, and that's why we're here to talk about diabetes today. So, today we are shining a spotlight on a condition that touches millions of households, yet remains heavily misunderstood. Diabetes. So, to help us separate fear from facts, myth from medical truth, we're joined by two exceptional experts. Dr. Rebecca Mockley, a medical doctor and health expert who helps professionals balance health and career through food-based solutions, and Dr. Charles Adeogun, a wellness physician and public health advocate, committed to raising awareness and promoting preventive health strategies in communities. Doctors, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Charles, for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mockley, Rebecca, for joining us. It's good to have you here on the show. Thank you so much. So before we get deep into the conversation today, I'd love to start on a personal note. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, what is one simple health habit you practice every day that you want everyone watching to begin immediately?
It's simply put, I'll say, drink water.
Water.
Yeah.
Very important. I've heard that a lot of times.
First thing
water.
in the morning. Yes. Drink
First
water.
thing in the morning.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Why?
And
how
make
does
sure
that help?
throughout the day you've had like 8 cups. Or if you have a big bottle, have like 2. That big bottle should be like 1 liter, 1.5. Have like 2 to 3 of it every day.
So every day we should consume at least 3 liters of water.
2.5 to 3 liters of water.
Okay, our medical expert has spoken. I'm sure we've gotten that. All right, how about you, Dr. Adeogun?
Well, for me, I would advise the listeners to have more fruits in your diet. Incorporate more fruits and veggies in your diet. You can't go wrong. Apart from the vitamins, you have the fiber that helps with your digestion. And at least constipation will be out of your way. and you will know.
Okay. What are some of us that don't like eating the fruits, but we just like fruit juice?
Well, the truth is there are different fruits. You know, there are a variety of fruits. So you can always have, you know, your preference in one of those
All
fruits.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
You would
Okay,
always
let's
like
go.
one more than the other.
Okay, okay. I'll try. We will try. All right, let's go deep into the conversation now. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would like to start with you. So what exactly is diabetes and how does it affect the body? Because, you know, some people do say, oh, my sugar is high and all of that. What does that really mean? Just break it down for us.
Okay, so diabetes basically means you have a high level of glucose in the blood. Simply put, layman's language. Now, medically speaking, we have values to back this up. I won't go into that detail here, but we have two parameters. We have the random blood glucose level and we have the fasting blood glucose level. Now, for the random blood glucose level, we expect that anybody, even if you've taken a meal, your blood glucose shouldn't go beyond 150. And then for the fasting blood glucose, it shouldn't go beyond 50, okay? So, but once your values go beyond these values, we now proceed to do some other tests and now diagnose this particular person as having a high blood glucose level or having diabetes. Simply put, yes.
All right. Okay, let's go to Dr. Charles. So, Dr. Charles, are there different types of diabetes? And how can the average person understand the difference between type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes?
Okay, thank you. So diabetes can be classified into type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes. So type 1 is essentially the insulin-dependent diabetes in which the problem is actually insulin deficiency. So in type 1 diabetes, it's also referred to as juvenile onset diabetes. So most people that are born with either their pancreas not producing insulin at all, complete deficiency, or they have insufficient amounts of insulin produced, they all fall under type 1 diabetes. While type 2 diabetes, insulin deficiency is not the problem. It is how the body responds to insulin that is the problem. And type 2 is usually associated with obesity. So type 2 is referred to as the non-insulin dependent type of diabetes. And, you know, though insulin is present, the receptors are not responding appropriately to insulin. So you still have elevated sugar in the blood and it's not getting to the cells where they are normally utilized. The third type of diabetes is referred to as gestational diabetes. As the name implies, it's associated with pregnancy. So in this kind of diabetes, you find a woman who, prior to her pregnancy, her blood sugar had been normal. There was no problem whatsoever. But in the course of pregnancy, she now finds out that her sugar is actually going up and the levels remain elevated. And in such situations, it poses a lot of potential risk to both the mother and the child, because the child can be born with some congenital problems, meaning some malformations in the child, and then the child can also be bigger than usual, what we call fetal macrosomia. The weight of the child is 4 kilograms and above because of the high circulating blood glucose. So certainly you find out that in gestational diabetes, it's very important that antenatal care, you know, is emphasized, because you can imagine, how would you know your sugar is high if you were not going for antenatal? Exactly. You know, it is during antenatal that, you know, at your periodic visits, you have your blood work, you have your urine checks, you know, and all those things. So that's why we always emphasize that every pregnant woman should always go for proper antenatal check and keep up with your appointments, so that if there's anything, it's going to be picked up early. And then, of course, your dietary and lifestyle changes that you require, you know, they are instituted and the right management is put in place. You cannot manage these things on your own. And because of the potential risk it has on the unborn child, it may also influence the type of delivery the woman is going to have. So it's very essential that antenatal is made mandatory for every pregnant woman. So it's not by choice, it is actually essential for every pregnant woman. Compulsory, that's the word.
All right, you mentioned something about obesity. Is it possible for a slim person to have diabetes?
Yes, because diabetes, just like most chronic illnesses, you know, there's a huge genetic aspect to it whereby it runs in families. So whether you're actually on the big side or not, if you have a strong genetic predisposition, you can actually do have diabetes. So it's though it's very common amongst obese people because of the large fat and the large surface areas, large body surface area. They also have insulin insensitivity. So because their bodies are not so sensitive to insulin, and because of their sedentary lifestyle, in some cases, lack of exercise, and maybe the kind of diet that they normally indulge in, you find out that they are at increased risk of diabetes. But that is not to say people who are also slim cannot have diabetes. And it's also important for us to mention that weight loss can also be a presentation or a presenting symptom of diabetes.
Weight loss?
Yes, weight loss.
Wow.
You find out that the person is losing weight because the glucose is not getting to the cells where they're supposed to be utilized, and it's like starvation in the midst of plenty. You have so much circulating glucose in the blood, but the cells are actually not getting it because insulin that should be at the interface is either deficient or not responding properly.
All right, getting interesting. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca Markley. Doctor, how much of a role does family history play in this? Is it genetic and all of that?
Okay, family history plays a huge role. It plays a huge role. The fact that one or two of your parents have had diabetes plays a major role, and I would explain why. Now, of course, we all know that genes are hereditary and they are passed on. And many times it's not just genes that are passed on, but also if you are in a particular family that has a particular illness and are used to certain habits, there's a tendency, yes, you have those genes, but also you will pick up those same habits, okay? And of course, if you indulge in the same habits, you already are predisposed to it, you end up with the same illness. So it does play a major role, and that's how it plays a major role. Yes.
All right. So since we're still talking about, genetics and all of that, let's still touch, symptoms and diagnoses of diabetes. So Dr. Rebecca, what early warning signs should people pay attention to? I mean, at what point should someone say, okay, this is not normal anymore, I'm getting too tired, I should get checked and all of that. So at what point should we start paying attention to early warning signs?
Okay, so if one notices that they have frequent urination, especially at night, you're getting
frequent urination at night,
especially at night, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, that's a warning signal. Yes. If they notice all of a sudden they are losing a lot of weight and there's nothing else that they've picked that is wrong with them, that's a warning signal. If they notice that they are thirsty, that's a warning signal. Then for some people, when it has really, really gone far, you may start noticing that, oh, your urine is foamy, But the early signs are usually thirst, frequent urination, weight loss. Also, if you notice that you're always breaking out in boils, you're always having infections, and you're always repeatedly using antibiotics and they don't seem to be going away, it's a sign that you should check your sugar level. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. So let's bring it back to the studio. Dr. Charles, Dr. Rebecca mentioned, weight loss, tiredness, frequent, urination and all of that. Well, some of these symptoms, especially weight loss, can be misinterpreted as stress, if you would agree with me. Once someone is already losing weight, I'm like, oh, you're stressing yourself too much, you should rest and all of that. So how can we differentiate between stress and, diabetics symptoms?
Okay. Basically, another important thing to notice is that you may have what we call unintentional weight loss because the person can't understand why they're losing weight. But diabetes also presents with increased appetite. You may be having more hunger pangs. You're always calling for more food.
Isn't this in contrast to...
No, it is not, because like the doctor has said, the triad actually, you have increased thirst, you have increased urination, and increased appetite. So you can imagine somebody who is eating and within a short interval is asking for more food and more food, but actually losing weight. You see, when you have all this, you just think straight. You need to get your sugar levels checked. And it's important for us to also mention that these are symptoms. So there's a difference between symptoms and complications. You know, some other people, because of their poor health-seeking habits, they don't go for wellness checks, they don't go for routine checks. So they don't even know that this has been happening to them over a period of time. And things are getting more complicated by, just like the doctor said, they're now having foamy urine that implies that it's beginning to have some renal complications affecting their kidneys. Some people may also now experience, you know, some kind of numbness, tingling in their limbs, pin and needle sensations, blurry vision. This is telling you that this is not just starting now. Complications are already setting in. Some men can have erectile dysfunction. You can have wounds that will not heal on time, you know, that may even lead to amputation of the limbs in some instances. And then you may also have people ultimately also develop some cardiac complications and even increased risk of stroke. So you can see that for a lot of people, before they know sometimes, they don't even pick it up at that point where they are urinating frequently. It's when something more serious, like there's a wound that will not heal. That's when they will now say, oh, maybe they should go and get their sugars checked. And that is even if they are properly guided by a health professional. So the essence of saying all this is sometimes you don't just wait for just the symptoms.
Early detection.
Exactly. By the time you see you're urinating more than usual, which was not before the norm for you, and you also see that you're becoming more thirstier all the time, you need to make sure that you get your sugars levels checked. And then when you also notice that you're beginning to feel needle sensations or gloves and stocking sensation, you just feel some weird things in your limbs, you know, that is not usual for you, you should always get it checked. And it is not every time a person loses weight that you attribute it to stress. Sometimes it could be diabetes, sometimes it could even be cancer, sometimes it could be hyperthyroidism. There are a lot of conditions that can just make you have unintentional weight loss, unexplainable weight loss. So weight loss without a tangible cause is a red flag that must be thoroughly investigated. So that is how to distinguish it between it and normal stress. If it was just stress, you know that once you take a break, you go on a vacation, you know, and you remove the stressor, you know, everything seems to normalize, but that is not going to be the case if it's diabetes.
All right. So what tests can be used to diagnose this diabetes?
Okay, I think the doctor had mentioned them. You know, you have your fasting blood sugar. That is you checking your blood sugar levels after a period of fasting, usually about 8 to 10 hours of fasting. And then you also have your random blood sugar, which is, and it's important for us to note here that you have a normal reference range of values for each of these tests. So if you're doing a fasting test, there's a normal reference range it's expected to be within. So if you do a random blood sugar, there's also a reference range of value it's supposed to be within for it to be considered normal. Then for people who are confirmed diabetics, you know, when they come for follow-up checks, we now have what we call the glycated hemoglobin, and that helps us to do, to assess or evaluate their control of their blood sugar over a period of time, you know, to know if from their last appointment up till now, how has their sugar been controlled. It helps you know people that are compliant with treatment. It helps you know people who are following their meal plan. And it helps you to know people who are doing well on the current therapy. And it helps to inform the doctor whether he needs to adjust their treatment or adjust the doses of the drugs they're on.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, I'd like to come to you. You are a nutritionist to a very large extent. So I'd love to take this to the diet angle. So how does diet, stress, sleep, all of this, you know, lack of exercises contributes to diabetes, and what lifestyle changes can actually improve the condition?
Okay, so diet plays a major role. Like I've said first in the definition, that diabetes basically has to do with a high glucose level in the blood. And of course, one of the first ways we get glucose into the system is from what we eat and the process of digestion, okay? The other way that glucose floods the system is when the body is in what we call a fight or flight mode. In other words, you need to attend to a particular matter, you need to be awake for a bit longer. So your body activates a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol makes sure that your body system is flooded with glucose. The main purpose is that it's trying to help you have enough energy to complete the task at hand. Okay. Now, the fight or flight mode is usually what we experience when we say we are stressed. It means basically that we have to attend to a particular task, and maybe we have a short time or we have little resources, so we are a bit more tense. And usually at that time we need more energy, and that's why cortisol comes in. Now, if you are constantly in that particular situation, that means every time your system has a rush of glucose coming through it, if persistently you are eating meals that have a very high glycemic index. When we say it has a high glycemic index, what we mean is that it has a tendency, when it breaks down, to flood your system with a lot of glucose. Okay, or in simple terms, what we're trying to say is that the basic components of that meal breaks down very easily into glucose, which glucose, as we all know, is sugar. So these are the two ways that stress and diet affects. Then, of course, when you don't sleep, you need to be, and you're trying to be awake, you're trying to be alert. Your brain also needs energy. So it kicks in different mechanisms in your body to make sure that the sugar level is high. So you can imagine you constantly being in all these states for very long periods of time. After some time, of course, the first time it happens, your body's mechanism kicks into place. Insulin tries to do its work, which is basically to transport glucose to the cell and all that. But after some time, in science, many times we say either it becomes insulin production reduces, or it becomes overwhelmed. In other words, the sugar load is too much for it to carry. So I hope in simple terms, everyone has been able to understand how these four things go hand in hand to raise sugar levels and ultimately lead to diabetes.
All right, so sugary drinks. What about sugary drinks, alcohol, late night eating?
They're all part of the whole sequelae. They're all part of the whole drama. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, Dr. Charles Adiogu, let's make this more relatable to the audience. So, what everyday habits put people at risk on a normal day, and they don't even realize it? What everyday habits do people just don't, pay attention to, but it is actually putting them at risk to having this particular health condition?
Okay, there are some everyday habits that increases your risk or predisposes you to diabetes. One of which is the sedentary lifestyle. So if you're always seated for a long period of time, or you're somebody that you're an executive and you have people run errands for you.
Remote workers.
Exactly, and remote workers. So everybody is doing the work, running up and down to get your objectives, met, but you are declining in your health quality, so to say. So basically, a sedentary lifestyle is a problem. Then for a lot of people who binge on alcohol, it's also a problem, because alcohol has been strongly linked to pancreatitis, which is inflammation of the pancreas where insulin is produced. So you can imagine chronic inflammation of the pancreas will make you, have a decline in pancreatic function. Then, of course, binging on junk foods.
Junks. Oh my God. I feel like this is very relatable.
Or you are eating everything that you crave for, forgetting the nutritional nourishment it brings to you, or the potential detrimental effects it can have on your health. So the fact that you suddenly remember certain snacks, I don't want to mention names here, which we all know, that, okay, you just have a sudden craving for it, and then it's almost on impulse that you just make an order, and then you eat and eat and eat, and you can't even control yourself that, okay, this is how much of it you want to eat. And then you keep ordering and ordering back to back just because it feels good, just because it tastes nice, and then you forget about your health. So you can see diet plays a role, you can see lifestyle plays a role. And then for a lot of people who, for one reason or the other, exercise is not just their thing. They'll just tell you exercise is not for me. You know, I don't see why I need exercise. I'm already active and all that. Exercise has shown to significantly improve the quality of lives of diabetics and also to reduce the risk for people who have other risk factors in place, like genetics. So for instance, you come from a family that diabetes is very prominent in their lineage, and you try as much as possible to avoid a sedentary lifestyle. You have a consistent exercise routine. You watch your diet closely. You drink alcohol responsibly. You're likely not going to come down with diabetes. So these are just a few of one of the most important everyday things that people do that they are not actually aware increases their chances of diabetes. And of course, people that are obese, you better find a way to manage your weight, because your body weight, you know, has a strong link to diabetes, hypertension, and other cardiovascular events.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive into treatment options, myths, and how to prevent complications. Please stay with us. All right, it's been a wonderful conversation here. We've been talking about diabetes, and I've been with Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adeogun. They've been able to establish the causes, the symptoms, the complications, and all of that. So right now we're talking about the treatment. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca first. So Dr. Rebecca, what treatment options are available for diabetes, medications, insulin, and all of that? Can you just brush through it once again?
Okay. So first and foremost, because this is my tough, the first thing is always to have to approach it from nutrition. First and foremost, person has to adjust their nutrition depending on the level, because it depends on how long, how bad the symptoms present, and if there are any complications. Then also there are medications that control diabetes, okay? And then in some cases, especially where it's obvious that the pancreas is not producing insulin at all, we augment with insulin injections. So those are basically the three lines of
symptoms and complications. So complications are what result from persistently uncontrolled diabetes. So the problem is not diabetes in itself. The problem is actually leaving it uncontrolled, because there are a lot of people living with diabetes well controlled and they have minimal complications and they have a good quality of life. So it's very important that early diagnosis helps you to institute treatment early, to put in place all the dietary and lifestyle modification, and then ultimately the goal is minimize complications. So what are these complications? We've mentioned blurry vision or even blindness. It's important that we mention that diabetes can make people go blind, can make people lose their vision because of the retinopathy. It can cause renal failure. These are the end stage consequences of persistently, uncontrolled diabetes. So for people that are uncontrolled, they'll have wounds that will not heal, leading to amputation. You can have people having what we call numbness and tingling sensation, the neuropathies. You can have men presenting with erectile dysfunction. You can have increased risk of stroke. You can have increased risk of cardiomyopathy. And then you can ultimately have, of course, death, because people can go into a diabetic coma. So that's something that results when you have hyperglycemia, that is elevated blood sugar over a long period of time, and nothing was done about it, either because the person didn't present early enough, or the person was not compliant with treatment, or the person was, in the case of Nigerians, looking for other alternative treatments that are not effective, and the person has been on these things, and ultimately complications result. So ultimately the advice to everybody is early detection. Do something about it once the diagnosis has been established. Go for regular health checks and be on your drugs as much as you can. And the doctor has already talked about the treatment modalities available.
All right, so I would like to go to Dr. Rebecca for this particular question, because you are a nutritionist. So we talk about something we popularly call agbo in our dialect. Okay, so agbo jadi is very, very, very safe according to what people, usually describe it as. So how do you think this can work with medications? Is it better than modern diabetes medications and all of that?
Okay, so thankfully we're in a world where people are, knowledge is increasing every day and people are doing their research. So, but when it comes to things like diabetes, it's very, very important that whoever you are getting these things from is knowledgeable. Now, let me tell you some dangers about the herbal medications. First and foremost, they are not properly regulated. A few people are coming out to regulate them properly now. Then many people don't know, which some people in my space are trying to raise awareness about this. Some of these preparations are made, they are kept for a long time, mold gets into them, and it's now the offshoot of what was produced that is molding and spoiling is what people are taking, and it can lead to it can damage their kidneys seriously. So it's very, very important that you don't just take anything. Unfortunately, we live in Nigeria especially. People don't pay attention to quality. Other parts of the world where they've started taking time to study the herbs, they are doing a lot of quality checks on them. But in this environment, there are very, very few people that pay attention to quality. So I wouldn't advise anybody that already has sugar problems, is already having complications, to just go to anybody. Make sure you go to somebody that is trained, that really understands what they are doing, because you are trying to treat the sugar and avoid drugs, but you may not end up with a kidney complication, which we don't want that to happen. And not just the kidney a complication in your kidneys, there are other organs that will be affected, so it's not just wise just to buy anything off the street. How long has that thing been prepared?
Exactly.
Is this actually the herbs or the mold that you are drinking, So all those things matter. And unfortunately too, in our society, people don't really value their health. So some of the people that have actually been trained and understand how these things are supposed to be prepared and used, they are not even willing to go to them, So those are some of the challenges with it. So my first advocacy is that go to the hospital, make sure that you are properly checked. And if this is the route you want to take, go to a certified professional.
Yeah, so modern diabetic medication is still the best.
It's still important.
All right.
It saves a lot
so
of
Dr.
money.
Adeg, we talked about junk foods and all of that. Please, we know that some of these junk foods are quite, heavy in fat and all of that. So can you recommend some snack that we would safely swap with all of the ones we've been taking to reduce this sugar intake and, reduce the risk of diabetics?
Okay. So, even though my focus is on food and medicine, I would say I am not a dietitian. But from my experience, one of the things that help to calm hunger pangs and also keep your sugar down is having something that is rich in protein. Okay. And we have things like our nuts. Now, I'm not saying take a whole bottle of granules. No, please don't do that. Or you can have like a handful of cashews. You can have chicken. You can have your meat. Then fruits that are low in sugar, things like watermelon, you can have that. Vegetables like cucumbers, you can have that. So those are things you can snack on. But we all know by the time you eat cucumbers and watermelons, they are basically water-rich fruits. You'll feel hungry. So pair it with a nice protein. It will help.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to the studio. Dr. Charles, so I want us to talk about some myths, right? There are some things that people just misinterpret diabetics to be. So some of them are that only sugar causes diabetics. I don't know if that's true. Some of them say herbal mixtures can cure it. Some of them say diabetes is a spiritual attack. Some of them say only overweight people get diabetic. Some of them say once you start medications, it will not leave completely. It can only leave, just... So can you just clarify some of these myths?
Okay, thank you. So myths, these myths are misconceptions. They come from people not having a thorough understanding of the condition. But basically, it's good for us to emphasize here that diabetes is a chronic metabolic state or condition that cannot be cured. It can only be managed. So it's a lifelong treatment. This is very good for people to make peace with at the beginning so that you won't have problems with compliance to treatment. So when your doctor is always asking you to be on your medications or asking you for regular wellness checks, you would not be saying, for how long am I going to be treating this? You will be clear from the beginning because you fully understand that this is a condition that you would have to manage long term. So that is something people should settle in their minds. That's number one. Then number two, most of the foods you eat, carbohydrate foods, are broken down to sugar by the process of digestion. So every food you eat, your body has a series of processes of breaking them down, extracting the nutrients from them before elimination in your body. So your body absorbs the nutrients ultimately. So most carbohydrate foods are broken down to sugars. So when you are referring to sugar, we're not only referring to that white refined sugar that comes in cube form or granulated form. Exactly. So people should understand that this is not only that kind of sugar. So if you're eating a lot of your pounded yam, your white rice, your white bread, and all that, and doing all the pastries, yes, you're going to have your sugar spikes, especially if you're already a non-diabetic or you are pre-diabetic.
And taking a lot of soda.
Yeah, or take a lot of sodas, yes. So basically, you know that you are going to actually have a sugar spike. So it's important we know that. And then, of course, most illnesses, if not all, in fact, I would say every illness has an explanation. That is why there is a study called pathology, where you study diseases, because there is a basis for most diseases. So there are some diseases that may not be fully understood, but there is always an explanation for them. So for you to think it's spiritual, completely count that out, because that is just our own African mind trying to explain what seems poorly understood or is mystical to them.
Exactly.
Just because they don't have answers to it or they don't have a thorough knowledge of it, they now assume it has to have a spiritual origin. The truth of the matter is diabetes is explainable. It's a metabolic condition. Either you're not producing enough insulin, or your body is not responding to insulin, or it's gestational. So it has to be one of these factors. And if you do a thorough family history taking, you'll find out that it is somewhere, already in that family line. Then it's also necessary for us to know that, please, like the doctor said, you have treatment options available. These are time-tested and trusted methods of managing diabetes. So we use the word managing, referring to diabetes, hypertension, and some other illnesses, because they don't really go away. So when you say treatment, if you use the word treatment, some people may misinterpret it to mean that, okay, you take the course of treatment for a certain duration of time and then it goes away. This is not the case in diabetes. So you know that it is a constant treatment that entails you taking your medications, modifying your lifestyle, changing your diet to make sure that you maintain, optimal glucose levels. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, definitely. But earlier you spoke about a type of gestational diabetes that has to do with pregnancies, right? So is it possible that women with gestational diabetes can have healthy pregnancies all through?
Yes, that's the essence of you going for, your antenatal checks and being, monitored by an obstetrician. That's the specialist in charge of pregnancy and pregnancy-related conditions. So once you're already going for your regular checks, your sugar levels will be checked, your HbA1cs will be checked, your urinalysis will be done, we'll check the number of pulses of glucose you have in your urine, because all these are indicators of how well you're doing and how well your sugar is controlled. for a lot of women who have gestational diabetes, yes, they do carry their pregnancy well, and they give birth to babies, that are healthy. But the important thing is that everything must be done under strict scrutiny and monitoring, because that surveillance is very, very key to minimize your risk of complications. Because you can imagine a woman who has been pregnant and maybe she's had previous children and probably didn't have the issue at that time. And she assumes that this pregnancy too, she will go elsewhere to somebody who is not an expert to manage her, or she's just self-medicating or managing herself, which is very dangerous. You can imagine her having gestational diabetes. First and foremost, she would not even know because she hasn't checked. You would only know what you have investigated. And then secondly, all the right treatments or managements will not be put in place because she is not even aware of what condition she has. So she will suddenly give birth to a child probably with congenital anomalies, a child who is bigger than usual. And if she hasn't done a scan, because it's amazing how people trivialize their health and don't prioritize their health. You'll just find out that at the point of birth, she's having difficulty giving birth.
And you will not be able to place.
And because the child is too big, because of the diabetes, the child is macrosomic, very, very huge baby. And the child may also have complications. We have birth injuries. You can find out because maybe some inexperienced midwives or some traditional, or I don't know, some people who are not specialists, the people taking the delivery, they can actually fracture the clavicle of the child. The child can have Erb's palsy. You can actually injure the child and give the child some deformities, which would have been preventable if she had been in a hospital setting, because they would have foreseen all these things and would have put things in place at least to curb the complications from arising. So it's very essential that you're coming to the hospital is not just to keep the hospital business running or for doctors to collect your money.
Yes.
It is for your own safety and the safety of your unborn child.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would just love to ask you this question before we move. How important is family support in managing all right? So, Dr. Charles, I'd love to ask you, how important is family support in managing diabetics? People with diabetics also have families and they might be going through a whole lot. So what's your advice to these people? How do they manage the situation with their family members?
Just like any other illness, illness requires you doing the right things in terms of presenting early to a medical professional, sticking to your treatment regimen that has been recommended for you. And also, we all need good support. We need a support system. Yes. People that would support us emotionally, people that would support us when we are discouraged, people that would, cheer us on, even when we don't feel like doing the things we're supposed to do. Because these are the people that will serve as reminders for us. So family support is key. For instance, somebody who is managing diabetes, occasionally, being a human, the cravings come, you want to eat what you're not supposed to eat. Somebody comes and gently reminds you, you're not supposed to eat that. Remember what the doctor said.
Yes,
this is not for you.
To have our backs.
Exactly. And then somebody tells you, the doctor asked you to always exercise. You've not exercised in the last 2 days. I think you are missing out on something important. Let me go on a walk with you, just to encourage you, just to give you that drive and that motivation. Somebody reminds you, have you taken your medication today? And somebody reminds you, your hospital appointment is on Friday. I hope that is in plan. You need all this.
Yeah.
It is when you have this support that you can actually do well, and it sends a message to the patient themselves that they are wanted. Exactly, they are wanted, they are loved. They don't want to lose them.
Yeah, it's not a death sentence.
Yes, and they matter to the people around them, and the people around them really want them around for longer. And you don't know, you cannot quantify what positive effect it will have on the well-being of that patient.
Yeah.
So it's important that family members, rally around people living with diabetes and give them all the support.
All right, thank you very much. So in 30 seconds, just tell us one advice for people that are ignoring these symptoms and should really, really pay attention to their health, just to, bring that awareness to them.
Well, for people that have the symptoms already and they're not paying attention to it, or they're ignoring the symptoms or wishing away the symptoms, they're treading on dangerous grounds, because what is going to happen certainly is you're going to just find out that there's kidney failure, you lose your vision, you may have erectile dysfunction, you have wounds that won't heal, you are playing with complications that are too detrimental for you to ignore. Because at the end of the day, when these things happen, you will go back to the hospital you have always been avoiding, and you will go back to the doctors you've been running away from. And then, mind you, to manage complications. Mind you, I use the word manage. So manage the complications is way, way, way more expensive than you managing it at the diabetic stage before those complications arise. So it's better you choose how you want to spend your money, and you better choose it wisely. So better make the choice to handle something when it is still very minor and when things are not complex yet, than for you to be running around looking for dialysis or transplants when the kidneys have already gone bad. So please don't ignore your symptoms. Your symptoms are red flags that your body is sending to you. Do something about it.
Okay, please don't ignore your symptoms. We've heard that from the medical experts on the show today. So a very, very big thank you to Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogun for sharing such clear, practical insights with us today. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thanks for having me.
All right, diabetes may be a lifelong condition, but remember, with the right information, early detection, and intentional lifestyle habits, life can remain full, vibrant, and deeply rewarding. So everyone watching, your health is not a burden. It is an investment. Your body speaks, and please don't wait for it to shout before you listen. If you notice any unusual thirst, fatigue, weight changes, anything that doesn't feel normal, please seek medical help early. There is strength, not shame, in taking control of your health. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, please stay informed, stay intentional, and above all, stay alive.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
That gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
You're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
and you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you. I beg you, subscribe. Watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep.
All right, a very wonderful afternoon to you out there. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Am I going to call this a victory at last for the ADC? Atiku officially joins ADC ahead of 2027 general elections. Okay, so this is actually a very serious one here. Of course, the leadership of ADC actually mentioned that if any of the heavyweights would actually be part of whatsoever they are doing, they have to do it officially by leaving whatsoever political party they belong to. And, you know, of course, moving to the ADC, Atiku has actually deemed it fit to actually, made the move officially. So welcome on board to the former vice president. And away from that particular one, President Tinubu orders withdrawal of police officers guarding VIPs. So these are the major conversations that we'll be talking about today. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Politicians are sponsoring bandits to destabilize Tinubu's government. Senator Oji Kalu has alleged that politicians are behind the recent surge in killings and adoptions across Nigeria, aiming to destabilize President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Kalu, a former Abia State governor, claimed these attacks are politically motivated and orchestrated by both local and foreign actors. Okay, and away from that particular one, PDP tells Tinubu to seek help or resign amidst rising insecurity. The People's Democratic Party has actually called on the president to either seek help or resign due to the country's worsening security crisis. Recent abduction of students in Kebbi and Niger State, as well as worshippers in Kwara State, have actually exposed the government's inability to manage the crisis, according to the PDP. And away from that particular one, let's move to Kano State now. NNPP urges INEC to disregard Kwankwaso-led congresses. The new Nigerian political party has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to disregard congresses led by Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, citing court rulings that confirmed Kwankwaso's expulsion from the party. The party claims to have held and concluded court-ordered congresses. Kwankwaso and his group were expelled for anti-party activities. This is quite a very funny one, you know, because I think expulsion is the order of the day now. You know, expelling, your party members, rather. I think that's what is really going on as we speak, because the PDP has their own, the Labour Party, of course, are also going through theirs, and now the NNPP. And should we say, because I think they started from when the honourable member, Jibrin, mentioned that the doors of Kwankwaso are still open for talks. And of course, he was expelled from the party. And not quite long, this is happening to Kwankwaso now, after Kwankwaso also mentioned that the president is his friend, and of course, he's open to any political party at all, as far as they would do what his party and his supporters would actually enjoy. And of course, their interest would be, recognized and all of that. So Kwankwaso talked about all of this, and I'm surprised that days afterwards, the same party is rising against him. Should we say that something is really going on with all the opposition party? Because this NNPP is part of the parties that would actually say, oh, they're strong and, they're quite formidable and they're waiting for the 2027 general elections. Of course, we saw what happened in the 2023 election. But if this is also happening to NNPP, so should we say the ADC is the last party standing without any issue for now? And I believe you would agree with me for me to use that word, for now. So should we actually leave it that way? What? In the coming days, we would actually know what would happen to the ADC if anything at all would actually happen, before 2027. And let's come to the Kogi Senator Natasha's cybercrime trial adjourned to February 2026. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has adjourned the trial of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduan for alleged cybercrime until February 4, 2026 due to the judge's absence. Akpoti was arraigned on 6 counts of alleged cybercrime, including transmitting false information via electronic means to malign, incite, and endanger lives. Okay, let's hope for the best on that particular situation. Now let's come to the former presidential candidate, Peter Obi. He said, no nation survives on excuses or absentee leadership. Okay, Obi has lamented the worsened security situation in Nigeria, attributing it to failed leadership. Okay, he also mentioned this in a statement he titled that is Nigeria cursed or are we cursed? Obi highlighted a string of violent incidents and kidnappings that have plagued the country over the past 10 days. Obi emphasized that Nigerians' problems are not due to fate, but rather the direct consequences of collective leadership failures. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and of course, together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation. Let's talk about Atiku today and the ADC. Atiku officially joins ADC ahead of 2027 general elections. You don't go to a station, please. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. This particular one that my director is is on me this afternoon. I just hope all is well. Okay, let's come back to the conversation. I think, will I say, Jubilee everywhere, or the ADC are actually having a very wonderful time now, having this particular heavyweight in the political sector, moving officially to their camp, yes, to say that here I am and this is where I belong now. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has officially registered as a member of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Adamawa State, marking a significant development in Nigerians' opposition politics. Atiku's resignation ceremony was attended by supporters who cheered and sang as he received his ADC membership card. Atiku confirmed his membership on social media, posting, "It is official, AA," meaning Atiku Abubakar, alongside a photo of himself holding his ADC membership card, just like you can actually see that on our screen. Atiku's move is expected to boost the party's profile and consolidate the opposition ahead of the 2027 general elections. The ADC has been adopted by a coalition of opposition figures, including former Senate President David Mark and former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, of course, who is yet to also declare his membership officially now. All right, we are now being joined by Chief Peter Ame, former national chairman, IPAC, political economics, political party management strategist, governance policy and development analyst. Good afternoon, Chief Peter. Hello, Chief Peter, are you there? Good afternoon to you.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, I can hear you now. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Okay. I'm fine. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. It's quite a sunny day here in Lagos, and thank God that the network is favorable today, unlike last week that the network actually, played hanky-panky with you.
Yes.
But thank God you are here. And I'm really excited because of this particular first topic, because I know that you would actually give us more insight as regards to this conversation. You're welcome on board, sir. All right, quickly as well, we have Chijioke Nwoye, a business magnate and a political and social analyst. You're welcome on board, Chijioke. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
You're welcome on board. Chijioke is joining us from Canada. And of course, I've just been told that we also have Dr. Dayo Kayode, who is also on board. Hello, Dr. Kayode, are you there? Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Today is going to be so wonderful having these wonderful commentators to discuss issues on ground.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. All right, let's go back to Chief Peter Ame. Hello, Chief, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so, sir, everywhere is actually buzzing now, and I don't know if you've actually felt the heat in Abuja. You know, Adamawa, as we speak, you know, we have live bands everywhere playing, you know, and jubilating that finally the former vice president has actually, you know, joined the ADC. And I'd like to ask you, should this particular one be a thing of concern for the ruling party, and how heavy, you know, is this particular heavyweight as regards to this move to the ADC? I'd like you to give me your take as regards to this conversation, please.
Yeah, because of the complexity of the current situation of our country and the management of how the country is being managed by the APC, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is not a featherweight; he's an heavyweight politician. He has his own they call a niche cut out for him, and his base, you know, as strongly as you can, you know, is the northern part of this country. So definitely the APC is jittery. The APC is always jittery when the opposition moves. They have made all attempt to try to, you know, stiffen opposition politics in this country for the first time, you know, heavily, you know, putting heavy interest in that process and bringing their weight to bear on that process. But because of the people who are involved, actually hold politicians who are also masters in some of these tricks, they are beating them to their game. And I think nobody should use whatever word, even if I'm not in his camp and I support a different candidate, I cannot, try to undermine his popularity and his acceptance within his own region. So he's an heavyweight to be on this coming 2027 election, and that I acknowledge that sincerely.
Thank you so much, Chief Peter. All right, I would like to ask you, how will this Atiku's defection from PDP to ADC affect the political landscape in Nigeria? I know that if we want to be fair with ourselves as regards to track records, you know, you agree with me that the former vice president has actually moved from, different political party, you know, and to some people, they feel it's just a random thing, it's just a normal thing that, of course, if he doesn't get a ticket from here, or if he doesn't win from here, all he just has to look for is another political party and just move and things like that. So, but I would like you to let us know, can Atiku's presence strengthen the ADC's chances in the 2027? Of course, I would like you to take this simultaneously. To give them, it has created some mileage from them and some opportunity, but Atiku on his own cannot get that. For me, I must say this, I'm a strong supporter of the rotation in this country because of the lack of balance that we have done. And if we are going to stop the rotation, we must allow it to go full cycle. So currently, after Muhammadu Buhari finished 8 years, it has returned to the south. I think the Southerners should be able to complete their 8 years, even if it's left for 4 years. They must be able to complete that. So if we are not starting and neglecting the rotational presidential electoral processes, then we will not start on the flat slate. But as it is now, Atiku has brought his own interest and his own supporters to the ADC. I must first of all congratulate my friend and brother, Chief Okera Fungosu, who I've known for over 25 years as a colleague and a courageous and kind man. This is something I congratulate him, and that's why you find out I will not, because as a man who have also supported my dreams in many years as my friend, I wish him well. But the fact remains that those who are coming to the ADC must put aside their personal interests, put aside their ego, and look at the reality of our country. Because what the APC, what the Bola Tinubu and his team are working towards is to see how they can make sure that no any other Saitana
apart from Tinubu is on the ballot. That is what they are desperately doing every day to make sure that especially Peter Obi, not to have tickets so that they will run against Atiku Abubakar, and then you have the advantage to be able to use the middle belt and the southern part of Nigeria to come to power. So that is for me. I think all those opposition political party leaders and the opposition leaders must put into consideration the intricate and very delicate balance of our society, where people tend to now want to see that there's equity, there's fairness, and there's justice in the distribution and of political offices. So it will better help the chances of the ADC if the ADC does take a right decision in line with the current rotational arrangement that will exist within this country, and if they also look at it properly and make sure that a candidate that will be put forward for the 2027 election will be the one that is appealing, somebody that is compassionate, somebody that has integrity, somebody that have the capacity and the honesty to be able to govern this country with all purpose. Because the current challenges we face is not the lack of resources for our country, it's not the lack of revenue generation for our country, but it's the obvious show of wasteful expenditure and waste in the government, and that's why we have also talked about how to reduce the cost of governance, which this current government have even ballooned beyond the average level. So it's critically clear that because we now have a very well-informed citizenry and electorate that are mostly within the youthful age, it is very clear that we play this politics in a way that will bring somebody to the ballot that can take us to the victory. That's my own opinion, but nobody can underrate the Alhaji Atiku.
I love that statement. Nobody can actually, underrate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Thank you so much, Chief Ame. All right, let's go to Chijoke. Chijoke, are you there? Hello, Chijoke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. So, of course, I'd like to take you on this. Chief Peter talked about being a fan of elections, or of course positions going round, in Nigeria and all of that. And you would agree with me that one of the biggest problems that the PDP had, that made them get to this point at which they are, is because of the power rotation. When the power was meant to come to the south, Atiku Abubakar, grabbed the ticket and he actually contested. Of course, even when the APC, presented someone from the south, the Labour Party presented someone from the south. And now this particular one is happening again, that the south still has one more attempt to go. But of course, Atiku has actually moved. We don't know yet. So many people are projecting that. Of course, it's clear that he might actually, get the primaries. But I'd like to ask you, do you also believe in power rotation, as we've actually mentioned, or you believe in the right candidates who would take Nigeria from where we are to a better place, regardless of the region?
Why do you think that we are still where we are today as a nation? Instead of moving forward, we are moving backward. Why? It's because of this useless power rotation. We don't need power rotation. What we need is capable hands. Power rotation is, to me, is a selfish interest of some people, and that is why the country is not going forward. What is happening? Okay, let's take for instance what happened in the last election between the PDP, for instance. PDP was one of the most, I should say, the strongest opposition party to at least defeat APC if they should contest for the next election. But what happened? It's not the power rotation. It's selfish interest of the people in PDP, selfish interest of Wike, selfish interest of Atiku. That is the problem, and that is why the party collapsed. So Atiku leaving PDP to ADC, for what purpose? Is it for the interest of the people or for his own selfish interest? Because you cannot tell me it's the interest of the people. If it is for the interest of the people, there is no need for him to leave the PDP that he spoiled. Instead, he will find a way to rebuild the PDP or find a way to make PDP active again. But instead, he knows that His selfish interest, to me, his selfish interest is no longer secured in PDP. That is why he left PDP to APC to secure his selfish interest. And that is not what we need in Nigeria today. Why is this government, why has this government failed woefully? Because of the selfish interest of the man we have in Aso Rock.
So that means Chijioke. So that means Chijioke, if I'm correct as regards to your submission, you don't care the geopolitical zone. You don't care. You know,
I don't care.
All you believe in
of the geopolitical zone.
All you believe in. We just need a good leader who can lead us right and take Nigeria from wherever we are. That's all. So you don't also care about this zoning. You don't care about this zoning and political zoning and what have you that we're actually doing in Nigeria.
What have we achieved since 1960 that we got our independence and we are zoning? What have we achieved? Can you tell me any significant thing we've achieved on this zoning? Instead, what we had is division, tribal division, religious division, problem upon problem. We have not had unity with this zone. It has been like division. That's it. So for me, there is no positive thing in this zona. Let's find a way to make it better. If we want to do the tribal zonal stuff of a thing, there is other ways we can do it.
Okay, Chijioke, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller. Please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Aiden on the line.
Please go ahead. Good afternoon to you.
This is
Hello.
Hello, I want to start with the Atiku Abubakar that I just joined ADC. The question I want to ask, can you say without an iota of doubt that Atiku Abubakar is a patriotic Nigerian? That's the question I want to throw to you, Savior. To answer that question, now I want to give an example. Ali Kodanko.
Hello.
The papers have been worked out.
Hello, is to who?
Hello.
Hey, Naya. At some point, I actually missed your submission there. Please go ahead.
I said, can you say without an iota of doubt that this same article is a patriotic Nigerian? The answer I will put to you is no. Why? I want to give an example of Aliko Dangote. He used his last $20 million, invested, he wanted to buy Arsenal football club.
Ina, are you there? Sorry, I think that was a network glitch there. Ina, hopefully you'll be able to give your submission later again. All right, Chijioke.
So to finalize my point, if we Nigerians or if these politicians so much believe that zoning the presidential position is a normal thing to do or it's a beneficial thing to do, to me, what I think we should do is we should have a kind of, I won't say a division, but the problem we have in Nigeria is this tribal of a thing. If there is a way we can divide, but not divide like, let's say this tribe, govern yourself in the way you understand yourself. This tribe, govern yourself in the way you understand yourself under one federal government. Now, this federal government, the powers that they have right now, we have to reduce to at least to allow the tribes or anything we can call it, or the zona or anything, the east, the south, the north, to govern themselves the way they understand. Let everybody start building their zona, this thing, under one federal government. And then it could be better. But doing this, do you know how many tribes we have in Nigeria? How do you, and then you're zoning it eight years before it will get to a particular tribe. So, like, I don't understand. It's going to keep causing problem and keep causing problem and keep causing problem. So let's put away the zonal thing and make sure that we create a system where we can put the best man on the job. When we have the best man, everything will be okay.
Chijioke, all I would just have to tell you that that particular era is gone, and I don't actually think such can still work anymore.
But if you could check at that particular era, that was when Nigeria was working better. You could check the Eastern thing.
So you said. So you said. But of course, let me go to Dr. Kayode now, who I believe is also an ADC man as we speak. Hello, Dr. Kayode. Hello, Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I am there. I am there with
So, Doctor, how will Atiku's membership in your ADC affect the party's coalition building efforts? And of course, will Atiku's presence in ADC lead to a shift in the party's ideological system? I would like you to just take all of this and let me know how your party are jubilating as we speak as regards to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me first of all appreciate my friend, my brother Nwoye from Canada for telling me that he doesn't believe in federal character. The same thing here. I never believe in federal character. Rather, I believe in capacity, character, and compassion. Somebody that has integrity. Somebody that can lead us from the dude room to where we are supposed to be when Nigeria was the cynosure of all eyes. That is one. Two, talking about Atiku moving from one party to the other and all that. If you want to believe it, Atiku is a career politician. And as a career politician, you have to be able to see and know where you can achieve your aspirations. Even though I believe that we should be ideologically driven, but Nigeria political parties are not necessarily ideologically driven. And I will give you an example. Look at where ideology works. Sometimes when I'm watching Premier League, I go beyond looking at who wins the match or who is dribbling or whatever. But the spectators, you will see a small boy being carried by his father, supporting teams like maybe Leeds United, because that Leeds United is within their locality. If Chelsea should score Leeds United, you will see that boy will cringe. We cringe. But if, like Leeds United should score Chelsea, you will see the joy in that guy. Now, go to their politics. You wouldn't see them cross-carpeting anyhow. Then even the American presidential system we are practicing, have you ever seen them cross-carpeting anyhow? Even when they don't support their president, they still remain in that party and vote against that president.
So, Dr. Kayode, are you saying you are not happy that Atiku has joined your party now?
How will I say so? I'm not saying so. I'm only saying that people should stop saying he's jumping from one party to the other.
But Dr. Kayode, you also left the PDP for ADC.
Exactly.
So did you jump or not?
I jumped.
Okay, did Atiku jump from PDP to APC or not? Did he later jump from APC back to PDP? Did he jump from PDP now to the ADC? I just want to get it clear.
I don't want us to use the word jumping.
Okay, give me another word, please.
Give me another word. Will not suffice. Let me tell you this. I was a member of PDP for how many years?
Of course.
For how many years? But along the line, some hawks took over the control of PDP, and that umbrella, they make sure that they tow it and they burn it, which is the work of APC, through Wike and all that. And it's a pity that people didn't know exactly what happened. They were just trying to shift the blame on Atiku. Atiku was not ready to contest that 2023 election in the first instance. It was situational. Because along the line, when he was saying, yes, let us shift it to the south. But if we are not shifting to the south, it must go to southeast. And he was looking towards Obi, and Wike knew the moment they were saying southeast, he has lost out because it is from the south. And that's why Wike now said, let them form a committee.
Okay.
And then he went back to IU. The IU should make it.
Hello, doctor.
Atiku decided to throw the towel and say, okay, yes, I'm ready to contest.
Hello, doctor.
Where is the part of Atiku here?
Hello, doctor.
Atiku coming to ADC. Now,
hello, doctor. I'd like you to hold your thoughts, please. Can you hear me? Doctor, please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts.
No problem.
Yes, I'd like you to hold
No
your thoughts. Yes. We have a caller. Hello, Inaya. Hello. All right, so I think that was a drop call there. I like Chief Peter Ame. I heard him. I never knew he was not muted. So I heard Chief Peter Ame saying that's a lie. So I want to get something clear. Chief Peter, what exactly is the lie that you're talking about here?
Whatever he has said is a pure
Hello?
from his own personal imagination.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What did you say, sir?
Can you hear me? Whatever Dr. Kayode has said about Atiku trying to go to Southeast, it's just this kind of things that politicians do. I'm not that kind of politician. I've always spoken my mind to try to see whether they can cut the Southeast. I support Obi. I've always supported Obi. I will support Obi for Obi, beyond competence. Obi has all the merit and the criteria to
exactly like.
You tell me I'm saying lie now.
Let me clear one thing.
I was part of it from the beginning. I was part of it.
You are not part.
Dr. Kayode, please hold your thoughts. I'll come back to you.
I tell you that Atiku had no intention of stepping down for anybody. He said when it is zoned to Southeast, he will step down. I still have the record. If the station can quickly...
Yeah, was it zoned to Southeast? Was it zoned to Southeast?
But it was the people are saying...
Hello, Chief Peter Ame. Doctor, please, I just want you to hold your thoughts, okay? And Chief Peter, please, when you're done, Doctor would respond to that. Chief Peter Ame, please, can you continue now?
Well, let me clear it. The ADC had even missed it. Their optics to politics and their perception and reality. Special campaign office is. It is wrong for the ADC to have located its national headquarters in that building. I'm telling you, this is the truth. Because public perception also reflects on reality. People talk about competence, merit, and ability. I'm telling you, go and ask the ADC chairman. He has been my friend. He has been my colleague. I was former national chairman of a political party and former inter-party advisory council chairman. I can tell you that when we tell you we talk about zoning, we are telling you because people think zoning exclude competence, exclude merit. We have seen for that one particular group. I'm from the Igala tribe, for instance. I'm an Igala man. I don't even have the population to win. Nigeria is going to grow. Every politics is going to grow. In America, if you're not born there, you can't be president. Why did they say competence and merit? Every politics is homegrown. Now that people have enjoyed the rotational presidency, they should be able to let it go full cycle. So if you want to let it go to full cycle, a person of his caliber maybe should be able to understand and believe in what is called full cycle and equity and fairness. For me, what I'm saying clearly here today is that if we are going to say we want to jettison zoning, that time will come where young generation will no longer be attached to their region. Every region, he has talked about devaluation of powers from the federal to the state. We have campaigned that over 20 years. You need somebody who have the courage, who have the capacity, who have the interest to be able to do that. And for us, we are talking about zoning does not exclude competence. It doesn't exclude merit. Only what it does is that inclusivity for all tribes and for all people. If it goes to somebody like Obi today, it has already gone to create a level of inclusivity on this country. If we want to do regional government and say, South, it's not central today where I come from, or middle belt, are going to have their opportunity to govern. It will be fair because we are multicultural, multi-ethnic. For this stability to come, it's going to take some time when we have attained some level of cosmopolitanism, where people have come to a knowledge that they have come to realize the level of knowledge we have. We still have ungoverned spaces in this country. We still have communities that the education level is dropped. The national average of out of school children is 1 to 3. So there are a lot of challenges that will exclude a lot of people from not having the opportunity to participate. What we are saying is to be able to draw an agenda that creates inclusive process for all mankind, everybody that is a citizen of this country. What we are saying, at the time that people were agitating for South to govern, Atiku went on to put himself on the ballot. That endangered the opportunity for the PDP and for the opposition at that time.
All right.
So what we should do...
Dr. Kayode, I'll come to you now. Please just hold your thoughts.
In our interest for this country.
All right. Thank you so much, Peter. Dr. Kayode, please hold your thoughts. Please, just hold your thoughts. I have a caller here. Hello? Hello? Hello, Inaya, please go ahead. I think you're having a network glitch and I don't know why. Inaya, can you hear me? Sorry, I can't hear you from this side, but of course, I don't know if you are online. But I want to come to Dr. Kayode now. And I love the fact that Chief Peter Ame, who happens to be a friend of the former Vice President, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is on the show today. Yes, and I would like to say this again, or maybe I would use the word, let me reiterate this again. I've actually said it on this show, that some people were actually saying that Atiku did not also cause what happened in the PDP. And let me say this, as clear as this. At the time that PDP were meant to agree the zoning to the south, Atiku should have not, in the first place, agreed to pick the tickets. It was not even meant to pick that particular ticket. If you use the word to the south, allow the southeast and the south-south to go head-to-head, which is between Wike and Obi. But of course, they had the meeting in the south. Okowa, the former governor of Rivers State, Diridoye of Bayelsa, and the likes of them, they had that particular meeting. And they decided to make it open. I was in Abuja at the time for that particular primaries. And of course, we saw what the former governor of Sokoto did, you know, that actually changed the whole narrative. If Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has actually said, okay, we agreed to zone this to the south, let me just hold myself. You guys do this thing and let's see, give them the support as another statesman. Of course, the time for the north will come. But that actually gave PDP a very huge blow and a setback. And today, PDP is struggling. We don't even know. Of course, some would say we are the original party. This one would say we are the original party, expelling themselves, giving a show of shame. So, Dr. Kayode, I'd like you to come in now and give us a good submission. Please, in just 2 minutes. Please, in just 2 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Number one, let me educate Mr. Peter.
Dr. Kayode, I'm coming, Dr. Kayode. Yes. Dr. Kayode, please, I would like you to give your submission without going directly to anyone or without any words of...
No, sorry, because of what he said.
I would want your words to be a bit clear and media friendly.
No, it's my friend. We are
notwithstanding, but we're on the show. We're on the show.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm always media friendly. You should know me for that.
All right. So
now, you see, Atiku did not donate any office to ADC. Atiku got that building on a lease, and that lease has expired. In order not to allow any other person to take that office because of his location, because I know that place, because of his location within Abuja, that was why ADC decided to take it off from him. So he never donated any office. It was on lease, and the lease has expired. Anybody can go and find that one out. Let's clear that. 2, on your question. What Atiku Abubakar was saying then in 2022, running 2023 election, was that let this presidency be zoned to the south. And he said, Southwest has done it with Baba Obasanjo, Osinbajo again as vice. South has done it with Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Why not Southeast? He gave that advice. But that advice jilted or jolted Wike, who has been permutating how to become the president for a very long time. By bringing Secondus, removing Secondus, bringing this one, removing it, bringing Ayu. And he now said, instead of saying to the southeast, let them form a committee that will look into it. And that committee was formed, chaired by Ayu. I don't know what has happened. I don't know what transpired among the committee, but the committee came out with the result that they should allow anybody that wants to contest wherever you come from to contest. It was at that point that Atiku now came in, when they have already asked everybody to come in. Where will he sit down as a career politician? So where is his fault there? And then Wike thought he was going to win him because of his relationship with Dogara from the north. And you know the way North works. On the day of election, he decided to jettison Wike. It is all politics. Meanwhile, Wike had said on the television before that whatever is the outcome of that primary, he will take.
Okay, doctor. Doctor, if you are actually saying Wike has actually said whatever that is the outcome of the election, he would take. Don't forget, Atiku Abubakar also mentioned that in case he loses out in the general elections in 2023, that he would never contest again. Did he make such a statement or not? Can you remember?
Except you bring it out, I see. I said, did Buhari too not mention it? This
is showing clearly that you're just trying to protect the person of Atiku. I don't know if you're a spokesperson. But because if you can mention the late president, okay, of blessed memories, Buhari, you mentioned that of Wike, and I'm mentioning what Atiku also said, and I'm surprised that he still wants to run again.
We're all human beings. We're all human beings that are being banded by the information we have at any point in time. That's what we call banded rationality theory. Go and read it.
Okay.
I can tell you I'm going to do this today. And if tomorrow comes, I have new information that I know is more germane.
Even when it has to do with your integrity, doctor. So what you're trying to tell me in a nutshell, I'm coming, doctor. Doctor, what you're trying to tell me in a nutshell is that if you tell me something today, Savior.
Egun baba mi fẹ́ jó.
Okay.
Egun baba mi ò jó mọ́. Who will say who will imprison me for that? My father's masquerade, it will go to the market to dance tomorrow. If tomorrow comes, I found out that it is not good enough for my father's masquerade.
Doctor.
And I said, okay, it's no more dancing.
Doctor.
Who is going to criticize me for that?
Doctor, then let me now also give you a reverse adage to that. Ẹni tó ní adé gún tẹ́lẹ̀, tó ní adé ògùn mọ́. Do you know what that means also? Meaning that a person of integrity, you said this today and tomorrow you're saying something else. So doctor, I'm coming. Doctor, I'm coming. Doctor, you are looking at it by the different from the perspective you are looking at it the other time. Doctor, that is the reason. Doctor, now what I want you to agree with me. Doctor, please, I wouldn't want you to deviate. What I want you to agree with me here is that if you tell me, Savior Udo, this particular thing today, what you're trying to tell me in a nutshell is that I shouldn't take it that seriously because you might actually change, even if it's actually about questioning your integrity tomorrow. Because we are living in a society. It is noted. I've actually taken that into consideration. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for calling in. Thank you so much for your contribution as regards to that. All right, let me go to Chijioke before I come back to Chief Peter before we round off. We all have just less than 1 minute to wrap up the conversation now. Chijioke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I heard everything.
Of course, you can hear the two elder statements, giving themselves longer-heads. But of course, I'm enjoying the conversation.
I say, when elders are talking, we young people, we keep quiet to listen and learn.
Okay, so Chijioke, let me ask you this very vital conversation here. Of course, we have the Atiku camp. We have Peter Obi. Maybe Amechi might not be that heavy as regards to the ADC, but can ADC effectively manage the ambition of its key leaders, including Atiku and Peter Obi? Because I know that these two people want that particular ticket, whether we like it or not. What do you think? Yeah. Would there be another issue sometime, very soon? Or will Obi even decide to join the ADC? Because he told us after Anambra election, he was going to, declare, but of course, we've not heard anything yet. So I'd like you to take this in closing, please.
Well, you should also know that Obi is a very smart politician. So he has to play smart. That's very, very, very one thing I like about him. Then coming to your question, you have to understand that why you have a party is when you create a party, there are people who manage the parties. Just like Peter was one of the one-time party national chairman. And I believe that the job of the people who manage a party is to make sure that they provide or they produce a very worthy, credible candidate to represent the party. Now, to me, what are the criteria to choose this credible or worthy candidate? The most important criteria is to make sure that the candidate has the interests of people at heart. Now, I've heard Atiku speak so many times. I've heard P2B speak so many times. And if I'm being honest with you, P2B is the best man for this job. His track record has shown that he has no interest, he has no special interest other than the betterment of the people he's meant to serve. When he was a governor of Anambra State, I was opportunity to be a student then in Anambra State, and I could say, being a student, I could see the effect of his governance then. So, if the ADC could put the interests of the people in mind, not their own selfish interests, but the interests of the people in mind, they will be able to give us a very credible candidate that even the opposition party cannot defeat. Let's take what happened in the last presidential election. Everybody knows who won the election. Okay. So if the ADC comes out and they're giving us any other person other than P2B, they are going to fail woefully. And they know that.
Thank you so much. Chijioke, for that particular final conversation. This is how far I can actually go. I'm sorry, we're pressed for time, and that's why we can't actually go further. But Chief Peter Ame, can you do me a favor? Just in 15 seconds. I need to wrap up now.
Abubakar thought that it was the turn of the North in 2011. Into 2015. That's why Jonathan came against Jonathan, that it was the turn of the North.
Exactly.
He try to want to break a cycle that he has fought against. What I talk about principle of leadership is critical.
Desperate situations need desperate solutions.
No, not Atiku becoming a candidate or becoming a president. That's not the desperate solution we need now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Today now he wants it to be North when it's the turn of the South. I'm a Northerner. I will not support such a level of how they call it, injustice. Nigeria must be balanced for all of us so that we can all have opportunities.
But they are going for primaries now. When I go for primaries now.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chief Peter Ame.
Is not good.
Thank you so much, Chief Peter Ame, for that wonderful submission coming from someone who's from the North. Kogi to be precise. So I love that particular one. And thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for joining the program. Thank you, Chijioke, for joining the program as well, all the way from Canada. This is how far I can actually go on the show. I'll be adjourning this conversation, and unfortunately, we're unable to talk about the police withdrawal from VIPs that the president actually ordered. But of course, I will adjourn it till next time. This is how far I can actually go. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. Have a good evening rest.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things: amidst the society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. As we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room.
All right, so another beautiful edition of the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry High, and we're about to dive deep into the football world with some insightful analysis. Of course, joining me are the usual suspects, talking about Ikechukwu and Mayowa, who will be joining us virtually to drop some knowledge on the latest football action. So get ready for the most exciting football talk, hot takes, and a deep dive into the action. So stay tuned, hit that subscribe button, turn on the notification bell, and of course you can also call in via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen to join the conversation. And I know the guys, it's all good, we are here, been there, done this, done that. Of course, the show has to go on. Ikechukwu, how was your weekend?
I'm good. Good evening, Jerry, and good evening to our viewers. I mean, it's a lot to talk about in the world of football.
Yeah.
So many things happened, last week and even during the weekends. So a lot of teams actually, live up to their quality and what we expect them to actually do, they delivered. But then I would just start by even asking you again, how are you feeling? I mean, it's quite difficult to be,
I think it has been a banged up 2 weeks for me. The Super Eagles not qualifying. Since they have not been able to get myself, and that lost to DR Congo, and of course Liverpool also doing the trip. You see triple now, all these 6 triplets of losses. Because I think I've lost count. I think
doing the 3-0, in between the loss.
I think it's now a tradition now because there's nothing different. That's not the Liverpool anymore.
So I ask you, is Liverpool's jersey still red or just Zobo color?
No, I think anything worse than red. I don't know. Can anything worse than red? Because if you're seeing red, that means things are wrong. It is what it is.
Well,
it is what it is. So I think these are the worst of these.
For you,
but we have to be here.
No, we haven't seen the worst of this. We haven't seen the worst of this.
All right, so let's talk about the exciting world of football. While we expect Mariwa to join us virtually. Okay, they have a match tonight against Everton, and a friend of mine who owns a regular nice sport has been inviting me to come and see football action in his new spot somewhere in Lagos. But I told him he was trying to make fun of all the invite, but I know you have to wait tonight. If not, there's going to be problem. Mariwa, it's great to have you join us, and of course, it's been a roller coaster week in the world of football.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I hope you don't have a drip under your soup there, because I mean Liverpool has been,
Yeah, I think it's not on the script today. Anyways, Mario Everton on the script.
I mean, they've been battered back and blue, and I don't know exactly what's going on. You have gone back to your usual position. 11th position is the usual position, and I think it's going to be where you are going to be this season. It's so unfortunate that after spending over 500 million, you are still where you are at the moment. But in any case, we cannot beat a dead horse. There is no point. You had a very interesting thing. Don't let us pilot from you. Let's welcome you back. Jerry, welcome.
Understand what you mean usual, because it's confusing for somebody who is defending champions and you are telling them that it's usual they're in 11th position. I don't know, maybe that's Man United's way of looking at things, because the last time I checked, Man United finished 17th last season, right? Was this 17th or 14th? Valentine's Day was their.
Ask my wife. It's his team that finished in that position. I don't know.
I don't know. But it's that won the league last season. You're telling them
my team is second on the log, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'm confused by one, please. So anyway,
your usual position is below Manchester United. So
okay, this season so far, B.
I mean, Liverpool to me is like candy. Every child wants to have a taste of it.
Yeah, I know.
And when they see candy like this, you just start rejoicing.
I think it has
Forest.
It has to do with Black Friday coming very.
Not early. Black Friday. Liverpool is.
I think Black Friday starting very early.
What exactly is the problem, Jerry? Maybe you help us understand. What exactly?
You have to sack in slot. Yeah, sacking.
You brought Isakaba.
No,
over almost 500 million pounds spent.
Sacking and his slot. I think the players don't want to play for his slot. Where I see.
I don't understand. The same players that won the league.
Yeah. I think they don't want to play for his slot because there's nothing to explain what's really going on. Because back-to-back losses. This is not the Liverpool, For a team that won the league last season,
maybe last season was a fluke, Jerry.
No, it was not a fluke. The team wanted to win last season because the season before they lost the league miserably, unexpectedly. They were going for quadruple. All of a sudden, everything just felt like a pack of cards. So that anger they came into last season, they came with all, and it's not or not, they were going to win that league last season. But this season, with the will to even win games are no longer there. They're just all banged up.
So don't you think it's more of the players than the coach?
Yeah, the thing is that when the players are not doing well, it's the coach that suffers. People don't. When Man United was not doing well, who were suffering? It was the coaches that were suffering.
No, United was clear. People understand United. There was no quality in United. You have quality in your Liverpool.
There were times Man United wanted to do Maguire, but they couldn't because nobody would buy him.
Exactly, but Liverpool there's no player you guys are pointing at saying this is our problem.
Why?
But United can
Konate is. There's this why I can't use it on
No, Konate is not your worst defender, Jerry.
Konate is a shadow of himself.
He's not your. Van Dijk is what?
Van Dijk is just watching.
Not even a shadow.
No, he's watching. He's just not interested. That's what I see. No interest. I think he has seen enough and just like since the players.
What about Gravenberch?
I think
he doesn't even know where.
Gravenberch is. The thing is that when there's an aura in the room, when you notice that everybody is like going this way, even if you come with the morale to want to do something different, there's this thing they call a theory in communication. They call it spiral of silence theory. The theory goes like this: when everybody is tilting towards this way, just because you don't want to be the old man out,
you conform.
You just conform and just join. Let's spoil everything so that everybody will calm. we'll go back. Anyway, let's talk about the NPFL. We'll get to that on the show. And of course, it looks like better days are coming for Nasser United. I know Nasser United, we're going to be on top of the table. We have arranged an interview with Amos. He's the media officer and, of course, one of the big brains around Nasser United. And, of course, what is happening to Nasser United right now, it did just start today. This has been the progress of, would I want to give the kudos to the Nasarawa state government? Maybe, because I think the likes of Amos have been able to make sure that they see the importance of growing football in that state, and the results are already showing. But that doesn't mean that they are going to win the league yet. But it's something good that is happening to Nasarawa United. It didn't just start today. And of course, kudos to the management of the club.
True. I mean, for a club side that is, domiciled in the part of the country where lots of insecurity. I mean, they are in the north central, so you want to expect that they are facing a lot of heat in that part of. I think they are facing the most heat when it comes to this, terrorists attacking people and then destroying their livelihood there. So for them to actually be at the top of the log says a lot about how they're able to actually focus. Because I cannot even imagine playing under such condition, knowing that I'm just the next day away from being abducted by terrorists, and then people asking for hashtag trending about National United players and all of that. And these guys have found a way to actually put themselves in a very comfortable position, and then perhaps they might just go all the way to actually win the league. But then again, the flip side of it is people traveling to that part of the country to actually play against National United might also be very afraid. Let's just go there and leave as soon as possible before these guys get to us. So a lot of permutation might actually be the reason why they're actually comfortable at the log again. One of the OGs in Nigerian league is actually part of their team. Talking about Anas Yusuf, who is actually quite very popular in the league, and for what he's been doing so far, it shows that National United really have a plan to actually go the long. I mean, we know the usual champions in the league. Last season, Remo Stars broke that jinx of an outlier actually winning the league. Perhaps National United might also just join that fray and become one of those teams that will definitely win it outside the original teams that have always won the league. So I would like to really see them go all the way. Trust me, because for two reasons: one, because of the part of the country they are playing their own football, and again for the fact that it's going to really be helpful for the league. It shows that anybody can actually come up to actually win the league. And the only downside to this is that if the governor or the government in Nasarawa State today changes hand into people who really are not into football, and they would start seeing decline of football in that part of the country. But I mean, it's actually a good one at this moment, and I think National United should really enjoy it while it lasts. I mean, Matt Day 4, when I saw them on top of the log, I was like, wow, it's interesting. I think that by now they should have calculated their situation.
All right, match day 14 after Nasser United is on top, and the technical advisor of the side, talking about Umbos Magnot, expressed his excitement after his team secured the commanding 3-0 victory over Academy Warriors. And of course, reclaiming the top spot is a good one for Nasser United. And I knew that. Anyway, the NPF is very unpredictable, but I think I will just keep talking to them and aside until maybe when they do it at match day 20, then I can say like it looks like Nasser United might be taking the league anytime soon.
Well, I mean, it's a good one for them. It's been a long journey for them. They've been at the back road of league football, and now they are getting the required support, and that's the reason why they are where they are. At the moment, they are rising steadily, and you can only hope that they keep up the consistency. However, yes, match day 14, 27 points. The teams, around them, and I'm not taking anything away from them. The teams around them, they've not been consistent. However, it shows that if there's investment, you can always, a team can always do better. We saw the story of Red Monster because of the youth investment, and we saw what they were able to winning. And Nasarawa is doing that. Pikachu said something the other time that if the government change down, that might affect them. Well, I don't think that will happen this season. I mean, the government in Nasarawa is still there till 2028, if I'm not mistaken, except something really strange happens and they have to chase the government away. But I think at least for now, they will enjoy that support. However, the downside of this is that anytime there is change in power and the next administration does not really fancy for that investment does not continue again. Remember what happened to Enyimba when the one of the governor left and the next administration were not interested in football. We all knew exactly what happened to Enyimba. So I'm hoping this will be a sustained momentum, and I'm hoping the investment can continue to grow, and they can keep up being top of the league. And probably like Jerry said, if they make it to week 27 with 28 on top of the block, probably maybe they might have it to them in June. I mean, it's about 24 more games to go. The Nigerian league can be unpredictable. Let's hope they can hold up that particular league that they have.
All right, and of course, they will have to wait for the game between Kano Pillars and Ikorodu City, which is currently going on because Ikorodu City is just second on the table with 24 points. If they win their game and with their goal difference advantage, which is +8, if they score more goals to win Kano Pillars away, then they can upstage Nasarawa United on top of the log. And of course, Plateau United is not far behind as well. Their match has been postponed against Rivers United because Rivers United were busy losing to Pyramids over the weekend, and a lot of people were angry with your man, Finidi Ball, for losing the game. And some were calling for a sack. But how do you expect Rivers United to go away and beat a Pyramid side who are the defending champions? For crying out loud in the capture, that would be asking for too much from the Rivers United side. But their game has been postponed, so it means that they will have to wait to see what happens. And of course, the most troubled team in the NPFL, Castle United, who have been banished to Jos, be playing host to Jos today as they take on the Enyimba, who will be watching their backs. But it is what it is.
Well, the Enyimba game is going to be very interesting for two reasons. One, Castle United will be playing in an unfamiliar territory. The Enyimba will also be playing their first game under a new manager. I remember that Enyimba had to suspend, that's what they use, but I want to believe it's sack. Suspended Stanley Eguma, and then Uka Egbu will definitely lead the guys to actually persecute this particular game. Perhaps Enyimba will start their revival from here. If they actually get a 3-point, then perhaps you can start saying the People's Elephants is ultimately back. And then for the Ikorodu City, I think the project they started a couple of years ago is still very much, in the running, and shows that they really mean business. Perhaps they can also go all the way to actually get to win the league this season. They're going to be the very first club side in Lagos to actually win the league after Jos Vega in 2000. It's going to be a huge, huge party if that happens 25 years after. I mean, that's going to be very, very huge. The Rivers United game, I mean, first half against Pyramids of Egypt, it was goalless. Everyone was expecting Rivers United to actually, step into that game and then show that they've got quality. I mean, going all the way to Egypt is quite very difficult. Against the defending champion is also even more difficult. And then Rivers United is not even the strongest club side in the Nigerian league going all the way. Even Enyimba in their glorious days, traveling to Egypt, they were unable to actually get a 3-point. So talk more of a team that is, not even in that level, and then you expect them to not, cave when they get to the to Egypt.
Losing my 3 in comparison to Remo Stars is still a good one.
Well, I mean, they managed to get to the group stage. Remo Stars didn't get to the group stage.
Remo Stars lost at home.
That's what I'm saying.
5-1.
Remo Stars didn't get to the group stage at all. They got to the group stage.
United should be parted.
So they still have RS Bikani and the Power Dynamos to now contend with. I mean, it's a lot of. I see.
I think it's unfair. I think they should find teams in the cadre of Rivers United to play.
You are playing the Champions League for crying out loud. You say you are a champion.
How do you struggle against Pyramids and the next game is RS Bikani?
RS Bikani is coming down to Rivers State. So let's see, perhaps they can actually get the results here in Nigeria.
Anyway, if you need the ball, I think you trust him. I don't know, maybe anything can happen.
Well, I mean, anything can happen. However, let's be honest with ourselves. The quality in our league is very poor, and that's just the honest. And that is the reason why we cannot compete against top side on the African scene. What's the quality that we have? Remember, the big champions, they were beating blue and black. Remo Star, they were beating blue and black, and it was a disgraceful performance. The same thing with that of Rivers United. We are continuing to hammer on this thing. The quality we have in the league, they continue to lead after, after playing 1 or 2 seasons. The next thing they are going to Vietnam, they are going to Tajikistan looking for, snap at shot. And that is the reason why our league is lacking in quality. The kind of quality pyramid that Rivers United do not have, let's not deceive ourselves. And that is the reason why. Yes, you might, media and his boys that probably enjoy home advantage. That is if there's any home advantage. Because I mean, we saw them must have been whitewashed in Nigeria here. I hope the same thing does not happen. I hope the home advantage works in the favor. But the bottom line of the problem is, we do not have quality in our league, and that is the reason why we have been struggling. So I'm hoping that to do something about that. We have to create an enabling environment that would ensure that the best of the best stays back and play this work for Nigeria for the league. A whole lot of them they leave after 1 or 2 seasons, and that's what we have been battling with, and that's the reason why we are talking on the African. I don't think the next 5-10 years we are going to win the Champions League. I mean, Eliba did it about 21 years ago. Before we can probably win it again, probably maybe when we have the quality of like Eliba at that particular, maybe that's when we will be. But at this rate, I don't think we should in any competition because we have.
Yeah, CAF Champions League. It's heavy. I can't even mention it because as far as the NPFL is concerned, there's no CAF Champions League in the crystal ball in the next 10-15 years, except something happens, something miraculous happens. Anyway, 6 years of planning can maybe get you that. Not even when a lot of Nigerians are even looking to run to Togo right now because you don't know when next you might be involved in any security situation. It's pretty that bad. But let's talk about the Nigerian Football Federation, which has failed once again to arrange any international friendlies for the Super Falcons during the upcoming international break, which is crucial as it precedes the Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON. And this lack of preparation could leave the defending champions at a disadvantage going into the tournament. And with the WAFCON just around the corner, the absence of practice matches means the Super Falcons will miss valuable opportunities to fine-tune their strategies and strengthen team cohesion. And adequate preparation is vital for any team aiming to perform well on the continental stage, and the absence of friendlies raises concerns about their readiness. It's rather really bad because it looks like we're not learning from previous situations. Now, the Super Falcons who are defending champions, or is it overconfidence or the fact that the NFF has already dropped the gauntlets? No more football is going on since the Super Eagles is no longer going to the World Cup. Let's just drop everything and then let's go on holiday. Forget about other national teams like the Super Falcons, which should be the creme de la creme of the NFF right now.
It can only be overconfidence if the friendly match was proposed and the girls say they are not ready to play. They just want to go to the championship. But this is a clear case of ineptitude. This is a clear case of people who are not serious, or perhaps they don't even know what it means to actually defend a title, right? Like we see Liverpool do now as they're struggling. It's exactly how they want, the team.
At least they even spend money in the transfer window. Yeah. They even made an attempt to show
Liverpool
even but this one, they're not even...
Liverpool even showed,
and they're even struggling.
Attitude that, yes, we want to defend our crown, and then they're struggling. I mean, they just want our girls to go there without any sort of preparation and get them, in a position where you look back and say, are they the same girls that actually won the championship? I think there's something wrong with, the people who run our football. One of the things that's wrong with them is that they don't understand the idea of time. They don't know that, female football has really evolved. Perhaps they still think it's back in the days where, the perpetual cultures and would just go to, WAFCON and then wallop teams 5-1, 6-1. Without preparation, we can actually go all the way to actually bring back the crown home. It is no longer feasible. We saw the girls struggle in the last AFCON. Our first few games in that tournament, which was a drag until before they actually got into steam. That's also part of the fact that they didn't prepare for that tournament and they struggled because, the coach is yet to actually know his team. He is yet to actually understand how the team will definitely, be best put to use. Now, finally, he got into the stride and the girls, became comfortable and they went all the way to actually win the finals. We also saw how they struggled in the final, but of course, superior talent actually prevailed at the end of the day. It's going to also happen again this time around because these girls are actually... But how can we continue this in this particular line? Because now if we continue like this, it means that they're giving other teams that are serious time to actually really catch up. I mean, even in the Bible, Apostle Paul also said, shall we continue in sin that the grace might abound? Sometimes it's definitely going to happen that grace that we actually rely on, which is our superior talents, will fail us. And when it happens that 2-3 years back-to-back AFCON, the girls fail to win it, perhaps maybe then we'll sit back and start asking ourselves the right questions. Because even the age grade tournament, even our teams, we are not seeing the next big set of players. I mean, the last set of big players that graduated from age ranks is Rashidat Ajibade. Ever since we've not seen any other player, who is actually of top course, that is a very big worry, and we are not even talking about that yet. Rashidat Ajibade, I think she's about over 25, around 25 years. It says a lot. She got into the Super Falcons, I think around 18. So tell you how many years it took us to actually get a player like that, and afterwards we've not seen another player of that quality. Nigeria needs to actually act up, especially when it comes to female football, because this luxury of monopoly we are enjoying in WAFCON is definitely about to come to an end if we fail to do nothing.
All right, of course, so Mario, I've seen this post on some handles of Super Falcons players who have said that WAFCON loading 0 friendlies. Of course, there's a window between now and 2nd of December. They are not taking advantage of it. It means that the players are worried as well. But the NFF, status quo, business as usual.
Well, I mean, Usao is in London.
Yes, he went to Gritola, no? Yeah.
Going to
the Gritty FC, NFF.
I think it's the medical doctor that will treat me. It's in UK. When that's from, Galimantan around the UK, why the girls, are there, they're so advocate for. Remember the last, WAFCON that they won? It was a private individual in the state that gave them, that provided the camping for them, that took charge of the camping and the rest of that. The NFF, they don't really care about this thing. And it has, we saw what happened in the last WAFCON. The NFF president was there in the final, shining his teeth, while throughout the process, they were processing the girls. They had to put them in a 4x4 hotel room before the girls complained, and they finally changed it. This is the kind of people that are running up. So you knew for a fact that these calendars, they already know about this calendar, they already know about the qualification of our girls about 1 or 2 months ago, and in a Senate line, we would have made preparation to give them appropriate friendly to be able to put them in shape before the tournament. However, like the usual, like what they usually do, Shebi is our girls, and they are playing in Africa. They've done it 10 times. So what is there for them to do? They can always go in and win. And it's really short us. There are a lot of other countries that are playing while we are here without any friendlies and the rest. It's just frustrating that we have people who don't know or who don't understand anything about running our sport. In same time, we should have our friendly match lined up, at least 2 to 3 friendly matches in this game for the girls to be able to put in place, finalize their practice and the rest of that. But that's not happening at the moment, and it shows the kind of thing we have going on. It's just unfortunate, that we find ourselves in this situation, and I don't think there is any end in sight at the moment. There's no talent pipeline for the Super Falcons. I said this thing about 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. Very soon, our Super Falcons will become the next Super Eagles. Because I think we saw our Super Eagles, majority of them, they are the team B of another country. Our Super Falcons going like that, and in the next 2-3 years, we might be witnessing this. It's just unfortunate to find ourselves in this situation.
Yeah, just unfortunate that we find ourselves in this very, very difficult situation. But let's talk about the senior national team for the men, the Super Eagles, where Rachel, the head coach, has extended another opportunity to Werder Bremen forward Victor Boniface, the other Victor, ahead of the African Cup of Nations, despite his previous struggles, while also submitting a 55-man preliminary list for the tournament. Boniface, who hadn't impressed since a friendly against Russia in June, is included on the list, demonstrating Chelsea's belief in his potential. The decision to give Boniface another chance comes after Tulu Arokodari's ineffective performance in the World Cup qualifiers. Arokodari is also on the expanded squad list, and Chel is reportedly a huge fan of Boniface's ability and believes that regular playing time before the tournament will help him reach the required level. And I don't know how much playing time he's talking about anyway, because I don't know, is there any friendly arranged between now and December 21? I'll have to check the calendar. I don't know the kind of games he is expecting. Okay, maybe if Werder Bremen, where he's still yet to score a goal. I don't know.
Nigeria is supposed to play. I think Nigeria is supposed to play Egypt before the Nations Cup.
Okay.
So I think December 8th we're supposed to play a game.
We're relying on Boniface to score in those games.
The truth is, Jerry, whether we want to accept it or not, Boniface is yet to actually live up to the quality we saw him dish out for Bayern Leverkusen when they won the league. True, but the truth is, if you look at the quality of players that we have in the attack, especially those who are playing in the centre forward position, I think after Victor Osimhen, I think the closest man there is Victor Boniface in terms of quality of that he can actually deliver on a very good day.
I think for me, in the pecking order,
I don't think Aroko Dare and Akpan come close. Jerry, no.
The pecking order,
it is the truth.
I think even Onachu does it for me than even Boniface.
Okay, we can even discuss Paul Onachu as well. I think he's got quality.
Come on.
No, see, the truth is, players
at least Onachu has even scored at least in one friendly. I can't remember years, but I think in the past, I don't know. But Boniface, I think we'll have to dig the archive and see whether there's a half goal somewhere.
Well, whether it's going to make it to the 30 to 23-man list that will be going to Morocco is a big question we are yet to get an answer to. But I think it's also a good one for him to be invited back again, to give him another opportunity to actually give him. I mean,
you have a preliminary list now because
no, that's where
55 man
is too much. I think it should be 30 man. Of course, Chelsea is definitely going to trim the list down to 30 man, and then
I hope MPFL players on anyway.
No, MPFL players. I don't think they've shown that.
They've been talk about the Bournemouth that he's doing well right now, and of course he's an MPFL legend. I don't know. Why? They're talking about Bournemouth. I hope he's on the list because he's been doing good things for himself. In the likes of Amas and co.
Well, the thing is this: in as much as we just spoke about the quality in the MPFL. We have over 400 players playing in the MPFL at the moment. I think there should be one or two of them that will be good enough to be part of the team. In as much as we've said the quality is very bad, but at least out of those 400 players, it will be. I mean, there is no way we will have one or two that will be good enough to be able to make it to the national team. It will be a slap on the MPFL if none of the players from the MPFL make it to the national cup. So I'm hoping Excel integrates one or two of them that is good enough, not just any one of them that is good enough to be able to be part of the team, as part of the team. And for Victor Boniface, Ikechukwu says Victor Boniface has quality. Yes, playing for Bayern Leverkusen, he had quality. For Werder Bremen, that has not been the case. He has not been playing regularly. That's one. Number two, he has had ample opportunity to prove himself in the national team. When he plays in the national team, he's a shadow of himself. So yes, I'm not against the fact that he's been invited and the rest of that. I mean, he's still one of our players and he has played for us in the past. However, in the pecking order, I think even Aroko Dare, is ahead of him because they've played. And Akwadam is ahead of him because they've played and they've actually delivered. Victor Boniface has been given multiple chances. He has not been able to deliver. This is an opportunity for him to be able to prove himself, but he has to be able to do it in his club because I don't think we are going to play any friendly. That is, if the NFF do not screw up the supposed friendly that we are supposed to play with, Egypt, because we know how the NFF usually screw up. So between now and when the camp will open, I think he has the opportunity to be able to prove himself with his club so that he'll be able to, lay a claim to the national team. But at the moment, I think Arokodara and Aqua Adams should be ahead of Boniface because of what they'll be able to do for the national team, which Victor Boniface has not been able to do.
Yeah, teams who know what they are doing. South Africa has already unveiled its provisional list, and they've even unveiled it for the world to see. But we heard that the NFF has invited the director to Abuja to discuss drastic plans, make drastic plans ahead of the AFCON. I hope these drastic plans will not, at the end of the day, we hear that they are owing them the last qualifier and so on. But the players don't want to play the friendlies and they just want to go into their first game without training.
No, the drastic plan is obviously with power play. Some persons who have interest in that list will definitely start.
Okay, my
Yes,
slot.
it's power play definitely.
Okay.
It's about, you know what? Okay, this player has to go. He has to be there, even if he doesn't get a minute. He has to be part of the team. It has to reflect that he's played for the Super Eagles. He's gone to a major tournament in Super Eagles.
Like Tanimu and
You know, so it's about power play. Trust me. There are certain names you find in that list, and you'll be wondering this one shouldn't be there. Just know that that's exactly why Eritrea is invited. Because until the coach is actually giving his own free will to actually take decisions, I think we'll continue to go around this particular circle before we get a decent result for it. Well, it's unfortunate, but that's exactly what this is about. There's no reason to invite him to any urgent or drastic meeting. There's nothing at stake for us. We've missed out on the World Cup, so there's no big news. The only thing
drastic is you have to tell him how to win the AFCON.
So the only big thing there is that
not to make a mistake.
This guy has to be there and that guy has to be there. So that's exactly what.
I hope anyway, no matter discussion they have, the real victor have to be there. So I'm okay with that. Any other victor, they're on their own. Anyway, the team is set to begin preparations on December 8th in Morocco. And of course, December 8th is just very, very close.
Yeah, I think about 2 weeks from now.
Just 2 weeks from now, they're set to be in Morocco to open camp. And then by now, the list should be out by even Monday. But it is what it is. Before Chelsea trims the list down to a minimum of 30 players.
So that's why they
so 55 are going to go into Morocco.
So that's why 30 will go to Morocco and then they'll trim down there. So that's why this issue of Eritrea has to come in. For that meeting has to happen.
Okay, meeting has to happen before.
Yes, exactly.
By tomorrow.
So it's definitely going to trim down from there, and he submitted the list. Then they'll have to scrutinize it and say, hey, no, this person, whatever it is you do, this man has to be there, that man has to be there. And unfortunately, because I don't see a reason why it's unveiling 30, 55. I mean, come on. We don't even have up to 55 players that played the qualifier. So why are we having this conversation about 55 players for the AFCON?
Yeah, I think maybe this December is coming early, so they have to do Black Friday for the players to show up and, of course, make some arrangement, make a lot of money. Because if they say that 55 players are going, they will need to ask for more money and, of course, do some explanation. It is what it is. But let's see how that pans out. And let's talk about the slot as far as Africa World Cup slot is concerned. And one man is not happy, talking about Gennaro Gattuso. They used to call him the general back then in his days for AC Milan and for the Italian Azzurris. Meanwhile, one man is not happy with Gattuso's comments about as much as 9 slots going to Africa. And of course, it might be 10 if the Congo joins and that pool. And the former Nigerian international John Utaka has urged Italy's manager Gennaro Gattuso to concentrate on securing victories for the Azzurri rather than complaining about the 9 World Cup slots allocated to African nations for the 2026 tournament. And Gattuso recently suggested that African countries should receive fewer qualifications, implying that teams in Italy is and I think 9 slots to Africa, that's a lot of slots, if you ask me.
It's an expanded format.
Yeah, expanding format. Yes, I think if Africa has won the World Cup, it will make a lot of sense.
No, Jerry,
increasing the slot to as much as even 10.
No, Jerry.
The highest Africa has come was 9. Semi-final, I beg your pardon. That was just this last edition. They've been making a lot of attempts. But if Gattuso is asking for, they should give them express entry. Don't you think Italy has done enough to just get express entry? Italy, Brazil should just automatically.
Jerry, I think Gattuso is very, very unfair. It's very unfair. And I really don't blame him. I think this should be a pointer to African stakeholders to actually really sit up. The truth is, in football, in the world today, when it comes to football, Europe, South America, and Africa, that's the order, right? That's the order. Europe before now, Europe produced I think about 12 teams for the World Cup.
Don't you think Asia is taking over because
no, Asia,
with China,
no,
Japan,
Asia can never take over. How many top teams are in Asia?
Saudi Arabia was the last World Cup.
No, they can host because they've got money and
Saudi
they have organization.
Is having the best players.
No, Jerry, when you look at this thing, too, the first thing you look at is the quality of players. How many Asian players have made the Ballon d'Or top 10 Ballon d'Or rankings in the last 10 years? These are the conversations. So you see that they don't have it. They might have all of the organization, they might have all of the infrastructure, but when it comes to football, how football is played, and the passion, the drive, trust me, Africa comes third in world order, and that's exactly why we're having this benefits. Asia can have all of the money in the world, they can spend on promote their league, do all, but how many top players do they have? I mean, you bring out the greatest Asian players, and you see top players in Africa, and not even the greatest. So you see the top players in Africa that would dwarf that Asian player. I mean, look at Japan today. Their greatest player is Nakata. You can look at South Korea, you look at who is their greatest player, look at China. So these are the questions. But you come to Africa, you know that there are plethora of top players that can even go head to head with the best players in the world. These are the things. So, but for Gattuso's statement, where I really don't fault him is the fact that we have failed to put our house in order. And that's the fact. Our league in Africa is in shambles. We still play home and away Champions League finals in Africa in 2025, Jerry. To even make matter worse, you see African football, when players are actually supposed to come for AFCON, you see that clubs will be holding them, and African CAF will not be able to do anything. Not be able to write FIFA or say, why are these players being held when they know that the major tournament is about being played. Another very terrible thing that also happened in Africa is that you get an African player who is actually facing certain issues across the world, and CAF will just keep mum. Don't say nonsense. So until we begin to show that we are ready to actually compete, on a big stage, this sort of comments will come. This sort of, demeaning remarks that the likes of, Jamie Carragher, even the one that Jurgen Klopp once said about Africa, AFCON being a little tournament. All these things will continue to happen. This is part of what made Gattuso say these things. Because even the AFCON herself, I mean, imagine Cameroon is playing their game in less than 24 hours. Onana is just arriving camp, and he entered as the first choice goalkeeper in their first game. So these are the things that will happen. People who are watching from afar will say, these guys are actually not serious. They do not deserve this particular thing. So until we begin to manage ourselves and respect ourselves, outsiders will never respect us in Africa. And that's exactly why I agree with, General Gattuso on his comment. I might not agree with him because I understand that Africa Africa deserve, to have, even more than 10 slots if we had done, the right thing. But truth be said, that this sort of comments will definitely happen because we failed to actually put our house in order.
Mayowa, do you agree with Gattuso or John Otaka?
I think I have to agree with John Otaka. Gattuso is just talking what he does not know. Let's break down things. Maybe he does not understand the business of football. First of all, we have over 54 countries in Africa, and 9 slots is very small. How much countries? 10 slots is very small for 55 countries, if we are being honest. How many countries are in Europe, and they have about 14 slots? So he should quit complaining and just focus on, getting his team to the World Cup via the playoff. Another very, very important thing that went into the allocation of slots in this particular World Cup is this. The revenue for FIFA, has continued to grow in Africa. About, if I'm not mistaken, about 35% of the revenue for FIFA for the next World Cup is coming from Africa. Whereas for Europe, it has dropped drastically. So definitely, you want to focus more on where there is growth and expansion. Whereas you cannot give Europe that same opportunity because they are not bringing in the money. So Africa and Asia, FIFA brand continues to grow there, and they continue to bring in more revenue for them. So definitely they are going to focus on them. Yes, in terms of quality, you might want to say, the African teams, majority of them, they do not portray themselves very well, at the World Cup. That's understandable. However, if you look at it from a business point of view, definitely Africa deserves more slots because Africa brings more on the table in terms of revenue for FIFA. That's number 2. If you look at it in terms of numbers, the African teams, they are way more than the European teams. And I don't understand why Gattuso is fine. So for me, I think Gattuso is just making a whole lot of noise. If he wants to, he should focus on qualifying Italy and leave Africa alone. If he doesn't understand the business of football, he should focus on coaching. Because how do you not, satisfy a customer that is bringing in more money? You leave the customer alone, you are going to satisfy a customer that the revenue is dropping. It doesn't make any logical business sense. So, I'm stuck on this one.
All right. He says that life is more difficult for a European team to qualify. That Africa, what do they know about football? Why should they be given 9 slots? Italy should just get a stroll. Should they get express entry? Talking about the Italy Azzurri, Myra.
why I mean, it will be unfair. Why do they want to get express entry? The only even the World Cup defender, even the World Cup champion, they are not getting express entry. So why would you want to get express entry? I think that so is just being paid. I think yes, and I want to align a bit with what Ikechukwu said, that we are not putting our house in order. Look at the concluded qualification. Look at what happened in our group. In Senna Klein, that will never happen. In Europe, that will never happen. You have a team with a whole lot of conflict of interest, and CAF allowed that to slide. That will never happen in Europe, and nobody will take us seriously. I mean, it's so unfortunate that we've not put our house in order, and that's the reason why a whole lot of people are coming from outside to insult us. If you don't clean your house, outside guys will start cleaning this for you, and that's what's happening. And that's the reason why Gatso can insult Africa. So I mean, we need to do better. CAF needs to do better in any case.
And we should stay away from the voodoo, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If we start seeing voodoo in games.
Well, we have our coach talking about voodoo, so who will take us seriously?
Anyway, yeah. We have to stop the voodoo.
Absolutely.
Stay clean, stay fair, and play football. Anyway, let's talk about Liverpool's manager and his slot. Faces a significant challenge as his team risks becoming the worst Premier League champions in history. After investing £450 million in new signings, the Reds have struggled, losing 6 of their last 7 league games to sit in 11th place, 11 points adrift of leaders Arsenal. And of course, the recent defeat at Nottingham Forest marked a low point, shattering the team's previously strong reputation. Yeah, and the slot is on the hot seat. I wonder why he's still the manager of Liverpool. I don't know. Maybe because he won the league last season anyway.
I think he deserves to stay. I think 2 more seasons. I think
2 more seasons. Wow.
I mean, that has always been your prayer for Man United to keep Amorim. So I would really love him to stay
really?
for 2 more seasons. I mean, next season might just turn out better, Jerry. So
thank you very much for the honesty.
Let's see him stay for 2 more seasons.
Okay.
Perhaps these players are actually not his players. So he needs more money to bring in a lot of other players to join like Isaac, Kekes, and flush out like Salah, Van Dijk, and to build his own team from scratch. And then let's see.
I understand your honest point of view.
No, Jerry, I'm serious.
Yeah, I like your honesty.
This team is not his team, Jerry.
For the first time you are being honest.
But Jerry, this is not his team.
And I'm worried.
This is not.
I'm worried about your honesty. Bye. Alice Lois on the hot seat. We're crying out loud that Ikechukwu wants us to spend 2 more seasons, and he's being honest, and I'm worried.
Well, I think, let's be honest, banters aside, I think it deserves an opportunity. You can't just turn bad, from last season till now. Yes, if you look at it, I think it has nothing to do. Yes, and it's not sometimes, the tactics might not be there, but I think the players have dropped in form so much, and that's the reason why. And the new injections, they are not clicking at the moment. Isaac was very poor in the last game, and it was a shame that you spent over 125 million to buy somebody that could not really do anything fantastic. So I think they need to give him time. Probably maybe by the end of the season you'll be able to get the rhythm. But Liverpool does not like cheating. Win 6, lose. Maybe they win the next game and lose the next one, so that I can continue the 50 shine formula.
I think I don't like your views. I'm not comfortable. I must say I'm not comfortable with those views anyway. You will come a Man United fan. Then you should stay till the end of this season. Because see, the thing is that if they were
you
going
want
to
the league now,
see, if there's going to be
no, Jerry,
the thing is
you are
that,
being unfair.
See, if a team is going to come away from their situation, you will know. But what Liverpool is right now, no matter what, if an Islam change his tactics 1 million times, this team is going to keep losing.
Jerry,
that's the truth. Jerry, look at Man City. You know, I told you, I said this Man City that Liverpool lost to, it's just that Liverpool is not good enough this season. It's not that they don't have the quality players. It's just that Arne Slot has lost the script. And unfortunately, that script has been thrown into the river. Just like when you throw a padlock into the river and you're expecting to find it again, that's going to be difficult. That's even unbelievable. It's not going to happen. And the slot has lost the script. He doesn't know what to do. He's lost.
Jerry,
totally lost. And the players are not willing to even play for him.
No, Jerry, last season, wait, no, I don't think the players don't want to play. Last season, we all saw United. United finished 17th. But this season, United, under the same manager.
Did you see the way...
Jerry,
wait. Did
wait
you see the way Gravenberch was looking at...
Wait, Jerry.
The Nottingham Forest player.
Jerry, last season...
Did you see Morilo's goal?
Jerry, last season...
You could see there was no will.
Wait, Jerry,
Nothing, no
last
will.
season, we saw United struggled. Mayowa, United finished at what position? Please remind me your team again.
Is it 14 or 17?
17.
Proud 17.
17. We all saw it. And this season, United is a different team. Under the same manager.
Different.
Even if you finish 18 this season now, okay, 17, manage to escape relegation. By next season, the team will grow and perhaps you might even win the league the next 2 seasons that I said. So I think the guy...
Man United is going to win the league.
No, I'm talking about Liverpool allowing this guy to stay for 2 more seasons.
Okay, I'm already going to win the league next season.
Of course, he might win the league next season.
Time really fast thing. I think I've heard enough. We just have to wrap it up. Thank you very much, Mayowa, for being awesome on the show, and of course, big thanks to Sketch Group for being awesome as well.
Jerry, good.
All right, big thanks to you guys.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I hope Man United wins tonight so that we can celebrate tomorrow. Thank you for having me.
You better win. I don't want to hear draw. Any draw. Anyway, tomorrow we'll wait. All right, big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Shagun and Sam, as well as Paul, and not leaving out Hassan. And up next is Political Lens with Chukuma Okoro. My name is Jerry Apelhai. So stay safe, and if not anything at all, tweet this process.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhai. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, Dissecting the news without fear or favor. Through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Voptvlive. And on the show today, I've been joined by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and public affairs analyst. Barrister Darlington, good evening and thanks for coming to Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Kerr. How are you?
Very well. And in the morning, I told you that we were going to travel around Nigeria.
Yeah, and I said I will not travel with you because
then you will. You
safe.
have just come to travel with me.
It's not safe. I'd rather stay here than to travel with you.
All right, Barrister, good to have you. Now, we'll go to the United States of America, where President Donald Trump had secured approval of U.S. Congress to intervene in Nigeria. And when we move away from that, we'll go to Adamawa State, where former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has formally joined the ADC officially. Joined the APC. The ADC, sorry, not the APC, ADC. And in Kaduna State, the government has given former Governor El-Rufai a 7-day ultimatum to retract his statement on the 1 billion naira paid to bandits. That is coming from the government of Ubasani. And where we move away from that, we come back to Abuja, where the president has ordered pulling out 100,000 policemen from VIPs. Well, Barrister, let's get to the United States of America. Because in a rare late night session, the United States Congress voted 285 over 398 to grant President Donald J. Trump the authority to launch targeted military force in Nigeria, where the emergency legislation formally named the Nigeria Religious Freedom Protection and Counterterrorism Act of 2025 followed 3 weeks of closed-door intelligence briefings and drew support from 232 Republicans and 53 Democrats. Lawmakers cited years of escalating attacks, mass killings, and kidnappings largely attributed to Boko Haram factions and heavily armed militias across northern and central Nigeria. Reacting shortly after the vote, President Trump celebrated the development on Truth Social, his personal social media, declaring that the violence is nothing short of genocide against Christians. He added, and I quote, "Huge win. Congress just voted 285 over 98 to let us stop the slaughter of innocent Christians in Nigeria, and the military is ready and justice will be done fast and hard." Advocacy groups in the United States, including evangelicals and human rights organizations, praised the move as long overdue intervention to halt what they described as unchecked brutality, while the Tinubu administration strongly criticized the congressional approval, calling it a regrettable overreach and stressing that Nigeria's security crisis affects citizens of all faiths and remains an internal matter. Meanwhile, several African and European governments voiced concern that unilateral U.S. military action could further destabilize West Africa and heighten regional tensions, despite Washington's insistence that any operations will be limited and intelligence driven. Well, if President Trump signs the resolution within the required 10 days, analysts expect the United States response to focus on precision airstrikes, expanded surveillance, and selective special forces missions rather than a large-scale ground deployment. For many Christian communities targeted by violence, the congressional vote is being seen as a moment of renewed hope. While for the White House, it represents Trump's determination to fulfill his pledge that the U.S. will act decisively whenever Christian populations face targeted attack worldwide. Barrister Darlington, what's your reaction to the approval given to Trump by the Congress to intervene militarily in Nigeria? Broad reaction, let that be our takeoff point.
Look, when God said that the battle is his own and vengeance belongs to him, what do you think he was saying?
Okay, is this one of them?
Yes, he said he will raise the standard against you. I thought that these northern leaders and their terrorist boys said they are untouchable, they are above the law. Is that not what they have been claiming in Nigeria? My brother, it is long overdue. Because, in fact, it is very, very shameful for a Tinubu administration to watch why this happened. I have advised Tinubu since this thing broke out. Look, start from dislodging the people from Benue and Plateau. I'm talking of people, terrorists. Can you imagine terrorists taking over any part of America? That is taking over the smallest piece of land in America and occupy there, rename it and drive away the Americans living there. Can it even happen? But here, Tinubu is here watching when terrorists are taking over Nigeria. How do you explain that? The people that have driven Benue and Plateau people into IDP camp, who are they? Are they Nigerians? Is that not a metaphor for what you are saying? Something that never dreamt of, never happened. And because they have succeeded there, look at how they are claiming other territories. Look at how they are spreading, coming. Northern leaders, shame to you. I thought you people said that you own Nigeria.
No, Barrister,
who are the people that brought this in here?
Barrister, it's not yet to Huru. It's just an approval. The President Trump hasn't come.
Look, they cannot approve that thing and Donald Trump will not act on it. It's not possible.
Okay.
As long as they have done that, forget it. It's a done deal. Because if Donald Trump will fail, he will be called a weak man in America. That's the truth. And the American president don't want to be seen as weak. Donald Trump is going to strike these people, whether you like it or not. And that is what I want.
That is what you want?
Let these jihadists, yes. I want him to come and strike them hard. Because their arrogance is too much. I'm not joking. Sheikh Gumi and the rest of them, they should even declare them wanted. And whenever they catch them, they should take them to Guantanamo Bay. They should go and stay there. Mr. Okoro, I don't think you know what you have suffered in Nigeria for 15 years. I don't think you know. Look at how families have been destroyed. Over what? What are you looking for? You want to claim Nigeria, B? Who told you that will happen? A Tinubu who calls himself Jagaban, not yet now, do something.
Okay. Barrister, I'm happy that you
Is he not supposed to act, Mr. Okoro? Hold on, before even Donald Trump started all this, what is Mr. Tinubu doing in office for God's sake?
He's been acting.
Acting what? If you have been doing something, will an American president behave like this? No, be sincere to yourself. If a Nigerian president have taken action as he claimed, he's powerful, he's a master strategist, this and that. If you have done something for God's sake, will Donald Trump even have this idea?
Barrister, the president has done a lot. You recall when the people in Yelwata were killed. What did he do? He said, look, IGP, Chief of Army Staff, Minister of State for Defense, all of he even visited all of you. Have to move over to Benue Plateau. Wasn't that enough that the president did?
Why have Tinubu refused to dislodge people that are occupying Benue and Plateau villages? Please, can you explain to me, in this whole wide world, the reason why that is happening? Is it not obvious that people came from outside Nigeria? Because if they have a home, they cannot leave their home and occupy other people's home now. What on earth is the reason why these people should be doing that? Oh, I should keep quiet until they occupy my own village, Abi. in Umulogopo, Wabi. Hold on, no. Is it when you get there that I will not stand up and shout? No. I should shout, because the best form of defense is to attack. I should shouting. Donald Trump, you have a duty here. Yes, you have a response. To whom much is given, much is expected. Since we have refused to take responsibility, please let somebody come and help us and do it. It's as simple as that. Humanity is the same all over the world. How can terrorists all of a sudden, they have become the alternate government in Nigeria? Nigerian government now go and visit Itoju Bello. And do you know what he used to do cola for them whenever they come? All these government officials. He will now select some of his captives and say, look, as you are going, please take these people in here. This is my magnanimity to Nigerian government. Just give them, take these people. Either 50, 100. Just go with these people. I don't need them. While others will remain. In Nigerian soil.
Okay, all right. Now, Barrister, a lot of people have said that, look, that the president has the capacity to do a lot, but that he will not do it until he secures second term. Barrister, hold on. Barrister, hold on.
I should hold on with what you have said.
Barrister, they cite the instance of sometime before the 2023 election, during the government of Muhammadu Buhari, the Afenifere leader, you remember him, Fasoranti, his daughter was kidnapped and killed by suspected headsmen. At that time, the president asked the question, where are the counts? Where are the headsmen? That it was an incident, a robbery incident gone awry. You know, people said that at that point, that the president didn't want to offend particular power interests.
Okay.
And that it is similar to what is going on now, that the president will not be very, very forceful in fighting insurgents, in terrorism, because 2027 is.
Are you serious?
Do you believe that perspective?
Look, in fact, if that is your own idea.
But it's not my idea. I just asked a question. This is what people have said.
I didn't see when they told you this. You are just making this up.
Okay.
Because this is the crudest thing I have ever had.
Barrister, did you
Barrister,
did you understand my question?
I don't know. I don't want to understand it. Come, there is no reason on earth you can sacrifice human life because of your.
But we see people do that. That's my question. Do you think that's what the president is doing?
And I'm telling you how wrong it is, because look.
Barrister, it's not I'm not asking whether it is right or wrong. I'm asking you, is there a possibility that is what the permutation
whether it is a possibility or not, I don't want to know. There is no reason why. That is not what you swore. When you took oath of office, you didn't say, when they are killing Nigerians, so I will not talk until I secure second term. You didn't tell us that.
Okay.
You said you are going to protect life and property. That's what you swore, Mr. Okoro. All this permutation that you press, you put into the mouth of police, I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't. You
okay. So
the other time. Look at what you're saying. I told you the other time. Yeah, you are the problem. You are
Barrister, I'm sure you didn't. Barrister, I'm sure you didn't understand. My
I don't want to understand.
You didn't understand.
Look at what you put in it now. Because you want a second time, therefore Nigeria should die.
And I'm asking you, is there a possibility that is true? Because it happened. It happened before 2023.
Am I in his mind? Why are you asking me?
Okay.
How can I believe such a thing? That you are, because of second time, Nigerians should be dying.
Okay, so why do you think that the president is not very forceful in fighting insecurity?
Because he's weak.
Okay, because he's weak.
He's weak. He's even afraid.
Okay, not because he's playing politics.
I said, no. It can't be politics. You don't play politics with human life. It's not done.
But we see it happen. We see it happen.
No. Why is it happening? Because
you admit that it happened.
Hold on. It is either there is a conspiracy, or you have entered into oath, secret oath, or that you are weak. These are possibilities. Okay. There is no other reason why a sitting president of Nigeria should be watching why Nigerians are being slaughtered.
Why did Buhari?
And you say he's looking for second time.
Why did Buhari wait for 8 years? Why did he wait and wait for 8 years? Why Nigerians?
You mean Buhari, who didn't know what was happening while he was doing that one? Okay. He told you he didn't know what was going on.
The current president is.
You were here
when
I was interfacing with Gumi the other time.
Okay.
He called him an idiot. I said, because the man is late now, that was what he called Buhari. Was that the one that said it? So whenever you want to make reference to leadership, please don't mention Buhari. He was a disaster in office. Buhari was a disaster in office. His people said it. So why do you want to make reference to him? What did he achieve until he left office?
No, I just asked a question. If this one is weak, what was Buhari? That was my question.
I said Buhari was a disaster.
Buhari was a disaster.
In fact,
now, let's leave
Buhari
and Tinubu. Let's leave Buhari and Tinubu. Now, this United States intervention in Nigeria, does it violate any international law?
It doesn't. No.
Okay.
No. It is illegal to obey any lawful order in a state of anarchy.
Are we in a state of anarchy?
We are in a state of anomy. The state of Hope, Thomas Hope, Hobosian, that's what we are in Nigeria today. Yes, that's where we are. You know, when Dante wrote the Inferno, he had Nigeria in mind. Go and read that book and see what is going on and what Dante wrote. We are in a state of infamy of the highest order. Because, look, you don't understand what I'm saying here. You have a sitting government sharing power with terrorists in his own country. Are you not getting it? Look, I had they release some girl they kidnapped in a school, and the president had to skip his official duties to interface with terrorists so that things will work. Did you hear what he said? That he could not go to South Africa because of this thing. What does that tell you? That means terrorists are keeping the president busy in his own country. Mr. Okoro, in his own country. What does that tell you?
Okay, now, Barrister, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. In 2011, 2012, or 2013, when bombs went off at the United Nations office in Abuja, Goodluck Jonathan was built to travel to Brazil. He did. And Nigerians kicked against it. And as president, United Nations office was just bombed in Abuja. And he jumped on a plane and left. You know what the spokesperson, Jonathan Abati said?
Exactly.
Abati said, if the president had stopped, the terrorists would have gloated. So he had to go to prove a point.
Not to give them that power.
That they are in control, that they are in charge.
Exactly.
Now, these people now that stopped the president from going to South Africa, Angola, and G20, will they gloat?
The president of Nigeria did not travel because of what? Donald Trump. He want to plead Donald Trump, to tell Donald Trump that he's doing something.
And the people that were kidnapped at Eruku were brought back.
Something like that. I don't know what happened, though. But you and I know that something happened.
No, you know. You know.
No, you should know.
I know that they have been brought back. So whatever happened, you know.
Ask your people. They should know. They should know what happened. They couldn't have. Terrorists don't give up easily like that. They don't. No. Terrorists, when they manage to kidnap somebody, if you want that person, you pay money.
Okay, so you believe that there was some kind of under the table?
Yeah, something happened.
Don't
let nobody mislead himself. Something happened. But the question is, why should it happen? Mr. Okoro, this thing has been for 15 good years now, 15. And that was why the U.S. Congress voted out of anger. They have seen what is going on here. You know they control the sky. Their satellite is picking what is going on here. Are you aware? They know what is going on. If you are doubting me, go and watch that film, 24-hour series. Go and see what these people are using technology to with the Jack Bauer. They will first of all use that to pinpoint where the terrorist is. Then Jack Bauer will move in. As he's going to do the damage, they'll be directing him through satellite. Okay. This one is by the left, this one is by the right. You are watching, my dear. They control the sky. They know what is going on here. Don't deceive yourself. They know. Yes.
All right. But Barrister, before we leave this topic and get into another one, what do you think will be the reaction of Nigerians? Especially Northerners.
It is only psychopaths that will say we don't want this.
Yes. You know why I'm asking this question?
Yeah.
On this station, Sheikh Gumi was here. You were here too. And you know what he said? He said, if Trump as much as attacks one Muslim, that they will unleash terror against Christians.
Better, because that threat is too much. Mr. Okoro, this time around, look, with American support, they will see hell. I'm not joking.
No, but Barrister, they are not going to. They won't have footprints here.
Leave that thing. They will see hell.
They are not going to deploy.
Remember that some people have been agitating. It's like going to pinch a child whose mother just died. Abi, you will see cry. You left to all the people, and the person you have to pinch is a mother whose mother just died, and they took that child. They took that mother to Sokoto somewhere. And the child is, and you now go and pinch him. Oh my, you will see cry, you will not rest. You will not rest. All this tribe by Sheikh Gumi and his people is there not. Look at what they are doing all over the place. And they are still proud of talking down on us. What is Nigeria doing for God's sake, Mr. Okoro? No, we are now. What are you? We are like a fourth class citizen in Nigeria. We are these people because of religious and tribal and ethnic consideration. They don't care that any other person live in Nigeria except them. Do you know when I knew that we have lost it, Mr. Okoro? That was when Tinubu's wife was threatened and he never uttered a word. Tinubu's wife was threatened and he never defended that woman and said anything. That was when I know that I personally, I am in trouble.
But some people say that the president is a smooth operator, that he will take his pound of flesh when it is
Leave
time.
that thing, no flesh again. By the time you want to take the flesh is gone.
Okay.
You strike while the iron is hot.
Okay.
Which one be without when the flesh is which iron? When the iron has gone cold, you want strike, Abi?
Barrister, did you read The Godfather? Did you watch The Godfather?
Are you telling me?
Okay. Was he striking when the iron was hot?
No.
Was he buying
No. This is not the case of mafia. No.
Not the case of mafia.
No.
Not even political mafia.
This is clear terrorism.
Okay.
They don't take prisoners.
Okay.
In a situation like this, you don't take prisoners. Did you read that book by Sidney Sheldon, The Other Side of the Midnight?
Yes, I did.
The main character there, Constantine Demiris, he said in the Bible, they said an eye for an eye. But in his own case, he takes an eye for an entire head. That way, people will leave him to do his business.
He takes an entire head.
Now, an eye for an entire head. Do you want to joke with a man who takes an eye for a head? Do you want to joke
Who
with
takes a head for an eye?
The man in that book now.
Yes.
So that will tell you that's what America does.
Okay, all right, Barrister, let's come back to Nigeria.
What America does.
Let's come back to Nigeria. This is a developing story. We'll see how soon this will happen. Trump coming into Nigeria to help Nigeria, collaborate with Nigerian military to take out the terrorists.
Upon that, Shegumi is threatening us.
Okay, now,
as if the Christians don't have a hand to fight, Abi.
All right, Barrister,
no problem.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has officially registered as a member of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Adamawa State, marking a significant shift in Nigeria's opposition landscape ahead of 2027 elections. His registration follows the weekend announcement to ADC supporters and stakeholders. Well, photos and videos from the event captured Atiku's convoy, welcomed by cheering crowds, with supporters singing, drumming, and carrying his placards. He greeted the crowd before receiving his ADC membership card and later posted in his official X-handle, AA. Atiku's formal entry into the ADC strengthens the coalition platform he previously endorsed for uniting opposition figures such as Peter Obi and Babashi Lawal. Well, his moves are expected to boost the party's visibility and reinforce opposition efforts ahead of the next general election. Barrister, has the dust settled or has it just begun for Atiku?
Yes, the longer
jostling for the ticket of the ADC. Talk about Amechi, Peter Obi, Goodluck Jonathan. Has the dust settled or has it just begun for them?
Maybe by weekend, the Peter Obi will follow because he told us he will announce the platform he will use to contest 2027 elections. Is that not true?
After the Anambra election.
So November is here now. So we are waiting for him. I am not, in fact, it was a done deal when Atiku said he will contest under this ADC. You mean, you know he midwife ADC. So I don't ever think that Atiku will make all that effort and then leave the platform for somebody else. It's not possible. So I know that this is where he's going to. Since nobody have done that to say I am going to contest under ADC as of today, that's what I'm thinking. So I know that that is the platform he's going to use, and it's a welcome development. And let them even try, give it a shot. Give it a shot. Because when
you say them, who do you ADC?
The ADC, yeah.
Okay.
Let them give it a shot. Because PDP and Labour, of course, Wike has taken over that party to do whatever he likes. No thanks to his paymasters.
Now, Barrister, a lot of people feel that, look, that Atiku's ambition is dead on arrival, DOA. You know what? They say, look, that the North is politically mature and politically savvy. And they understand that cutting short the Southern 8 years is going to cause problem for that. Now, do you think that the North, the powers that be in the North, will wholeheartedly support Atiku Abubakar to take power from the South when the South is supposed to do 8 years. And in the middle of it, they cut it off and take it back.
There is nothing is cast on stone, Mr. Okoro.
Okay.
This permutation by you people, personally, I hate it. If somebody can truncate it, the better. There is nowhere in our constitution that says that a Southern must do 8 years and a Northern must do it. I mean, must, whether you are performing or not. What gives you the second time? Is it not performance? Hold on, no. What is that criteria that will make you go for second term? Is it not when you have performed in your first term, Abi? People will not say, okay, you don't change the winning team, or you go back since you have performed. Is that not the narrative? Is that not the usual narrative under political calculation? So why would somebody fail with all this thing? Look at what we have suffered under this APC, especially under this Tinubu administration. All of it, for the first time in the history of Africa, America is coming to help us fight terrorism by force. By force. And everybody in Abuja is now jittery. Everybody is sending people to go and beg America. Look at that. Have we not lost it? Where are those who told us when this thing was going on and some of us expressed our reservation? Don't worry. He has been planning for 30 years. He knows everything. He's the one that created politics and democracy. In fact, he is this and that. There is no name they did not call him. Where are they now? John go don mature. You come out now. Have I not been telling you here that monkey clever? Now when 3 days together, now they have separated the trees wide apart. One in Umulogo, one in Avotu. Oya jump now. Jump, make I see you. Is it to make mouth? Did I not say it long ago? Yet, because I don't have a church, they don't know a prophet. Look, we have said it before and we are saying it again. All those things that you refuse to believe or admit, you must admit it by force. Because nature does not accept a vacuum. How do you think that Nigeria will continue to live in this infamy, this terrorism, this abysmal performance, this incompetency, and you believe it will continue like that? No. At a point, it's something we give. I told you here that evil does not last forever. At a point, you must surrender to God, the will of God.
Okay, but Barrister, I'd like for us to come back to the permutation of 4 years and 8 years. Barrister, when you say that you want it broken, are you being idealistic or realistic?
I did what?
Are you being idealistic or realistic?
Look, that thing is nonsense as far as I'm concerned. It's not in the constitution. Don't ever go there again. That thing is not in our constitution.
So exactly why I'm asking you the question. Are you being idealistic?
I don't, not idealistic. I'm being real. I'm being real. This is a creation of politicians for their own convenience. But it didn't suit us.
Have we been able to destroy that convenience?
I said we must.
How are we going to
something must happen. Something must happen.
Barrister, how are we
it is now. It's going to happen now because this bad performance is enough to truncate it. You can't be leading us in this way and you want us to
Barrister, why didn't we truncate that thing? Because Atiku was on the ballot in 2023 and Buhari had done 8 terrible years. Why didn't we at that point truncate it? Why did we have to wait?
It is because the opposition, it wasn't like this now. Under Buhari, things were not like this. We were not under CPC.
Then and now, which one is better?
It's worse now. That's why people are saying, look, we must stop this. That's it.
How will the people stop it?
How would they? By voting with their hand and with their feet. They must vote massively against this party because of the infamy they brought to us. How do you define bad leadership? How?
Barrister, when the people vote, have we changed the letters of the Electoral Act?
They will change it.
Okay, they will change it.
Yes, they will change. If they don't change, the people will change it.
How will the people change it?
I said if they don't change, the people by defending their vote from that polling unit.
Okay.
Look, you don't know how people react over issues. So I'm not joking. It's even good. These people are coming to make amends so that these terrorists will go. Because you mean if they continue to do what they are doing in Benue and Plateau to every other state, Nigeria will be together.
Barrister, what things happened in 2015 in Borno State? And it was in Borno State that Muhammad Buhari got the highest votes, that elevated him to the presidency.
Leave that thing.
Now, what has changed?
Leave that thing that that's why I'm telling you that our electoral system is going to change.
Okay, they manipulated it that
Yeah,
time.
they did.
Okay, so you think they don't have the capacity to do that again?
No. If we don't continue forever now, at a point it will stop. Yes, there are things that happened even in 1999 that cannot happen again. They're facts. There are things that happen with the electoral system under PDP that will never happen again. So, what are you saying? We should be moving forward, not backward. When America is doing the election, we count their votes from here. I don't know human beings that are living there.
Okay.
We get to that point.
All right, Barrister, I like your optimism, and I hope I can buy into that bet. Now, article going over to the ADC, formally, the presidential ticket, according to you and a lot of people, is taken for granted. Now, where does that leave Peter Obi?
He's coming. He will announce where the platform.
Certainly not in ADC.
I don't know, but he will announce it eventually.
Okay, do you think he will go to ADC?
I don't want to speculate.
Okay, you don't want to speculate.
I don't want.
Lawyers don't like speculation.
I know it's not allowed in law. You don't. You must be exact and precise in what you are presenting to the court.
Okay.
Nobody has no time to assume and speculate.
Okay, so about Jonathan, you don't want to speculate about Jonathan?
Jonathan will make a very big mistake. It has been roundly condemned. And of recent, the hoopla have died down.
Okay.
Nobody is hearing Jonathan having nocturnal meeting here and there. That one have died down. That's the truth. Because he doesn't even have a base. Bayelsa is 1.8 million people. 1.8 million people. That he came into office by the hand of God. But that opportunity and privilege is gone. God cannot continue to bless him twice now. Thunder doesn't strike twice in a sport. So this time around, he has taken his own turn. Let God bless another person. What is he coming to do? What can he even do?
Now, what can't he do? What can't he do?
No. Things have changed.
Okay, things have changed.
It was this time around. Jonathan will not get there. These terrorists will give.
But he was the only one that tried to push back at that point.
That was when they were coming. Now they have grown.
Okay,
beards.
now they have grown.
Their beard. In fact, they have become ancestors in Nigeria. Their beard is now white. Their hair is white. When something happens.
Let's go back to the ADC. You said that for some time now the hoopla about Jonathan has died down. We also noticed that the hoopla, about ADC, the struggle for leadership, the tussle and all of that. Dumebi Kachukwu coming to say, look, and the other guy from Northeast saying, I'm the authentic national chairman of the ADC and all of that. But the moment INEC now recognized David Mark-led delegation. Now that ADC, Article has joined ADC, and we know that some people might like to put the spanner in the works. Do you see a resurgence in the crisis within the ADC?
What is the problem? Why would anybody make problem again?
Okay, Dumebi Kachukwu is still saying, no, it's still smoking fire. Look, I wasn't carried along. Do you see a resurgence?
Look, no matter what he does, since INEC have chosen the authentic leader, if you are making noise, you are making noise on your own.
The case is still in court?
No. Whatever court decided, INEC have recognized the authentic leadership of...
what if he joins INEC?
Who joins INEC?
The guy that is in court. He joins INEC in the suit.
What difference would that make? It won't make any difference.
Now the court delivers judgment.
No, it won't make any difference because the leadership of the party is now stabilized. Whatever you are doing now, no court will intervene. No court. As long as INEC have recognized that leadership, you are wasting your time. That's the truth.
Okay, now the people that say, look, the problem in the PDP, the problem in the Labour Party, the problem in the ADC is caused by a certain group of people. Those group of people that they point to, do you think that they will rest now that article has?
At a point, the evil man will get his own due at a point. People will always get tired of doing evil at a point. You can't be doing it forever. This Donald Trump issue, don't you see how it has quietened everybody? Look, if we...
But it hasn't quietened everybody. There's a resurgence of attacks.
All the politicians. I'm talking about politicians.
Politicians, okay.
Look, since this thing happened, have you seen a Wike who is an attack dog to APC and Tinubu, have you seen him open his mouth and challenge Donald Trump? Have you seen or heard Wike? I told you here that what
he doesn't need to challenge them.
Hold on. A Wike will hear such a thing and he doesn't react and talk like he normally talk. Wike, have you seen him talk? That's why I told you that what we have here are local champions. They don't have the balls to challenge world leaders. They don't. They don't have the liver. They can only make noise here, calling himself a hippopotamus from River State and all that nonsense. Did you hear Wike challenging Donald Trump? I am telling you, the moment Donald Trump will hear his voice, that is how the US is gone.
Where is that? Which house are you talking about?
The one he bought with $2 million.
The one had his wife's parents.
Which wife? You and I know what is going on.
No, you know, I don't know.
So how could he have bought those houses? With which money?
But he didn't say he bought those houses. He said my in-laws.
Leave that
bought
thing.
for my wife and gave to my children.
Oh, that's the only thing a property has, Abi. Is that what?
At least that's the only one we know.
Look, all these pranks, you can't help him.
Okay. So you think that if he opens his mouth to challenge Donald Trump, anything that he has in the US, Donald Trump will confiscate it?
In fact, they will ban him from coming there. That's the truth.
But that doesn't deny him ownership of anything in the US.
Yeah, look, they will not investigate those properties now. They have a way of finding out things now. Are you telling me? After all, is it not the US government that revealed those houses to us? They are the ones. If Akpabio, the third man in Nigeria, told you that, who is he to talk to Donald Trump?
Yes, because he has the president.
Good.
The president is practically the driver of a nation's foreign policy.
Listen. So. Then who is Wike to even open his mouth? But a Wike in Nigeria is like an attack dog. He fights anybody, everybody. As long as you don't remember when
Wike shouldn't be doing the president's job. It's the responsibility of the president to conduct Nigeria's foreign policy.
When he was acting like a loose cannon, he said he would put fire in any state. He
didn't say in any country. He said in any state.
Why was he threatening us?
Because it's a local thing.
Is a what?
It's a local thing.
No.
What do you expect him to tell Donald Trump?
No. You should have a limit.
Okay.
Not when you are behaving as if you own Nigeria. I mean, you saw how he was when he came to take the office.
But he actually succeeded in putting fire in those states.
No, he didn't.
Okay, he didn't.
He didn't. Yes, he didn't. Let him come to Lagos State and put fire there.
Because Lagos didn't challenge his hegemony in PDP.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Where did he come for lessons? Anyway, Wike is not the issue here, but I'm giving you an example.
You brought Wike into the conversation.
Yeah, I'm giving you an example. At least all these people that are behaving as if they are Superman. Another Superman have come out tonight.
Okay, another Superman has come out.
Yes.
Barrister, let's see.
If your president cannot challenge him, is it you?
Okay.
All right. It's like when two elephants come to fight, then one small monkey will now join them and say, oh yeah, I want to wrestle with you people.
All right, Barrister, let's see what happens in the ADC. And I just hope they're able to put their acts together and serve as a viral opposition with other opposition parties, talking about the PDP and the Labour Party. Now, let's come to Kaduna State. Let's go to Kaduna State, where the Kaduna State government has dismissed former Governor Nasir El-Rufai's claim that Governor Obasani paid 1 billion naira to bandits, calling it false, reckless, and politically motivated. In a strongly worded statement, the government gave El-Rufai 1 week to provide evidence or retract the allegation or face legal action, while the statement stressed that Governor Sani has never authorized or paid money to criminal groups, noting that not 1 naira, not 1 kobo has ever been given to bandits. It added that the Office of the National Security Advisor and multiple community groups have previously refuted similar claims by El-Rufai as unfounded. We're reaffirming its security strategy. The state said it is focused on strengthening military operations, community engagement, and restoring stability in vulnerable areas. It urged former officials to avoid inflaming tension and challenge El-Rufai to produce credible proof, pointing out that his past accusations were never backed by evidence. Barrister, accusation and counter-accusation between El-Rufai and Sani. At least, we now know that bandits have been paid in Kaduna.
Look,
what's your reaction to this?
This is a waste of time.
Okay.
This is a fact that is known to everybody. El-Rufai told us when he was in government that he carried the money here, taxpayers' money, to go and pay them somewhere in the Sahel.
That is what Sani is saying. Sani is saying,
so if
El-Rufai, Nasir, you paid, I didn't pay.
So El-Rufai now, he knows what they have been doing in that state. He has his intel as a former governor. all this threat that if you don't do this, the man have his intel, and you cannot tell them that they have not been paying money. Not even only Kaduna, most states, Katsina have entered into 4 agreements with terrorists, and the 4 of them broke down. It broke down. These terrorists, they are never satisfied. You enter into an agreement with them, give them all they need. Tomorrow, they come back to tell you the type of human being you are dealing with. All this nonsense about paying ransom and not paying, have they not been paying? Hold on, have they not been? If they have not been paying, this business would have died long ago. But because it is very profitable, that is why more terrorists are joining. They are coming. You know, if America does not strike these people, I'm telling you, by next year, more will join. Because the largesse is too much. The money is too much. So what are you telling me? Didn't you hear the other time when some NGOs now do their calculations of how much that these terrorists have collected so far? How much that have gone into the hands of these terrorists? Yes, nobody is saying anything. Nobody is talking. The painful one is that federal government officials are joining hands in all these things. Because when Gumi went to go and visit them, he said that federal government officials used to give him backing. He said it. So what are you saying? Is there the type of business that is so lucrative that government is even supporting that you want to die, you want it to die very soon? It's not possible. It's not going to. So they are paying ransom. All this threat by Aero5, forget it. Nothing will come out of it. Nothing will come out. Even if they bring evidence, what will you do?
Barrister, if we have established that ransom, was paid, or that bandits were paid, not even ransom, that bandits were paid monthly basis. Some say it was earmarked for them quarterly, monthly. And
of course.
Do you think that it's a function of the failure of the central government, or that these people were doing it, to prop up the terrorists for other purposes? You know how volatile Kaduna is as a state, and the fact that Erufai told us, look, we are the ones that brought in these people to come and help us. Buba Galadima confirmed that. So if we have ransom or people put on payroll, is it because the central government failed, or because these people just had to keep those people for other purposes?
They brought them for a bargaining chip. You know, when you are looking for political power and you don't have what it takes to get it, you look for something. This guy brought in the terrorists to leverage on with them. Because when they tell you they are going to do this and make it impossible for you and make it so hard for you, the easiest way is to either resign or you surrender to their will and give them what they want. That is just the truth. Is that not what they've been using? Is that not what they've been doing? That's why northern leaders, they are not paying serious attention to it. They are pretending. They are pretending about the terrorists because they are using them to achieve political relevance, nothing else. Look at how this thing is spread.
Barrister, what sort of political relevance?
What is in the news now? Is it not the North and the terrorists? What the hell? Is that not?
So how do they benefit from it?
They benefit because it put them on what? On the front burner. With it now, they can tell Tinubu, look, if you want us to cooperate with you, or if you you better do this so that we can call these people.
Barrister, I'm happy that you on your own walked back to this point. Now they are using it as a bargaining chip.
Yes.
And I asked you earlier in this conversation, does it look like the president will not act until 2031, until 2027, when he secures a term? Because he knows that the powers that be will be against him if he tries to decimate the terrorists. You on your own walked back to this question, so I'd like for you to answer.
No, I didn't want, but I'm telling you how weak the president is. Because for you to be a president with all the powers given to you by the constitution, and then somebody is holding you by the jugular, it means you are weak.
Okay, now, Barrister, we are out of time. Land on your thought.
What I'm telling you in essence is that the president brought about this thing by being what? Being so weak and so sympathetic to the cause of these terrorists and bandits. If we have used the same iron hand he used on IPOB, that is just a self-determination group, my dear, we will not be where we are today. We will never be here.
Barrister, we will not be where we are
today.
Now, let's go to Abuja, where President Bola Tinubu has ordered the withdrawal of 100,000 police officers from VIP protection and redeployed them to frontline policing to confront the escalating wave of mass abductions nationwide. Well, VIPs will now rely on NSCDC operatives. NSCD is Nigerian
civil defense,
operatives for protection. While the federal government plans to recruit 30,000 more police personnel and upgrade training facilities. We also understand that 24,000 soldiers will be recruited in the coming months. Well, the directives comes amid public outrage over recent school attacks, including the adoption of dozens of pupils in Niger and Kebbi states. Security agencies have launched intensified operations with military commanders vowing relentless pressure on the armed groups, even as investigations probe why troops withdrew shortly before one of the attacks. Meanwhile, 50 kidnapped Niger schoolgirls and 38 abducted Kwara church worshippers have regained freedom following the coordinated rescue efforts. Well, as insecurity spreads, several northern states have shut down schools, prompting warning from security experts that closures risk emboldening criminals and worsening educational decline. The APC has blamed the surge in attacks on organized fifth columnists seeking to destabilize the country out of 2027, while governors and community leaders urge stronger collaboration, deeper reforms, and swift identification of saboteurs within the security system. Barrister, how long do you think this order will last?
It will not last. It will not. It's a question of time, because every time a new IGP comes into office, this is the first thing he does. He will withdraw all the dismantle all the roadblocks, then withdraw all the police serving under VIPs and all that, so that he will not put his own people, because money is being paid by these VIPs for protection, and the other money does not go into federated account. It doesn't. It doesn't. So why would you stop such a thing? It will continue because money is coming from there. By the way, withdrawing them will not make any difference, because police cannot confront these people. These people that are shooting the army, the police cannot confront them. Let us not deceive ourselves. Police cannot confront them. It's a fact. What the army could not do, is it the police cannot do it? Now ask yourself that question. What the army could not do, is it police that will not go and do it? The answer is no. So what is the essence? You have made them to be so powerful that the army is finding it difficult to even confront them, and you are now calling the police. What will they do? They were just going to be cannon fodder, nothing else. So bringing out the police, and then they have better return those boys so that there will be peace in Rome. Because they are getting some largesse there. These guys, they have eaten so far from their gas that they don't want to go to the battlefront. Some of them may even resign. That's the truth. You are withdrawing for what reason? What are they going to do? Are they the one that created?
They'll go back to the normal police.
Which the normal police? Is that why? You that took them to those VIP? Is that the normal police work?
Okay, the person that took them decided to take them back. Is there any problem with that?
Is there a problem? Because that was not why they were employed. Now you took them to where they will be comfortable. All of a sudden, you want to withdraw them for what?
And because we want to make things right.
No. You have not made anything.
First, they said there's no wrong time to do the right thing.
There is always
the president and the IGP have decided, look, enough is enough. Shouldn't we applaud them? Shouldn't we applaud the president?
If you were to protect somebody and you did not die and that person died, have you done the right thing? When now you now bring protection for that person?
No, the protection, we are withdrawing them to put them in frontline policing.
I said it will not serve any purpose.
Okay.
Forget it.
Is it that it will not serve any purpose, or the fact that you don't approve of it?
No,
which one?
Why would I approve what will not work? I said the army.
Okay, so you want the 100,000 policemen to keep guarding the VIPs?
So that, yes, now let them be, so that they too will not cause problem. Are you not hearing me? They might get angry and cause mutiny.
Who?
The police, yes, now. You remove them from their comfort zone.
Okay, so they are holding the country and the president hostage.
Is that what?
If the
No, they are not disturbing you.
No, I mean, if we pull them, if the president pulls them out as he has done, so they will now organize mutiny or what?
They will not be happy. Even the work we want to go, they will not.
But is it the president's business that you don't do your work?
Who took them to those VIPs?
And the person that took them has decided to take them back.
Well, you made a mistake. You cannot use them. You cannot choose and pick now. You cannot be using them.
Can I get your concluding thoughts
because
in 1 minute?
Even at that, it will not work, because the money you are getting from the VIP, what happened to it?
Okay, it will not work. It will not work.
It will not work. It has never worked.
Barrister, can we get your concluding thoughts?
My concluding thought is that whatever happened to Nigeria is in Tinubu's hand. He is the president of Nigeria. The buck stops on the table. He told us that we should not pity him. So why are you complaining when America is coming with the gun blazing? That is what happened. If they have listened to us and do the needful, what did we not say here, Mr. Okoro? What advice did we not give Tinubu? Yet, they are pursuing politics 2027 while Rome was burning. Mr. Okoro, while Rome was burning.
All right then.
But they will have all the time to go to the southeast, muscle up Nnamdi Kanu, muscle up IPOB, as if they are the problem of Nigeria. Look at how peaceful that place is now. And look at what is going on. So is it Nnamdi Kanu now?
All right, Barrister Darlington.
That is how God will pay you for what you have done. Whatever you sow, you reap it.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Unfortunately, we are out of time and we'll have to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. And I hope we can do this some other time. Hopefully, Thursday, Friday. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your presence. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest engineer, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimduto. Join us again and don't go away. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology. social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance, from Tinubu restructuring domestic security amidst U.S. defense boost, the federal government moving to stop open cattle grazing. Also, Atiku joins ADC, declares real opposition begins. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Nigeria is set to significantly bolster its counterterrorism effort following a major pledge of support from the United States. The presidency confirmed today that the United States government has affirmed its readiness to deepen security cooperation, which includes providing enhanced intelligence support and defense equipment to reinforce ongoing operations against terrorist and violent extremist groups nationwide. This positive development follows recent high-level engagement in Washington, D.C. by a delegation led by the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, as both nations commit to immediately implement a new non-binding cooperation framework and establish a joint working group to ensure a unified approach to security challenges. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has moved to restructure the domestic security architecture, issuing a directive for the immediate withdrawal of police personnel currently assigned to guard very important persons, VIPs. The directive is aimed squarely at refocusing the police force's manpower on its core duties and boosting police presence in vulnerable communities across the country, particularly in light of recent waves of abductions and security threats. Moving forward, VIPs requiring armed protection have been mandated to request personnel from the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, a measure intended to free up thousands of police officers to enhance community policing and restore law and order. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Nosike. Dr. Nosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually is Dr. Dennis Ekemezie, former Vice President, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, and former Vice Chairman, NIPR Governing Council. He's also a commentator on national issues. He will get to join us during the show. Let's start with Dr. Peter, who is right here in the studio. Okay, Dr. Peter, you know, with this new, what do you make of this new development by that the president is saying United States is ready to help us with defense and, of course, you know, strategies and all?
Well, for me, this is just the Nigerian own version, because what we are seeing is United States is talking a different thing, Nigeria state is talking a different thing. So I don't really know who to believe until I hear from from the United States, because the last time what I heard was that Nigerian delegations there said that they are fighting against the spreading of the genocide news. Or do you understand me? But the American government is saying altogether that's a different thing. So, but if America agrees to cooperate with them in areas of intelligence defense, that's arms and ammunition, for me, it will be that's a good thing. But well, intelligence, because right now there's complicity everywhere, there's sabotage everywhere. So, and I strongly feel that we need an external body, a non-interest body that will come and fight this insecurity. Because from what the governor of Niger State and Kebbi State said, it means that there's a deliberate effort to sabotage security. So, which I know that if the American government should come, it will help to boost security. Even though our own people here will still want to play a bit of politics. Some people have said that the bandits, the terrorists are their brothers, they are their fathers, they are their relatives. Therefore, they will not want the American soldiers to kill their brothers. And that's where this complicity is coming from.
Okay. Okay, you know, one of the things that you said is that you feel like we need USA, which is like a it's not for lack of a better word, a non-partisan. They're not partisan. They're not
non-interest, non-partisan.
Non-interest. That's the word you use. Yes. Non-interest. Non-interest.
So they are going to do their job professionally, without emotion, without sentiment.
Okay, and you think that this would really help us track, you know, this bandit movement across our forest and borders?
It will help us to stop at least there's security everywhere, there's insecurity everywhere, but it will help us to reduce it to the barest minimum.
Okay, let's speak to the U.S. Congress. U.S. Congress that was
right Monday.
Yes, no. The Congress the meeting that was held in the Congress on Thursday night, and we found out that we had our delegation go to the U.S., but we didn't see any of our government officials in that Congress, in that meeting. Can you speak to that?
That's why I'm telling you that until I hear from the United States
because it looks like
government,
we are saying different things.
That's what I mean, because the last information I got was they have given Nigeria a mandate on what to do. And I also know that U.S. Congress has given Donald Trump the mandate for military intervention in Nigeria.
the Congress voted about 279, understand? That's out of 330 something, which is overwhelming majority that Donald Trump should intervene militarily in Nigeria. So I don't know where this version is coming from. I don't know where this version that's
would you now say that our federal government is trying to sugarcoat the entire thing?
Our own government is the architect of misinformation and disinformation. Understand? That's what they have been saying to us for a long time now.
But with all of this, how can, if they are giving us the wrong information, how are they now able, how would they be able to really be able to, like, you know, have this security issue being tackled? Because you're not giving us the right information. You're telling us one thing and we're hearing another thing. How can this security that we have in our hands be tackled when you're not even giving us the right information?
Well, the issue is this. A lot of the time, cabals are stronger than the president. Cabals are stronger than the president. A lot of the time, those that are ruling are not even seen. Those that are ruling, you don't see their pictures on the ballot box. You don't read about them in the papers, but they control governments. They understand, or the president accounts for them. The president takes instruction from them. Do you understand me? Not just in Nigeria, it happens in different parts of the world. So when cabals come and help to manipulate the process and put somebody there, understand? The person that they put there is in government, while they are in power. And those in power control the person in government. Those in power control those in government. Those in government, the people that you see on TV, grants, interviews, are working for those that you don't see. Not just in Nigeria, in many other countries of the world.
Okay. Wow. Will the U.S. involvement in this situation, would it improve the situation or create Nigeria's dependency on the United States?
What we need is for this killing to be stopped. That's what we need. Since 1960 to today, Nigeria has never been terrorized or traumatized than what happened there last week. Since 1960, since the day of independence up to today, Nigeria has never been traumatized or terrorized like what happened there just from the last Sunday to that of yesterday. Imagine from Sunday to Sunday, people are being kidnapped on a daily basis. So, and it shows that some people are willing to do anything that to ensure that they get what they want.
And what would you say that they want?
That for what is happening now to continue. The truth is that they are not abducting those people just for the fun of it. They are abducting them to use them as human shield when the Americans invade. Because they know that when the Americans know that young innocent children are with them, America will not bomb them. So that's the reason why they are abducting all these girls, to use them as a shield if Americans come. And that's why terrorists do all over the world. Understand? Using human beings as a shield. And when you want to bomb them, you will look bad. They will say that you are killing innocent children. That you are killing children, you are killing women. Just like what Hamas is doing in Gaza. Understand? when you want to get that to them, innocent people will die. So that was the purpose of all these abductions. Do you understand? That's to protect themselves when there's Americans come.
Oh, wow. Okay, you know, one of the things that came out just yesterday was, of course, the what would I call the release or the freedom of those people, those persons who were kidnapped in the church. And you know what many persons are saying is, if you're saying some persons have been kidnapped or were released, and nobody's saying anything about the abductors, what does this say about the situation?
Two things. Ransom was paid. Understand me? Ransoms were because if you had used force, there would have been casualties. Understand? There would have been casualties. There's no way those people would just go and the people that they struggled, that they kidnapped, they'll not just go and drop them somewhere and go. That they were released means there was a compromise, there was an agreement. Because if there was a shootout, there would have been casualties on both sides, and the dead bodies would have been recovered from both sides. But since it was peacefully done, these are not peaceful people. So it means that ransom was paid.
Okay, before I'll come back to you, our virtual guest is on ground at the moment. Welcome, Dr. Kemezie. Okay, wow. Okay, we'll get back to him when he rejoins us. Okay, sorry that I had to cut you there. Okay, so you're saying that ransom was, that there's a possibility or a greater possibility that ransom was paid.
That's the only reason why kidnappers should drop them and go.
And nobody said anything to us. The government is not saying anything. The presidency is not saying anything.
No,
the Kwara State government is not saying anything.
Nigerians are simpletons, so easy, so free-minded. We don't ask deep questions. We don't ask difficult questions. You have released them. How did you release them?
But people are asking.
How did you release them? Did they just say abandon them and go? Which is practically impossible. Understand? Or was there a shootout? If there's a shootout, people will die. If you rescue them, arrest would have been made. So the only possible reason is that ransom was paid.
Okay. But would this not get us to the point where people are saying, some people have said that we know that the federal government or the government or the people in power know this bandits, and the people in power know these bandits, and then they know, because look, how can you tell me that you release, some persons are released and there's no death, nothing is said about the abductors? Does it not mean that there's a complice, there's a way, as how will I put it,
Or there was a meeting, there was a negotiation.
You
understand me? And something exchanged hands. There's no
might not be money.
What else?
I'm just asking. Aside from money, what else could have exchanged?
Would you give them arms and ammunition?
That they have already.
Would you give them cars? It's money. Understand? It is money. Understand? The federal government may mandate the governor, make sure that you recover, you bring back those people within so and so hour. Understand? The governor may just use that scale fund and go and pay.
Okay, if this could be done for the 38 persons, the 38 church members, how come this same thing hasn't been done to those girls who were abducted in Kebbi, to those school children who were abducted in Niger State?
The issue is this. The Kebbi issue is ISWAP. Do you understand that?
Okay.
And ISWAP has international affiliation. And they may not agree with the demands that's of the Kwara State, of the Kwara bandits. Now, they say that every shoe has its own size. So for them that to have released them, it means that there's an agreement. Understand? Maybe what they demanded, the government was able to meet it. But I'm telling you that the main purpose of kidnapping those girls in Kebbi, Niger, is to use them as human shield.
Okay, one of the things that the federal government or the presidency has directed is a withdrawal of police personnel who have been attached to VIPs. Do you really see this directive being complied with?
Well, I don't see it being implemented. I don't see it being implemented because Nigerian Constitution stated who is qualified that to have a police ordinary. And now, if you read that section that's of the Constitution, over 90% of those using ordinance are not qualified. Do you understand? It is just the president or the vice, the governor, or the vice, the judges. Understand me? Even the national chairman of a party is not qualified. Ministers are not qualified to use police ordinance. Now, how can you imagine withdrawing policemen from ministers? Can you imagine withdrawing policemen from this politician, maybe senators, House of Reps members, State House of Assembly members, local government, understand me, councillors? So it is, the order has been given. What I'm waiting for is implementation. Until we see all the VIPs that we know not using ordinance, we know that the order has been obeyed. So until we see the VIPs that we know not using ordinance, we know that it has been made. I'm not seeing it as something that is easy to do. It's a difficult decision. And the truth is that over 70% of our policemen are being used by these VIPs. Imagine an individual using 15 policemen. An individual. He's not even a public office holder. Just because he can afford a Prado Jeep, he will go and get a police ordinary. So I don't see the order being fully implemented.
Okay, let's get our virtual guest to weigh in on this discussion. Good evening, Dr. Ekemeze. Dr. Dennis, are you with us? Please, can you unmute your device, please? If you can hear me, please unmute your device. Okay, let's come back to the studios until we get our guests join us later. You were saying that you feel like the directive would not be implemented because we have so many persons who are not actually obeying, who are not supposed to be using these orderlies.
I said 90% of the people using ordinance, going by the Constitution, are not qualified to use ordinance.
But this directive is from the president. Why don't you think that? Don't you think that they would actually implement it because it's coming from the president?
This is not that the first time, it's not or the second time. You know, every time an IGP comes into office, the first announcement is, I'm going to withdraw ordinance from those who are not qualified.
Yeah, very true.
Understand me? That's in some ways because that is their first source of revenue. Because assigning ordinance is a lucrative business. It's one of the most lucrative businesses of an IG. Understand? Because each police ordinary has a price. Each police ordinary has a price. So to withdraw for the IG that to withdraw it, I don't see how it's going to be done, because it has to be holistic. It means that all these senators that are going about with 20 policemen, 15 policemen, it will not be anymore. And mind you, knowing the insecurity in the country, can you imagine a senator moving about without a policeman?
But there's an option.
Which option?
The NSCDC officials.
NSCDC officials have their own core functions, which is monitoring and pipelines and so on and so forth. So if you withdraw them there, you have created a vacuum there.
How would we know? One of the things that the federal government, or the reason for this, is to ensure that the police actually perform or are made to go back to their core function, which is the protection of lives and, of course, property. And so if we are saying that this is why we want these people withdrawn, and then you feel it might not be implemented because, of course, no official or no very important personality would want to walk down the street of Nigeria without security. So what do we do? How do we get the police? Do you think that the federal government should now recruit more officers? Would that be a way to curb this? One,
the only way, because Nigeria is grossly under-policed. The UN standard is one policeman for 400 people for one policeman. That's what that's international standard. But now, in Nigeria, it could be 1,000 policemen for over 10,000 people. Do you understand me? In a country of 200 million people or more, we need more than 5 million policemen. But I don't think if we have up to 2 million. Do you understand that? And even if we have 2 million, over 70% are in the hands of VIPs, working for VIPs. But do you understand that? So, to beef up security, we need more policemen, understand? We need at least to recruit a minimum of 1 million policemen. But I don't know where their salary will be coming from. And even the motivation, the inspiration to be a policeman in Nigeria is not even there. So the motivation, the inspiration, the being a policeman is not even there in the country. So I wonder where they are going to get those people. So that's the situation.
Okay, so today the Southwest governors met had a closed-door meeting. And of course, nobody knew what they talked about. But because of what we already have, or the situation in the country, some persons are saying, or some reports are saying, it could be as a result of insecurity. And of course, one of the things that they talked about was the Amotekun, and of course, how to like just defense or regional security. So what do you think? Do you think that there's a way these governors can strengthen their region or can strengthen the Southwest from this spate of insecurity?
Well, the meeting did not come as a surprise. Gani Adams, understand, raised an alarm that there's intel that some states in the Southwest are going to be attacked by bandits. Understand? Lagos is involved, Oyo is involved, and another state. So he said that there's a real intel that some states in the Southwest are going to be attacked, and some of these bandits has boasted in their videos that they have spread all over all the country. So it was an emergency meeting. So the meeting just how to prevent the attack. Because everywhere in the world, it is 10 times cheaper to prevent than to cure. Being proactive, that is the way that to go. So that was the reason for their meeting.
Okay. So is there a way you think that they can actually, what they can actually do to ensure that the Southwest is not infiltrated?
This, forget that, they are already infiltrated. Every part of the country is already infiltrated, waiting for direction. Waiting for direction.
Direction from who?
From wherever their headquarters is. They are already everywhere, because movements are not being checked in the country. Movements are not being checked. They can, from Nasarawa, enter a trainer, pretending to be farmers, pretending to be this and that. They come with cows under different guises. So talking about infiltration, they have already infiltrated every part of the country.
Okay, you know, the chieftain of the Labour Party and, of course, former Lagos State governorship candidate, Gbadebo Rhodes Vivour, said, he spoke today in one of the TV stations, and then he said that the government should license firearms for self-defense. Do you think that we have gone to that point where every citizen should be allowed to carry firearms so as to defend himself or herself?
The issue is this: if this is done, it's just only the rich defending themselves, because firearms doesn't come cheap. Firearms does not come cheap. Understand me? Even the salary and gratuity of a civil servant who worked 32 years cannot buy that's a Beretta or a revolver. Or do you hear what I'm telling you? A salary of a civil servant who worked for 32 years, his gratuity, that he saved all the money and gratuity was paid, cannot buy a very good gun. Understand? So he's just talking about the rich defending themselves. So, and again, in America, where you can buy gun off the shelf, it doesn't come easily. You cannot just walk in and you buy it. They have to check your mental state. Understand me? They have to do before they can sell to you. They don't just sell to body. Or do you understand me? Yes. The pushing that they are own. Understand? You must be in a well-balanced state before you be allowed that United States. So just comes in. Quantify is not easy.
Okay, let's move on. The federal government has officially abolished open cattle grazing across Nigeria. The announcement was made in Yola, Adamawa State during the inaugural National Council on Livestock Development, where the government emphasized that the country is shifting fully to ranching as a new model for livestock management. Speaking at the opening session, the Minister of Livestock Development, Malam Idi Mukhtar Meha, said open grazing has contributed to years of avoidable conflict, including clashes between farmers and herders, destruction of farmland, and loss of lives across the country. He states that it is now an offense to graze cattle openly anywhere in Nigeria, stressing that ranching is safer, more profitable, and leads to healthier livestock. So, Dr. Peter, do you think this is a step in the right direction?
This is what they should have done more than 30 years ago. And if they have done it, what is happening in Benue today would not have been happening. What is happening in Plateau State today, in the southeast, and so on and so forth, would not have been happening. Because cattle rearing is a private business. Farming is a private business. You should not use your own business to come and destroy my own. Your own business must not be feeding out of my own. Understand me? So for me, it is what they should have done more than 30 years ago. Even the American congressman said that they gave Nigeria 2 conditions before they work with them. Number 1, that they should free Sunday Jackson, the Taraba farmer that was given a life sentence in the Supreme Court. That's number 1. They must free Sunday Jackson. Then number 2, they must disarm those headers in North Central. But what these guys said, what the people said, they never mentioned it. They never mentioned that the conditions that we are giving that to them. But one good thing is that we always get information. Understand? We always get information. So the issue is this: if the headers, if open grazing is stopped, it's a very long way in reducing insecurity, not only in the whole country. It's going to go a very long way in reducing insecurity in the whole country, because nobody again will carry cattle that is going to the southeast. Understand? Or carry cattle that is going to the north central. So I see it as a very positive development.
Oh, okay.
That if it will be implemented.
I was actually going to ask you that do you really think it will be implemented? Because there are many persons the northerners, who might actually, who might not want this to be implemented. So do you really see this being implemented in Nigeria?
Now, we have security agencies in the country. Now, and we also have state securities. The Southwest has their own Amoteku. Understand? And law can be made. Any cow you see wandering anywhere, get it arrested, send it to the police station. Understand me? Any cow you see either in the forest, understand me, on the road, or any header you see carrying cows walking up and down, get him arrested. Understand? This is the implementation that I am talking about. And once they can do this, insecurity has been reduced by 50%. Because these bandits, these terrorists come in masquerading to be headers. Once they can implement this, insecurity that's by these bandits, especially in the south and north central, will be reduced by 50%. So I see it as a very positive step.
But don't you think that if the banning of open grazing actually, if it reduces, if it's implemented and it reduces open grazing, don't you think to simply push this banditry into another form? One,
I said they come into communities, they come into states as cattle rearers. So if open grazing is implemented, they cannot come in again as cattle rearers. And once they are not coming in as cattle rearers, they will be easy to dictate. they will be easy to dictate. Understand? Them coming into the southwest, they don't speak Yoruba. Them going to the southeast, they don't speak Igbo. So what are they saying? That they say anywhere they go, they will easily be spotted. Anywhere they go, they will easily be spotted. So for me, the issue of hiding and using cow as a disguise will not be there anymore. It is a very positive development, which will help to reduce insecurity. Excuse me. The other step becomes disarming them. Disarming them. And once there's no more there are no more open grazing, they have no reason again that to carry arms. Because they say their reason of carrying arms is because they are being attacked by So once open grazing is stopped, they have no other reason for carrying arms.
Okay.
Because they will no more be walking from one bush to the other.
Okay. We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the issues on Voice of the People television. Let's move on now to the third conversation tonight. In a significant shake-up of the political landscape today, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar officially registered his membership with the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The high-profile registration ceremony took place in his home state of Adamawa, a move that formally confirms his departure from his previous political affiliation and establishes its new platform. This development immediately elevates the ADC's national profile and sets the stage for a new phase of political maneuvering in the country. Speaking to supporters and the press shortly after picking up his membership card, Abubakar made a strong declaration stating emphatically that real opposition has begun. Okay, sir, let me start with that last statement that Abubakar made, that real opposition has begun. Do you really buy that idea? Is ADC now the real opposition that has just started?
Well, I believe ADC is the vehicle that that Nigerians need that to ride in now. Going by what is currently happening in the country. And but it didn't just start now. Last week or so, ADC got a new national secretariat, and the national secretariat was Atiku Abubakar's campaign office. So their new national secretariat was Atiku. Abubakar's campaign office at Wusetu, Abuja. So, as he said, so it is good that he has now officially, because he has been in ADC right from time and giving out his own personal campaign office at the national secretariat of the party shows that he is in full support of it. But now it has become official. And democracy, one of the beauties of democracy is it gives us the freedom to choose between or among candidates. When you have just one candidate, it is not a democracy. In the democracy, you must have that freedom to choose between or among candidates. So it is a positive development, and with what is happening in the country now, it means there's a need for a change in the leadership of the country.
But would ADC actually give Nigeria what they need? Do you think ADC can actually stand as a strong opposition for a party like APC?
This is exactly what is happening now was where PDP was 10 years ago. Exactly. This shaking, this insecurity was exactly what was happening 10 years ago. Understand? And that's one of the reasons why PDP was pushed out. That the PDP is very weak to protect or the country. Do you understand that PDP that is too weak? PDP cannot confront the insecurity and so on and so forth. So the same narrative is now everywhere. That this APC is too weak. It cannot protect the citizens of the country. This is even worse. Imagine 5 states have shut down schools. 5 different states: Bauchi, and Plateau, KB, Niger. 5 states, which never happened under Jonathan's administration. So I can tell anybody that what is happening now is favoring the opposition.
Okay. Well, you know that the ADC, how do you think they can effectively manage the ambitions of its key leaders, especially when you have people like Atiku and people like Peter Obi, who might also, who intends to join the ADC? How can they manage this?
Peter Obi said that he will make his decision known after the governorship election in Anambra, which was about 2 weeks ago or a week ago. So we are now watching that to see Peter Obi's next move. But the same thing was said in 2013 and 14 when APC was coming on board. So at Buhari was there, Atiku was there, Saraki was there, and so forth. But they organized a primary which Buhari won, and Atiku supported. So, and David Mark has said that there's no automatic ticket for anybody, that they will organize a primary, and whoever wins, the others will support him, which is a good thing.
Okay, let's have your final thoughts, please.
On the final, for me, that's on the banning of headers, banning of open grazing. I saw it. That to me is a very positive development. Stopping open grazing in the country is a very positive development. But it's not just announcing it. It is not just announcing it, but it must be enforced. The word there that it must be enforced. They have to enforce it. Then Atiku picking up his membership card, to me, is a positive development. Atiku picking up his membership card, to me, is a very positive development.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us. Today, that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to join Vivian and Ikechukwu on hashtag by 8 p.m. to stay with us.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Voptv.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching Voptv.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chart. Don't make your own button. Watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
This is African News.